Hey everyone, and welcome to this rainy night. Get comfortable and settle in, because tonight we're diving into some truly unsettling, chilling stories from the Appalachians. We're exploring disappearances, the strange moments, the quiet encounters, the stories that begin like any other, until they slip into something no one can explain. Out there in the mountains, when the rain is falling and the woods start to close in around you, reality gets harder to hold on to. If you enjoy this kind of content, make sure to like the video, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss more eerie, rainy night stories. And tell me in the comments where you're watching from, and what kind of horror stories you like listening to. Let's begin. Story 1. I never planned on becoming a surveyor. If you'd asked me at 18 what I wanted to do with my life, I probably would have said something stupid like, get out of Maine, or find a job that doesn't make me hate waking up. But life has a way of pushing you down roads you never meant to walk, and by the time I turned 27, I'd spent almost 5 years working for a small land assessment company that handled everything from boundary disputes to mineral rights. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and it kept me outdoors, which was more than most jobs could offer. The job that sent me to Black Hollow came in late spring of '89, right when the mud was drying and the black flies were starting to swarm. My boss, a man named Carter who always smelled faintly of gasoline and cheap cigars, called me into his office and told me a coal company down in Virginia needed updated boundary maps for a parcel near the Kentucky line. Easy work, he said. Couple days, maybe a week. They'll put you up in a motel. Good pay, too. I didn't think much of it at the time. I'd done dozens of jobs like that. But I remember the way Carter looked at me when he handed over the folder, like he was relieved I didn't ask questions. I drove down 2 days later, crossing into the Appalachians just as the sun dipped behind the ridges. I'd been through the region before, but never this deep. The mountains here weren't like the ones up north. These felt older, heavier, like they'd been carrying secrets for centuries. The roads twisted through hollers so narrow the daylight barely touched the ground, and every house I passed seemed to sag under the weight of its own history. Rusted trucks, broken porches, laundry lines strung between trees, it all blended into a kind of quiet resignation. The town nearest the site was called Red Hill, though calling it a town was generous. It had a gas station, a diner, a hardware store, and a motel that looked like it hadn't been renovated since Nixon was in office. I checked in, dropped my bag, and walked across the street to the diner for dinner. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with tired eyes and a smoker's voice, asked what brought me to Red Hill. When I told her I was surveying land up near Black Hollow, she paused mid-pour and gave me a look I didn't understand at the time. You be careful up there, she said. That place ain't right. I laughed it off, assuming she meant the terrain. Appalachia is full of steep slopes, sinkholes, and abandoned mines, plenty of ways to break your neck. But she didn't smile. She just walked away, leaving me with a plate of meatloaf and a knot in my stomach I couldn't explain. The next morning, I drove out to the site. The road turned to gravel, then to dirt, then to something that barely qualified as a path. Trees pressed in from both sides, their branches forming a canopy that swallowed the sky. My truck bounced over ruts deep enough to swallow a tire, and more than once I had to stop and move fallen branches out of the way. By the time I reached the old survey marker at the edge of the parcel, I felt like I'd driven into another world. My partner for the job was already there. His name was Dale, a local guy the coal company hired to help me navigate the terrain. He was in his early 40s, wiry, with a beard that looked like it had been trimmed with a pocket knife. He shook my hand, introduced himself, and immediately started talking about the weather, the bugs, the snakes, anything except the land we were supposed to survey. It wasn't until we started hiking toward the first boundary point that he mentioned Black Hollow. You ever hear of it? He asked, stepping over a fallen log. No, I said. Should I have? He shrugged. Depends who you ask. Some folks say it's cursed. Others say it's just a place where bad things happened a long time ago. Either way, people don't go up there unless they have to. I asked what kind of bad things he meant, but he just shook his head and said, Old stories. You know how holler talk is. But the way he said it made me think he wasn't telling me everything. We spent the rest of the morning marking points and taking measurements. The forest was dense, the air thick with humidity, and the smell of wet earth. Every now and then, I'd catch Dale glancing toward the ridge that separated us from Black Hollow, like he expected something to come crawling over it. I tried to ignore it, but the unease was contagious. Around noon, we stopped to eat. I sat on a rock, unwrapping a sandwich, while Dale smoked a cigarette and stared into the trees. After a long silence, he said, "You hear that?" I listened. At first, I didn't hear anything. Then I realized that was the problem. The forest was silent. No birds. No insects. Nothing. Before I could say anything, a branch snapped somewhere behind us. Dale dropped his cigarette and stood up fast, his hand going to the knife on his belt. "Probably a deer," I said, though I didn't believe it. He didn't answer. He just scanned the trees, his jaw tight. Another snap. Closer this time. I stood up too, my heart thudding. The trees were so thick I couldn't see more than 20 feet in any direction. The silence pressed in on us, heavy and unnatural. Then, just as suddenly as it had stopped, the forest came alive again, birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling in the breeze. Dale let out a shaky breath. "We should head back," he said. "We'll pick it up tomorrow." I didn't argue. We hiked back to the trucks without speaking. When we reached the clearing, Dale turned to me and said, "Listen, if you hear anything at night, anything, you stay in your room. Don't go looking." I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head, climbed into his truck, and drove off, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers. That night, I lay in the motel bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the day in my head. The silence in the woods. The snapping branches. The look on Dale's face. I told myself it was just wildlife. Just nerves. Just mountain superstition. But sometime after midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my window. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. And then a voice, low, hoarse, almost a whisper. "Don't go back up there." I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps moved away, fading into the night. I didn't sleep again. I told myself the voice outside my window had to be some drunk passing through the motel parking lot, maybe someone who'd mistaken my room for somebody else's. But the tone of it, the certainty, the warning, stuck with me long after the footsteps faded. I lay there in the dark, staring at the thin curtains, waiting for the sound to return. It didn't. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under, but it wasn't real sleep. It was the kind where you wake up every few minutes, heart pounding, convinced something is standing over you. When morning finally came, I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. I showered, dressed, and drove out to the site, hoping daylight would make everything feel normal again. Dale's truck wasn't there when I arrived. I waited 15 minutes, then 30. I tried calling the number the coal company had given me, but it rang until it cut off. I figured he was running late. Mountain roads can be unpredictable, so I grabbed my gear and started toward the first marker on my own. The forest felt different that morning. The air was cooler, the light dimmer, like the sun was struggling to break through the canopy. Every sound seemed amplified. The crunch of leaves under my boots, the distant caw of a crow, the creak of branches swaying overhead. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the woods were empty. I reached the first point and started taking measurements. The work helped settle my nerves. Numbers don't lie, and they don't care about superstition or strange voices in the night. I was halfway through logging the coordinates when I heard something moving through the brush behind me. Slow. Heavy. Not an animal. I turned, expecting to see Dale. Instead, a man stepped out from between the trees. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a faded denim jacket and mud-stained jeans. His beard was thick and gray, and his eyes were the kind that made you feel like he was sizing you up, deciding whether you were worth talking to, or worth burying. "You the surveyor?" he asked. His voice was low, rough, like gravel sliding down a metal chute. "Yeah," I said. "Name's Mark." He nodded once. "Name's Harlan. I own the property up the ridge. Heard someone was poking around out here." I explained the job, told him the coal company needed updated boundaries. He listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he said, "You stay on the marked land, you hear? Don't go wandering past the ridge. Folks don't take kindly to strangers up there." I told him I had no intention of trespassing. He stared at me a moment longer, then turned and walked back into the trees without another word. I waited until I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore before letting out the breath I'd been holding. Something about him felt off, not threatening exactly, but watchful. Like he knew something I didn't. I finished the point and moved on. The next few hours passed without incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Every time I stopped to take a reading, I'd catch movement in the corner of my eye, branches swaying, shadows shifting, but when I looked directly, there was nothing. By mid-afternoon, I'd covered most of the southern boundary. I was heading back toward the trucks when I heard an engine in the distance. A moment later, Dale's truck came bouncing down the path, dust billowing behind it. He parked crookedly, jumped out, and hurried toward me. "Where the hell were you?" I asked. He looked pale, sweaty, like he'd been running. "Had some things to take care of," he said. "Sorry I'm late. I didn't push it." Something was clearly wrong, but I wasn't sure I wanted to know what. We worked together for another hour, marking a few more points. Dale was jumpy the whole time, flinching at every sound, constantly scanning the trees. When I asked if he was okay, he muttered something about family trouble and changed the subject. We wrapped up around 5. As we walked back to the trucks, Dale stopped suddenly and grabbed my arm. "Listen," he said, his voice low. "If anyone asks, we didn't go near the ridge today. You understand?" I frowned. "Why would anyone ask?" He shook his head. "Just trust me." Before I could respond, he let go of my arm and kept walking. When we reached the clearing, he climbed into his truck without another word. I watched him drive off, dust swirling in his wake, and felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. Something was happening here, something no one wanted to talk about. I drove back to the motel, grabbed dinner at the diner, and tried to act normal. But the waitress kept giving me that same look she'd given me the night before, like she knew something I didn't. When I returned to my room, the sun had already set. I locked the door, closed the curtains, and sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the hum of the air conditioner. For a while, nothing happened. Then, around 10, I heard a car pull into the parking lot. Doors slammed. Voices murmured. Footsteps approached my room. I stood up, heart pounding. A shadow passed across the gap under my door. Then another. Then a third. Someone knocked. 3 slow, deliberate taps. I didn't move. A man's voice spoke through the door. "Mark, we need to talk." It wasn't Dale. It wasn't the man from the woods. It was someone I'd never heard before. And something in his tone told me that opening the door would be a very, very bad idea. I didn't answer the knock. I didn't even breathe. I just stood there in the dark, staring at the door like it might burst inward at any second. The man on the other side waited, his shadow unmoving beneath the frame. Then he knocked again, 3 slow taps, each one heavier than the last. "Mark," he said, voice low and steady. "We're not here to cause trouble. We just need a word." "We." That was the part that made my skin crawl. I hadn't heard the others speak, but I could feel them out there, 2, maybe 3 people standing just beyond the thin motel door, listening, waiting. I backed away slowly, careful not to make the floorboards creak. The man must have sensed the movement, because he spoke again. "You're poking around places you don't understand. Folks up here don't like strangers stirring up old business. So open the door, and we'll explain what you need to know." I didn't move. I didn't speak. After a long silence, the man sighed. "All right," he said. "Have it your way." Their footsteps retreated, Slow, deliberate, like they wanted me to hear every step. A car door opened. Closed. The engine started. Tires crunched over gravel. Then nothing. I waited a full minute before I exhaled. My hands were shaking. My shirt clung to my back with sweat. I checked the window, half expecting to see someone staring in, but the parking lot was empty except for my truck and a rust-eaten sedan 2 rooms down. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the chair by the window, watching the darkness, listening for footsteps. Every creak of the building made me flinch. Every passing car made my heart jump. By dawn, I felt hollowed out, like something had scraped me clean from the inside. But I still went back to the site. I don't know why. Maybe stubbornness. Maybe stupidity. Maybe because walking away felt like admitting I was scared, and I didn't want to give these people that satisfaction. Dale wasn't there again. His truck was gone, and the clearing looked untouched. I waited 15 minutes, then started toward the ridge alone. The forest felt heavier than before, like the trees were leaning in, listening. I reached the boundary line and followed it toward the ridge. The terrain grew steeper, the underbrush thicker. The air smelled different here, damp, metallic, like old stone and deeper earth. I checked my map, adjusted my course, and pushed through a tangle of laurel bushes. That's when I found the first marker. It wasn't one of mine. It was a wooden stake driven deep into the ground, with a strip of faded red cloth tied around it. The cloth fluttered in the breeze, whispering against the wood. I crouched down, examining it. It wasn't any kind of survey marker I recognized. It looked older, hand-cut, weathered, like it had been there for years. I followed the line of sight to the next ridge and saw another stake. And another. A whole row of them, stretching into the trees like a boundary someone had drawn long before I arrived. Curiosity got the better of me. I followed the stakes uphill, weaving between boulders and fallen logs. The forest grew darker, the canopy thicker. The air felt colder though the sun was high. After 10 minutes, the stakes ended at a clearing. A clearing I wish I'd never seen. It was small, maybe 20 feet across, surrounded by dogwood trees. Their branches were bare except for strips of cloth tied to them. Red, blue, white, yellow, faded by sun and rain. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. At first, I thought they were prayer ribbons. I'd seen things like that before, mountain folk tying cloth to trees for luck or remembrance. But when I stepped closer, my stomach dropped. They weren't ribbons. They were pieces of clothing. Children's clothing. Shirts. Socks. Little shoes. A tiny jacket with a missing sleeve. A pair of overalls no bigger than my forearm. All of them tied to the branches like offerings. Or trophies. A cold wave washed over me. My hands went numb. I took a step back, then another, my breath coming fast and shallow. The clearing felt wrong, like the air itself was holding its breath. I turned to leave. And froze. Someone was standing at the edge of the clearing. Not Dale. Not Harlan. A boy. Maybe 8 or 9 years old. Pale. Thin. Wearing a dirty t-shirt and jeans 2 sizes too big. His hair hung in his eyes, and his bare feet were black with mud. He stared at me without blinking. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The boy lifted his hand and pointed deeper into the woods. Then he shook his head slowly. A warning. Or a plea. I blinked. And he was gone. Just gone. No footsteps. No rustling leaves. Nothing. I stumbled backward, hard hammering, and nearly tripped over a root. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I ran down the ridge, branches whipping my arms, roots catching my boots. I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that clearing, from those trees, from whatever the hell I'd just seen. When I reached the trucks, I doubled over, gasping for air. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before I managed to unlock the door. I drove straight back to town, tires skidding on gravel, dust billowing behind me. I didn't stop at the motel. I didn't stop anywhere. I went straight to the sheriff's office. The building was small, just 2 rooms and a radio tower. A man in uniform sat behind the desk, reading a newspaper. He looked up when I burst in. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I need to report something," I said, breathless. "Something up near Black Hollow." He folded the paper slowly. Too slowly. "What kind of something?" I told him about the stakes. The clearing. The clothes. The boy. He listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Son," he said, "you need to be real careful about the stories you tell around here." "I'm not telling stories," I snapped. "I saw it." He nodded once, like he'd expected that answer. Then he stood up, walked to the door, and locked it. When he turned back to me, his face had changed. The friendliness was gone. The patience was gone. Only something cold remained. "Let me give you some advice," he said quietly. "You finish your job. You pack your things. And you leave Red Hill. Tonight." I stared at him, stunned. "Are you threatening me?" He shook his head. "No. I'm protecting you." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Because if you go back up that ridge, you won't come down again." I didn't know what to say to the sheriff. Part of me wanted to argue, to demand answers, to insist he send someone up the ridge to see what I'd seen. But the look in his eyes stopped me cold. It wasn't anger. It wasn't annoyance. It was fear. Real, bone-deep fear. The kind that comes from knowing exactly what's out there, and knowing you can't stop it. "I'm not leaving," I said finally, though my voice shook. "I have a job to finish." He stepped closer, lowering his voice even more. "Son, you don't understand. There are things in these mountains that don't get talked about. Things that don't make it into reports. You go poking around, you're gonna end up like the others." "The others?" I asked. He hesitated. Just for a second. But it was enough. I pressed. "What others?" He looked toward the window, as if checking whether anyone was listening. Then he said, "People go missing up there. Always have. Kids, mostly. Sometimes grown men. Sometimes whole families pack up and leave overnight, and nobody asks why. Folks around here learned a long time ago that some questions ain't worth the answers." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "And you're okay with that?" His jaw tightened. "Doesn't matter what I'm okay with. My job is to keep this town from tearing itself apart. And that means keeping outsiders from stirring up old wounds." I stared at him, stunned. "So you're telling me to ignore what I saw? I'm telling you to stay alive." He unlocked the door and stepped aside. "Go back to your motel. Pack your things. Leave before dark." I walked out without another word. The sunlight felt harsh after the dim office, like stepping out of a cave. I got into my truck and sat there for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel, trying to steady my breathing. Leave before dark. The sheriff's warning echoed in my head, but something in me refused to listen. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe pride. Maybe the image of that clearing, the tiny jacket, the little shoes, burned too deep into my mind to walk away from. I drove back to the motel, but instead of packing, I sat on the bed and stared at the wall. My thoughts kept circling back to the boy I'd seen. The way he'd pointed deeper into the woods. The way he'd shaken his head. Was he real? A hallucination? A memory of someone who'd been there before? I didn't know. But I knew I couldn't leave without answers. Around 3 in the afternoon, I heard a truck pull into the parking lot. I peeked through the curtain and saw Dale climbing out, looking worse than ever, pale, sweaty, eyes bloodshot like he hadn't slept in days. He looked around nervously before heading toward my room. I opened the door before he could knock. He jumped. "Jesus, Mark! You scared the hell out of me. We need to talk," I said. He pushed past me into the room, pacing like a trapped animal. "You shouldn't have gone up the ridge alone. You shouldn't have gone near that clearing. So you know about it," I said. He froze. I stepped closer. What is that place, Dale? He rubbed his face with both hands. I told you not to go up there. That's not an answer. He sank onto the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, head in his hands. For a long moment he didn't speak. Then he said, You ever hear of the Black Hollow disappearances? I shook my head. Of course you haven't. Folks don't talk about it. Not anymore. But back in the 60s and 70s, kids started going missing. One here, one there. Always from the hollers. Always without a trace. People blamed everything, bears, drifters, the mines, even the government. But nobody ever found bodies. Nobody ever found anything. He looked up at me, eyes hollow. Except clothes. My stomach twisted. Those stakes you saw, he continued. Those were boundary markers. Not for land. For territory. Someone, or something, was claiming that ridge. And the clothes, those were left behind. By who? I asked. He shook his head. I don't know. Nobody knows. But people learn to stay away. Learn to keep their kids close. Learn not to ask questions. I sat down across from him. Dale, I saw a boy up there. He stared at me, unblinking. What did he look like? I described him, the dirty shirt, the oversized jeans, the bare feet. Dale's face went white. What? I asked. Do you know him? He swallowed hard. There was a kid. Back in '78. Name was Eli Turner. Went missing near that ridge. Search parties looked for weeks. Never found him. But folks said he was wearing jeans too big for him. Hand-me-downs from his older brother. A cold shiver ran through me. You think I saw his ghost? Dale shook his head violently. No. No ghosts. Not up there. Whatever you saw, it wasn't a ghost. Then what was it? He stood up suddenly. We need to go. Now. Before they come looking. Who? I demanded. He didn't answer. He grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door. But before we reached it, someone knocked. 3 slow, deliberate taps. The same as the night before. Dale froze. His grip tightened on my arm. The knock came again. Mark, a voice said. Open the door. Not the sheriff. Not Harlan. Someone else. Someone who knew my name. Dale leaned close and whispered. Don't move. Don't make a sound. We stood there, barely breathing, as the shadow under the door shifted. Then another shadow joined it. Then a third. The man outside spoke again, his voice calm, almost friendly. We just want to talk. Dale's whisper trembled. They're not here to talk. The shadows lingered a moment longer. Then, slowly, they moved away. We waited until the footsteps faded completely before Dale finally let go of my arm. We need to leave, he said. Right now. But before we could move, the motel phone rang. Once. Twice. 3 times. Dale stared at it like it was a snake. On the 4th ring, I picked it up. A voice on the other end whispered. You shouldn't have gone up the ridge. The voice on the phone was barely more than a whisper, but it cut through me like a blade. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't the sheriff. It wasn't Harlan. It wasn't the man who knocked on my door the night before. It was someone else entirely. Someone who sounded calm, almost gentle, like they were giving me advice rather than a threat. You shouldn't have gone up the ridge, the voice repeated. You need to leave, Mark. Tonight. Before I could respond, the line went dead. I lowered the phone slowly, my hand trembling. Dale stood across the room, staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. They know your name, he said. That means they've been watching you. They've been watching both of us. I swallowed hard. Who are they? He shook his head. Not who. What? I didn't understand what he meant, but I didn't have time to ask. Dale grabbed my arm again. We're leaving. Now. He dragged me toward the door. But I pulled free. Dale, stop. I need answers. I'm not running blind. He turned on me, face twisted with fear and frustration. You don't get it. You think this is about land disputes? About some old stories? This is bigger than that. These people, these families, they've been here for generations. They know every inch of these mountains. They know how to make someone disappear without a trace. And they don't like outsiders poking around. Then tell me what they're hiding. He hesitated. His eyes darted to the window, then back to me. Finally, he said, they're hiding the truth about Black Hollow. About what happened up there. About what's still happening. I stepped closer. Then tell me. He opened his mouth to speak. But a truck engine roared outside. Dale froze. They're here. I moved to the window and peeked through the curtain. A dark pickup had pulled into the lot, its headlights off. 3 men climbed out. I recognized one of them, Harlan, the man from the woods. The other 2 were strangers, but they had the same look, hard faces, heavy boots, the kind of men who didn't knock twice. They started walking toward my room. Dale grabbed my shoulder. Back door. No. There was no back door. But there was a bathroom window. We rushed inside. Dale shoved it open and climbed out first, landing in the gravel behind the building. I followed, scraping my arm on the frame. As soon as my feet hit the ground, Dale grabbed my wrist and pulled me toward the tree line. Behind us, I heard my motel door slam open. Check the bathroom, a voice barked. We ran. Branches whipped my face. Rocks slid under my boots. The forest behind the motel was dense, tangled, and pitch black, but Dale moved like he knew every inch of it. I stumbled after him, lungs burning, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Voices echoed behind us. Over here! Don't let him get to the ridge! Dale pulled me down a steep embankment, and we slid into a dry creek bed. He crouched low, motioning for me to do the same. We pressed ourselves against the dirt wall, trying to catch our breath. They're not gonna stop, he whispered. Not until they find us. Why? I whispered back. What did I do? You saw the clearing, he said. That's enough. I shook my head. But why does it matter? What is that place? He looked at me, eyes hollow. It's where they take him. Take who? He didn't answer. Above us, flashlights swept through the trees. Boots crunched on leaves. The men were close, too close. One wrong move, one snapped twig, and they'd be on us. Dale leaned close, his voice barely audible. We need to get to the old service road. If we can make it there, we can get to my cousin's place. He'll hide us. I nodded. We waited until the voices drifted farther away, then crawled along the creek bed, staying low. The moonlight barely reached us through the canopy, but Dale moved with purpose, guiding me through the darkness. After what felt like an hour, the creek bed widened and the trees thinned. Dale pointed ahead. Service road's just past that rise. We climbed the slope, using roots for leverage. My legs shook with exhaustion. My throat felt raw. Every sound made me flinch. When we reached the top, I saw it, a narrow dirt road cutting through the trees, overgrown but still passable. Dale exhaled shakily. We made it. But before we could step onto the road, a figure stepped out from behind a tree. Harlan. He held a shotgun casually, like it was an extension of his arm. Told you to stay off the ridge, he said. Dale shoved me backward. Run! I stumbled down the slope as the shotgun roared. The blast lit up the trees. Dale cried out, a short, sharp sound that cut off too quickly. I hit the ground hard, rolled, scrambled to my feet, and ran. Branches tore at my clothes. Rocks bruised my shins. I didn't look back. I couldn't. All I could hear was the pounding of my heart and the echo of that shotgun blast. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes. Hours. Time didn't exist in that darkness. Eventually, my legs gave out, and I collapsed against a fallen log, gasping for air. The forest was silent again. Too silent. I listened for footsteps, voices, anything. Nothing. I was alone. Or so I thought. Because as I sat there, trying to steady my breathing, I heard something behind me. A soft rustle. A whisper of movement. I turned slowly. And there, standing between the trees, was the boy. The same boy from the clearing. Bare feet. Dirty shirt. Hair in his eyes. He stared at me, unblinking. Then he lifted his hand again. And pointed deeper into the woods. Not a warning this time. A direction. A path. A way out. Or a way in. I didn't know. But I knew I didn't have a choice. I stood up, legs trembling, and followed him into the darkness. The boy moved through the trees without a sound, slipping between the trunks like he'd been born from the forest itself. I followed him because I didn't know what else to do. Running blindly through the mountains in the dark would have gotten me killed, and staying put would have been worse. At least the boy seemed to know where he was going. The forest grew denser as we walked. The air felt colder, heavier, like the night itself was pressing down on us. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see flashlights cutting through the darkness, or to hear the crunch of boots behind me. But the woods were silent except for the soft rustle of leaves under the boy's bare feet. After a while, he stopped at the edge of a ravine. The moonlight filtered through the branches, illuminating a narrow path that wound down into the shadows below. The boy pointed down the slope, then looked at me with an expression I couldn't read, fear, maybe, or warning. "You want me to go down there?" I whispered. He didn't answer. He just stepped back into the trees and vanished, swallowed by the darkness as if he'd never been there at all. I stood alone at the top of the ravine, heart pounding, breath fogging in the cold air. I didn't want to go down. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run, to get as far from this place as possible. But I couldn't go back, not with Harlan and the others hunting me. And I couldn't stay where I was. So I started down the path. The slope was steep, the dirt loose under my boots. I grabbed roots and rocks to keep from sliding. The deeper I went, the colder it got. The trees grew twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The moonlight barely touched the ground. Halfway down, I heard something behind me. A soft crunch. A footstep. I froze, listening. Another step. Closer. I turned slowly, expecting to see the boy again. But it wasn't him. A man stood at the top of the ravine, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. I couldn't see his face, but I recognized the shape of his shoulders, the way he held himself. Harlan. He raised the shotgun. I dove behind a fallen log as the blast tore through the night. Bark exploded above me. I slid farther down the slope, grabbing at roots to keep from tumbling. Another shot rang out, the sound echoing through the ravine. "Mark!" Harlan shouted. "Ain't no point running! You're already dead!" I didn't answer. I crawled along the ravine wall, keeping low, moving as fast as I could without making noise. My hands were numb, my legs shaking. Every breath felt like fire in my chest. Another blast. Dirt sprayed my face. I reached the bottom of the ravine and stumbled into a narrow gully. The walls rose high on either side, forming a natural corridor. I followed it, half running, half falling, until the sound of Harlan's footsteps faded behind me. The gully opened into a clearing. Not the clearing with the clothes. A different one. This one was larger, ringed by boulders and dead trees. In the center stood a shack, small, crooked, barely more than a pile of boards held together by rusted nails. The roof sagged. The door hung open. A faint light flickered inside. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing. Every instinct told me to stay away. But I heard voices behind me, distant, but getting closer. Harlan wasn't alone anymore. I ran to the shack. The door creaked as I pushed it open. The inside smelled of damp wood and old smoke. A lantern sat on a crate, its flame flickering weakly. The floor was dirt, packed hard by years of footsteps. In the corner, a pile of blankets lay in a heap. And on the wall, I froze. Pinned to the boards were photographs. Dozens of them. Children. Men. Women. All of them staring into the camera with hollow eyes. Some looked scared. Some looked confused. Some looked like they'd already given up. My stomach twisted. These were the missing. The ones Dale had mentioned. The ones the sheriff refused to talk about. The ones the town pretended didn't exist. I stepped closer, scanning the faces. Some were recent. Some were decades old. And then I saw him. The boy. The same boy who'd led me through the woods. His picture was old, faded, edges curled. But it was him. Same hair. Same eyes. Same oversized jeans. Eli Turner. My breath caught in my throat. He wasn't a ghost. He wasn't a hallucination. He was real. Or he had been. I didn't have time to process it. Footsteps approached the shack. Voices murmured outside. I ducked behind the crate, hard hammering, trying to make myself as small as possible. The door creaked. Light spilled in. Harlan stepped inside, shotgun raised. Behind him were two other men, one tall and thin, the other short and broad. Their faces were hard, expressionless. Harlan scanned the room slowly. "Mark," he said, voice calm. "Come on out now. No need to make this harder." I held my breath. The tall man stepped toward the photographs. "He saw all this," he said. "Ain't no going back from that." Harlan nodded. "Then we finish it." He took another step into the shack. And then, a sound echoed through the clearing. A soft rustle. A whisper. All three men turned. Standing at the edge of the clearing was the boy. Eli. His bare feet were covered in mud. His shirt hung off his thin frame. His eyes were dark, unreadable. Harlan lowered the shotgun slightly. "What the hell?" Eli lifted his hand and pointed at them. The air changed. The forest went silent. The men stiffened. The tall one whispered, No, that ain't possible." Eli took a step forward. The men backed away. Harlan raised the shotgun again, but his hands were shaking. "Stay back," he said. "Stay the hell back." Eli didn't stop. He kept walking. Slow. Steady. Unblinking. The men panicked. The short one bolted into the trees. The tall one followed, stumbling over roots. Harlan fired. The blast lit up the clearing. But Eli didn't flinch. He didn't fall. He didn't bleed. He just kept walking. Harlan dropped the shotgun and ran. Eli stopped in the center of the clearing. Then he turned his head toward the shack. Toward me. And he nodded. A single, slow nod. A signal. A warning. A command. I didn't know. But I knew I had to move. I crawled out from behind the crate, slipped through the back of the shack where the boards were loose, and ran into the trees. I didn't look back. Not at the shack. Not at the clearing. Not at the boy. I ran until my legs gave out, until the sky began to lighten, until the mountains around me turned from black to gray. When I finally stopped, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for air. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. But I was alive. For now. I don't know how long I sat there against that tree, gasping for breath, waiting for the forest to come alive with the sound of men hunting me. Every crack of a branch made me flinch. Every gust of wind felt like footsteps. My whole body trembled, not just from exhaustion, but from the realization that I had crossed a line I could never uncross. I had seen too much. I had heard too much. And now the mountains themselves felt hostile, like they were closing in around me. But the boy's nod, his silent signal, kept replaying in my mind. He hadn't led me to safety. Not exactly. He'd led me away from the men chasing me, yes, but deeper into the woods. Deeper into whatever truth lay buried in Black Hollow. And now I was alone, with no map, no flashlight, no sense of direction. I forced myself to stand. My legs shook, but they held. The sky above the trees was turning a pale gray, the first hint of dawn. If I could make it to daylight, maybe I could find a road, a trail, anything that would lead me out of this nightmare. I started walking. The forest was quiet, but not in the unnatural way it had been before. This was the quiet of early morning, when the world hasn't fully woken up yet. Birds would start soon. Insects. Life. I clung to that thought like a lifeline. After a few minutes, I found a narrow path, barely more than a deer trail, but it was something. I followed it, stepping over roots and ducking under low branches. The air grew warmer as the sun rose, though the light still struggled to break through the canopy. I walked for what felt like an hour before I heard it. Running water. A creek. Relief washed over me. Water meant direction. Water meant civilization. Water meant life. I pushed through a thicket of laurel bushes and emerged onto the bank of a narrow creek. The water was clear, rushing over smooth stones. I knelt and splashed my face, letting the cold shock me awake. Then I stood and followed the creek downstream, hoping it would lead me somewhere, anywhere. After a while, I noticed something odd. Footprints. Small ones. Bare feet. They followed the creek, weaving in and out of the mud. The same size as the boys. The same shape. Fresh. I hesitated. Following them felt wrong, like stepping deeper into a story I didn't want to be part of. But the creek curved away into dense brush, and the footprints followed a clearer path along the bank. I chose the footprints. They led me to a fallen tree that formed a natural bridge across the creek. On the other side, the forest opened into a wide clearing. Sunlight streamed through the branches, illuminating a cluster of old buildings, shacks, really, weathered and sagging, their roofs caved in, their walls leaning like tired old men. A ghost town. Or what was left of one. I stepped into the clearing cautiously. The air felt different here, still, heavy, like the place was holding its breath. The buildings were arranged in a loose circle around a central well. Rusted tools lay scattered in the dirt. A broken wagon wheel leaned against a stump. Everything was coated in a thin layer of moss and decay. This was Black Hollow. The real Black Hollow. Not the ridge. Not the clearing with the clothes. This. A forgotten settlement swallowed by the mountains. I walked toward the nearest shack. The door hung open, creaking softly in the breeze. Inside, the floor was covered in debris. Broken furniture, torn fabric, old newspapers turned to mush. A child's toy lay in the corner, half buried in dirt. A wooden horse with one wheel missing. I stepped back outside, my chest tight. The footprints continued toward the well. I followed them. The well was old, stones cracked, rope frayed, the wooden cover broken in half. I peered inside, but the darkness swallowed everything. I couldn't see the bottom. A faint sound drifted up from the depths. A whisper. I jerked back, heart hammering. The whisper came again. Not words. Just breath. I stumbled away from the well, nearly tripping over a root. My pulse pounded in my ears. I turned to run. And froze. The boy stood at the edge of the clearing. Eli. He watched me silently, his expression unreadable. His bare feet were muddy. His shirt hung off his thin frame. His hair fell into his eyes. I took a step toward him. Eli, I said, my voice shaking. What do you want from me? He didn't answer. He lifted his hand and pointed at the well. I shook my head. No. No, I'm not going down there. He pointed again, more insistently. I backed away. I can't. I'm not. A sound cut me off. Footsteps. Heavy ones. Voices. Men. Coming fast. I spun around. 3 figures emerged from the trees, Harlan and the 2 others. Their faces were twisted with anger and something else, fear. There he is! One shouted. I turned back to the boy. He was gone. Just gone. Harlan raised his shotgun. End of the line, Mark. I ran. Not toward the trees. Not toward the creek. Toward the well. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I just moved. Harlan shouted. The shotgun roared. Dirt exploded at my feet. I reached the well, grabbed the rope, and swung myself over the edge. The rope snapped. I fell. Darkness swallowed me. The world vanished. And then, cold water. I plunged into it, the shock stealing my breath. I kicked upward, breaking the surface, gasping. The well was deeper than I'd imagined, far deeper. The walls were slick stone, impossible to climb. Above me, the men shouted. A flashlight beam stabbed into the darkness. There he is! Shoot him! A gunshot echoed down the shaft, the bullet ricocheting off stone. I ducked under the water, held my breath, waited. When I surfaced again, the voices were fading. Footsteps retreated. Silence. I floated in the darkness, shivering, my breath ragged. Then I heard it. A whisper. Right behind me. I turned slowly, and saw a shape in the water. Small. Thin. Bare feet kicking gently. The boy. Eli. He stared at me, his face pale in the faint light filtering down the well. Then he spoke. His voice was soft. Fragile. Broken. They're not the only ones down here. For a moment I couldn't move. The cold water pressed against my ribs, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. Eli floated a few feet away, his face pale in the faint shaft of light filtering down the well. His eyes were dark, unreadable, ancient in a way no child's eyes should ever be. They're not the only ones down here, he whispered again, his voice barely rippling the surface of the water. I swallowed hard. Who else is here? He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and began drifting toward a narrow gap in the stone wall, an opening I hadn't noticed before, half submerged, just wide enough for a child to slip through. He looked back at me. Then he disappeared into the darkness. I hesitated only a second before following. The gap scraped my shoulders as I squeezed through, the cold stone pressing against my skin. The water rose to my chin, then to my mouth. I had to tilt my head back to breathe. The passage was tight, claustrophobic, the ceiling so low I could feel it brushing my hair. For a moment I thought I'd made a mistake, that I'd get stuck, drown, die in the dark where no one would ever find me. But then the passage widened. I emerged into a cavern. A real cavern, huge, echoing, lit by faint shafts of light filtering through cracks in the rock above. The water pulled around my waist, shimmering in the dim glow. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like jagged teeth. The air smelled of damp earth and something else, something metallic, like old blood. Eli stood on a rocky ledge, watching me. I climbed out of the water, shivering, my clothes clinging to my skin. The cavern was silent except for the distant drip of water. My footsteps echoed as I approached the boy. Eli, I said softly. Why did you bring me here? He didn't speak. He pointed deeper into the cavern. I followed his gaze. At first, I thought the shapes in the shadows were rocks. Then I realized they were not rocks. They were bodies. Dozens of them. Maybe more. Some were old, nothing but bones wrapped in scraps of clothing. Others were newer, their skin pale and waxy, their limbs twisted unnaturally. They lay in piles, stacked like discarded dolls, their empty eyes staring into the darkness. My stomach lurched. I staggered backward, covering my mouth. Oh God! Eli didn't react. He just watched me with that same hollow expression. I forced myself to look again. Among the bodies, I recognized faces from the photographs in the shack. Men, women, children. People who had vanished from the hollers over decades. People the town had forgotten. People the sheriff had refused to talk about. People someone had brought here. Someone who knew these mountains. Someone who knew how to hide things. Someone who didn't want the truth to ever come out. I turned to Eli. Who did this? He lowered his gaze. Then he pointed upward. At first, I didn't understand. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Above us. Muffled voices. The scrape of boots on stone. They were searching the ridge. They were close. Too close. I looked back at the boy. Why show me this? Why me? He stepped closer, his bare feet silent on the rock. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. Because you're not like them. Like who? He didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and touched my hand. His skin was cold. Colder than the water. Colder than the stone. A chill shot through me, freezing me in place. Then he let go, and pointed toward a narrow tunnel at the far end of the cavern. A way out. Or another trap. I didn't know. But I knew I couldn't stay. I took a step toward the tunnel. Then another. Behind me, the voices grew louder. Closer. Eli watched me go, his expression unreadable. Just before I entered the tunnel, I looked back one last time. He raised his hand. Not pointing. Waving. A goodbye. Or a warning. I turned and slipped into the darkness. The tunnel was narrow, twisting, the ceiling low enough that I had to crouch. The air grew colder as I moved deeper, the walls slick with moisture. My breath echoed in the confined space, mixing with the distant drip of water. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into another chamber, smaller, but with a faint glow coming from above. A shaft of light filtered through a crack in the ceiling, illuminating a pile of debris, broken boards, rusted metal, old tools. A ladder leaned against the wall. Old. Rotting. But intact. I grabbed it, testing the rungs. They creaked but held. Above me, the crack in the ceiling widened into a narrow opening, just big enough to squeeze through. I climbed. The ladder groaned under my weight. Splinters dug into my palms. Halfway up, a rung snapped, and I nearly fell. I clung to the sides, heart pounding, then kept climbing. At the top, I pushed myself through the opening and rolled onto solid ground. I lay there for a moment, gasping, staring up at the sky. I was outside. In the forest. Alive. Barely. I sat up slowly, looking around. I was on the far side of the ridge. Miles from the well. Miles from the shack. Miles from the men hunting me. The sun was rising, casting long shadows across the trees. I stood, legs trembling, and started walking. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know who might be waiting. But I knew one thing. I had to get out of these mountains. Before they swallowed me too. I walked for hours without knowing where I was going. The forest felt endless, the ridges rising and falling like waves frozen in time. My clothes were still damp from the well, and every step sent a cold shiver through me. But the sun was up now, filtering through the branches in thin, golden beams. Birds called from somewhere high above. The world felt alive again, alive in a way it hadn't since I'd stepped onto that ridge. But I wasn't safe. Not even close. Every time the wind shifted, I expected to hear voices behind me. Every time a branch snapped, I flinched. The mountains were quiet, but not empty. I could feel it, like eyes watching from behind the trees, waiting for me to make a mistake. By midday, my legs were shaking. My throat was dry. I hadn't eaten since the day before. I stumbled down a slope and nearly fell into a shallow stream. I knelt beside it, cupped my hands, and drank. The water was cold and clean, and for a moment, it felt like life itself. I splashed my face, trying to clear my head. That's when I heard it. A twig snapping. Close. Too close. I spun around, heart hammering. A man stood on the opposite bank. Not Harlan. Not one of the men from the motel. Someone else. He was older, maybe in his 60s, with a gray beard and a weathered face. His clothes were worn but clean. He held a walking stick, not a gun. And he watched me with an expression I couldn't read, part suspicion, part concern. "You look like hell," he said. His voice was rough, but not unkind. I didn't answer. I didn't trust my voice. He stepped closer, but not too close. "You lost?" I swallowed hard. "Something like that." He studied me for a long moment. Then he nodded toward the trees behind him. "My cabin's not far. Got food?" water, first aid. You look like you could use all three. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me not to trust anyone in these mountains. Not after what I'd seen. Not after what I'd run from. But I had no strength left. No direction. No plan. And the man didn't look like the others. He didn't have that hard, closed-off look. He didn't move like a hunter. He didn't speak like someone hiding a secret. He just looked tired. "Who are you?" I asked. "Name's Whitaker," he said. "Been living out here near 40 years. Ain't much for town life." He gestured again. "Come on. Before someone else finds you." That last part made my blood run cold. "Someone else?" I asked. He didn't answer. He just turned and started walking. I followed. His cabin was small but sturdy, tucked between two massive oaks. Smoke curled from the chimney. A stack of firewood sat neatly beside the door. It looked lived in, but not neglected. A place built by someone who knew how to survive out here. Inside, it was warm. A fire crackled in the stove. A pot simmered on top, filling the room with the smell of stew. Whitaker motioned for me to sit at the table. "Eat," he said. "You look like you're about to fall over." I didn't argue. I ate like a starving man, because that's what I was. When I finished, Whitaker poured me a cup of water and sat across from me. "No," he said. "Why don't you tell me what you're running from?" I hesitated. But something in his eyes, steady, patient, made me speak. I told him everything. The survey job. Dale. The clearing with the clothes. The men at the motel. The boy. The well. The cavern. The bodies. I didn't leave anything out. Whitaker didn't interrupt. He didn't react. He just listened, his expression growing darker with every word. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long, slow breath. "Damn," he said softly. "I was afraid of that." My stomach tightened. "Afraid of what?" He rubbed his temples. "Black Hollow's been bad ground for a long time. Longer than you'd believe. Folks think it started in the 60s, but it didn't. It goes back generations. Before the mines. Before the towns. Before the county lines were even drawn." I swallowed. "What happened there?" He looked at me with tired eyes. "People happened." He stood and walked to a shelf, pulling down an old tin box. Inside were photographs, black and white, faded, edges curled. He spread them on the table. Families. Children. Miners. Men with rifles. Women in long dresses. All standing in front of the same cluster of shacks I'd seen in the clearing. "This was Black Hollow," Whitaker said. "Back when it was a real settlement. Hard place to live. Harder place to survive. Folks there didn't trust outsiders. Didn't trust each other much either." He pointed to one photo, 3 men standing shoulder to shoulder, their faces stern. "These were the Hollow Wardens. Self-appointed. Said they kept the peace. Truth is, they kept control. Anyone crossed them, disappeared." My blood ran cold. "Disappeared how?" I asked. Whitaker met my eyes. "The same way you saw." I felt sick. "But that was 100 years ago," I said. "Why is it still happening?" He sighed. "Because the families didn't die out. They spread. Married into other hollers. Took their secrets with them. Some of the old ways stuck. Some of the old grudges, too." He leaned closer. "And some of the old bloodlines." I stared at him. "You're saying the men hunting me, they're descendants of the Wardens?" He nodded. "They think they're protecting the mountains. Protecting their legacy. Protecting the truth." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "What truth?" Whitaker hesitated. Then he said, "That the Hollow never stopped talking people." I swallowed hard. "And the boy? Eli?" Whitaker's expression softened. "Some souls don't leave these mountains," he said quietly. "Not all of them stay dead either." I stared at him, stunned. "You're saying he's a ghost?" Whitaker shook his head. No. Not a ghost. Not exactly. Then what is he? Whitaker looked toward the window, toward the trees. A reminder. He turned back to me. And a warning. Before I could ask what he meant, a sound echoed outside. A truck engine. Then another. Then voices. Whitaker's face went pale. They found us. He grabbed my arm. Back door. Now. But before we could move, someone pounded on the front door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. The same pattern. The same rhythm. The same message. Whitaker whispered. Run. Whitaker's voice was barely more than a breath. But the urgency in it hit me like a punch. He didn't wait for me to react. He shoved me toward the back of the cabin, his grip surprisingly strong for a man his age. The pounding on the front door came again, 3 slow, deliberate knocks that made the walls tremble. Whitaker, a voice called. We know he's in there. Harlan. I froze. Whitaker spun me around and grabbed my shoulders. Listen to me. You go out the back, down the slope, follow the creek. Don't stop. Don't look back. Don't talk to anyone. What about you? I whispered. He gave a grim smile. I've been dealing with these bastards longer than you've been alive. I'll buy you time. Before I could argue, he shoved me again. Go. The front door rattled under another heavy knock. The wood groaned. Whitaker grabbed his shotgun from the corner and cocked it with a sound that echoed through the cabin. Last chance, Harlan called. Open up. Whitaker didn't answer. He looked at me one last time. Run. I slipped out the back door just as the front door exploded inward. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the trees. I sprinted down the slope, branches whipping my face, roots grabbing at my boots. Behind me, voices erupted, shouting, cursing, the unmistakable crack of a shotgun blast. I didn't look back. The slope leveled out near the creek. I stumbled into the water, the cold biting into my ankles, and followed it downstream. The forest blurred around me. My lungs burned. My legs felt like they were made of lead. But I kept going. After a few minutes, the gunfire stopped. Then came a scream. Not Whitaker's. One of theirs. Then another. Then silence. I slowed, chest heaving, listening. Nothing. Just the creek. Just the wind. Just the forest. I didn't know what had happened back at the cabin. I didn't want to know. All I could do was keep moving. The creek wound through a narrow ravine, the walls rising steeply on either side. The water deepened, forcing me to climb onto the bank. The trees grew thicker, the shadows darker. The sun was sinking behind the ridges, turning the sky a deep orange. I needed to find a road. A house. Anything. But the mountains stretched on endlessly. After another hour of walking, I heard something ahead. A motor. A generator. I froze, listening. The sound was faint but steady, coming from somewhere beyond the trees. I crept forward, pushing through a tangle of brush until I saw it. A trailer. Old, rusted, sitting crooked on cinder blocks. A single light glowed in the window. A generator hummed beside it. Smoke curled from a metal chimney pipe. Someone lived here. Someone who might help. Or someone who might kill me. I crouched low, watching. A figure moved inside, slow, deliberate. A man. Alone. I stepped closer, careful not to snap a branch. Then I heard it. A soft rustle behind me. I spun around. The boy stood at the edge of the clearing. Eli. His face was pale in the fading light. His eyes were dark, unreadable. He didn't move. Didn't blink. I whispered, "What do you want from me?" He lifted his hand and pointed at the trailer. My stomach twisted. "No," I whispered. "Not again. I'm done with this. I'm done with your warnings." He didn't react. He just kept pointing. I turned back toward the trailer. The man inside stepped into view, and my blood ran cold. It was Dale. Alive. but not the same. His face was bruised, his shirt torn, his eyes wild, darting around the room like he expected someone to burst in at any moment. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, clutching something in his hand. A cloth. Red. Faded. A strip of fabric tied around a wooden stake. One of the markers from the ridge. I stepped back, heart pounding. Eli lowered his hand. Then he whispered, so softly I barely heard it. Don't trust him. I turned to ask him what he meant. But he was gone. Again. I stared at the empty space where he'd stood, my breath fogging in the cold air. Then I looked back at the trailer. Dale stopped pacing. He turned toward the window and saw me. His eyes widened. He stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. Then he rushed to the door. Mark! He shouted. Get in here! Now! I didn't move. He flung the door open, his face twisted with desperation. They're coming! He yelled. You gotta hide! You gotta! He froze. His eyes went wide. He stared past me, at something behind me. Slowly I turned. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing. Not Eli. Not Harlan. Someone else. Someone taller. Broader. Wearing a sackcloth mask. A smile stitched across the front. My blood turned to ice. Dale screamed. Run! The masked figure stepped forward, and the forest went silent. For a split second, everything froze. The clearing, the trees, the fading light, even the air itself. The masked figure stood perfectly still at the edge of the clearing. The stitched-on smile stretched across the sackcloth like a cruel joke. Dale stood in the doorway of the trailer, his chest heaving, eyes wide with terror. And I stood between them, unable to move, unable to breathe. Then the masked man took a step forward. Just one. But it was enough to break whatever spell held us. Dale screamed. Mark, run! I didn't think. I didn't hesitate. I bolted toward the trees, my boots slipping in the mud, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. Behind me, I heard Dale slam the trailer door shut, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. Furniture, maybe, barricading the entrance. The masked man didn't chase me. Not at first. He walked. Slow. Deliberate. Like he knew I couldn't outrun him forever. I sprinted through the trees, branches whipping my face, roots grabbing at my ankles. The forest blurred around me. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. But I kept going, driven by pure, animal terror. Behind me, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A second set of footsteps. Then a third. They were not running. They were following. Tracking. Hunting. I stumbled down a slope and nearly fell into a ditch. I caught myself on a tree trunk, gasping, and looked back. 3 figures stood at the edge of the clearing, all wearing sackcloth masks, all with stitched smiles, all watching me. I turned and ran again. The forest grew darker as the sun dipped behind the ridge. Shadows stretched across the ground like grasping hands. The air grew colder, heavier. Every sound echoed, my breath, my footsteps, the pounding of my heart. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know if I was heading towards safety or deeper into danger. All I knew was that I had to keep moving. After what felt like an eternity, I burst into another clearing. This one was different. Smaller. Circular. And in the center stood a stone marker, old, weathered, covered in moss. A crude symbol was carved into it, worn almost smooth by time. I didn't recognize it, but something about it made my skin crawl. I stepped closer, drawn to it despite myself. A whisper drifted through the trees. Not words. Just breath. I spun around. The boy stood at the edge of the clearing. Eli. His face was pale in the fading light. His eyes were dark, hollow. He didn't move. Didn't blink. I took a step toward him. Eli, please. I don't know what to do. He lifted his hand and pointed behind me. I turned slowly. The masked men stood at the opposite edge of the clearing. 3 of them. Silent. Still. Watching. Eli didn't move. Neither did they. For a moment, the world held its breath. Then the tallest masked man stepped forward. He spoke. His voice was low, muffled by the sackcloth, but unmistakably human. You shouldn't have come here. My throat tightened. I didn't know. You saw what wasn't meant for you, he said. You walked where you weren't invited. You dug up what should have stayed buried. I backed away, my hands trembling. I didn't want any of this. I was just doing my job. He tilted his head. The stitched smile twisted with the movement. No one comes to Black Hollow by accident. The other 2 stepped forward, flanking him. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the stone marker. Eli didn't move. He just watched. The tall man raised his hand. A signal. The other 2 stepped closer. I closed my eyes. Then, a scream tore through the clearing. Not mine. Not the masked men's. Dale's. It came from somewhere behind the trees, raw and desperate. The masked men froze. The tall one turned his head slightly, listening. Another scream. Closer. Then crashing footsteps. Dale burst into the clearing, blood running down his face, his shirt torn, his eyes wild. Mark! He shouted. Run! There! He didn't finish. A 4th masked figure tackled him from behind, slamming him to the ground. Dale screamed again as the man pinned him, raising a knife. I moved without thinking. I grabbed a fallen branch and swung it as hard as I could. It cracked against the masked man's head, knocking him sideways. Dale scrambled free, gasping, blood pouring from a cut on his arm. Go! He shouted. Go! The other masked men advanced. I grabbed Dale's arm and pulled him toward the trees. We ran. Branches tore at our clothes. Rocks bruised our shins. The forest roared around us with the sound of our own panic. Behind us, the masked men followed. Not running. Walking. Always walking. Always closing in. We stumbled down a slope and crashed into a thicket of briars. Dale cried out as thorns tore into his skin. I dragged him through, ignoring the pain, ignoring the blood. When we finally broke free, we collapsed beside a fallen log, gasping for air. Dale clutched his side, blood seeping through his fingers. Mark! I can't keep running. I grabbed his shoulders. We don't have a choice. He shook his head weakly. You don't understand. They're not gonna stop. They're never gonna stop. I looked back toward the trees. The masked men stood at the top of the slope. Watching. Waiting. Silent. Eli stood beside them. Not masked. Not moving. Just watching. His eyes met mine. And for the first time, I saw something in them. Not warning. Not fear. Not sorrow. Something else. Something ancient. Something hungry. Dale whispered. Mark, what do we do? I didn't have an answer. Because in that moment, I realized something terrible. The masked men weren't the ones in control. They weren't the ones hunting us. They were running too. From him. From the boy. From whatever he had become. And now, he was looking at me. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. The clearing, the trees, the fading light, everything seemed to tilt, as if the whole mountain had shifted beneath my feet. Dale clutched my arm, trembling, blood dripping from his sleeve. The masked men stood at the top of the slope, their stitched smiles frozen in the dim light. And Eli. Eli stood beside them, small and silent, his eyes fixed on me with a depth that didn't belong to any child. Dale whispered. Mark, he ain't human. He ain't been human for a long time. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed. Eli took a step forward. The masked men stepped back. All 3 of them. They were afraid of him. Terrified. And that terrified me more than anything else. Dale tugged at my sleeve. We gotta move. Now. But my legs wouldn't respond. I was rooted to the spot, staring at the boy as he walked toward us. His bare feet made no sound on the forest floor. His eyes never blinked. His expression never changed. He stopped a few feet away. Close enough that I could see the dirt under his fingernails. Close enough that I could see the faint outline of bruises on his neck. Old bruises. Decades old. He lifted his hand. Not pointing this time. Reaching. Toward me. Dale yanked me backward. Don't touch him. Don't let him touch you. Eli's hand hovered in the air, inches from my chest. Then he spoke. His voice was soft, fragile, like a breath caught between worlds. They took me. My heart lurched. He lowered his hand. They took all of us. Behind him, the masked men shifted uneasily. One of them whispered something I couldn't hear. The tall one, the leader, took a step forward. Eli, he said, his voice trembling despite the mask. You need to go back. Eli didn't turn. He didn't acknowledge him. He just stared at me. You saw, he whispered. You saw what they did. I swallowed hard. Yes. You saw where they put us. Yes. You saw what they became. I hesitated. Then nodded. Eli blinked for the first time. Slowly. Deliberately. They can't leave, he said. Not until someone tells. The tall masked man shouted. Eli! Enough! Eli didn't move. He didn't even flinch. Dale tugged at my arm again. Mark, we gotta go. He ain't talking to help us. He's talking to keep us here. But Eli shook his head. No, he whispered. I'm trying to let you go. The tall masked man lunged forward. Eli raised his hand. Just a small gesture. Barely a movement. But the masked man stopped mid-step, frozen like he'd hit an invisible wall. His breath hitched. His body trembled. Then he stumbled backward, dropping to his knees. The other two masked men bolted into the trees. Eli didn't chase them. He didn't even look at them. He just lowered his hand and turned back to me. You need to leave, he said. Before they find you again. Dale whispered. Mark, he's letting us go. We gotta take it. But I couldn't move. Not yet. Eli, I said softly. What do you want from me? He stepped closer. So close I could feel the cold radiating off him. You have to tell, he whispered. You have to make them hear. Make them see. Make them remember. My throat tightened. Remember what? He looked past me, toward the trees, toward the mountains, toward something I couldn't see. What they did to us. A gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and something older, something buried. Eli stepped back. The shadows swallowed him. One moment he was there. The next he was gone. Dale grabbed my arm. Mark, we're leaving. Right now. I didn't argue. We ran. Not away from the clearing. Not toward the ridge. But downhill, toward the valley, toward the faint hope of a road, a house, a voice that wasn't twisted by the mountains. The forest blurred around us. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. But I didn't stop. Not until the trees thinned and the ground leveled and the faint outline of a dirt road appeared through the branches. We stumbled onto it, gasping, covered in mud and blood. Dale collapsed to his knees. We made it. But I wasn't so sure. Because the forest behind us was silent. Too silent. And in that silence I heard it. A whisper. Not Eli's. Not the masked men's. Something older. Something deeper. Something that had been waiting a long, long time. Dale looked up at me, his face pale. Mark, what now? I stared down the empty road. Toward whatever came next. I don't know, I said. But I knew one thing. Black Hollow wasn't done with us. Not yet. For a long moment I couldn't move. The road stretched out before us like a lifeline, a thin strip of dirt cutting through the endless trees. Dale knelt beside me, clutching his bleeding arm, his breath ragged and shallow. Behind us, the forest loomed, dark, silent, watching. And somewhere in that silence, Eli's presence lingered like a cold hand on the back of my neck. Dale whispered, "Mark, we gotta keep going. If we stay here, they'll find us." I nodded, though my legs felt like they were made of stone. I helped him to his feet, and together we staggered down the road. The trees pressed close on either side, their branches arching overhead like ribs of some ancient beast. The air grew colder as the sun dipped behind the ridge, shadows stretching long across the dirt. We walked in silence for several minutes before Dale spoke again. "You saw it, didn't you?" he said quietly. In his eyes. I didn't answer. Because I had. Eli wasn't just a lost child. He wasn't just a victim. He was something else now. Something the mountains had kept. Something the mountains had changed. Dale swallowed hard. "He ain't alive, Mark. But he ain't dead either. He's stuck. Trapped. Same as the others." I stopped walking. "The others?" Dale nodded slowly. "All those kids. All those folks who went missing. They didn't leave. They didn't die. Not really. They're still here. In the hollow. In the mountains. Watching. Waiting. A chill crawled up my spine. "Waiting for what?" Dale looked at me with hollow eyes. "For someone to tell the truth." Before I could respond, a sound echoed through the trees. A low hum. Faint at first. Then louder. A vehicle. Coming fast. Dale grabbed my arm. "Get off the road!" We scrambled into the brush, crouching behind a fallen log. The hum grew louder, turning into the rumble of an engine. Headlights cut through the trees, sweeping across the road like searchlights. A truck. Not Harlan's. Not the sheriff's. Something older. Rusted. The kind of truck that belonged to someone who lived deep in the mountains, far from town. It slowed as it approached our hiding place. Then it stopped. The engine idled. A door creaked open. Boots hit the dirt. Someone stepped out. I held my breath. A flashlight beam swept across the trees, passing inches from my face. I ducked lower, heart pounding. Then a voice called out, "Mark?" My blood froze. It was Whitaker. Alive. I stood slowly, ignoring Dale's frantic whisper to stay down. Whitaker lowered the flashlight, relief washing over his face. "Thank God. I thought they got you." I stepped out onto the road. "Whitaker, how did you?" He held up a hand. "No time. Get in the truck. Both of you." Dale hesitated. "How do we know it's really you?" Whitaker gave a tired smile. "Because if it wasn't, you'd already be dead." That was enough. We climbed into the truck. Whitaker slammed the door and hit the gas, the tires spitting gravel as we sped down the road. The forest blurred past the windows, the trees melting into streaks of darkness. For a while, none of us spoke. Then Whitaker said, "They're scared." I frowned. "Who?" "The wardens," he said. "The masked men? The ones who've been hunting you. They're scared because you saw what they've been hiding for generations." Dale leaned forward. "Whitaker, what are they? Some kind of cult?" Whitaker shook his head. "No. Not a cult. A family. A bloodline. Passed down from the original settlers of Black Hollow. They think they're protecting the mountains. Protecting their legacy. Protecting the truth." "What truth?" I asked. Whitaker glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "That the Hollow takes what it wants." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "You mean Eli?" Whitaker nodded. "Him. And all the others. The wardens didn't kill him. Not all of them, anyway. Some they took. Some they offered. Some the Hollow took on its own." Dale shuddered. "Offered?" Whitaker didn't answer. He didn't have to. The silence said enough. We drove for another mile before Whitaker slowed the truck and pulled onto a narrow side road. The trees closed in around us, the branches scraping the roof like fingernails. Where are we going? I asked. Someplace safe, Whitaker said. For now. The road ended at a small clearing. A cabin sat at the far end, older than Whitaker's, but sturdy. Smoke drifted from the chimney. A lantern glowed in the window. Whitaker parked the truck and turned to us. You two stay here. Don't go outside. Don't open the door for anyone but me. Dale frowned. Where are you going? Whitaker opened the door. To finish something I should have finished a long time ago. Before we could stop him, he stepped out into the darkness and closed the door behind him. Dale slumped back in his seat. We're screwed, Mark. We're so screwed. I stared out the window, watching Whitaker disappear into the trees. No, I said quietly. Not yet. Because in the distance, just beyond the tree line, I saw him, Eli, standing perfectly still, watching, waiting, and I knew this wasn't over. Not even close. The cabin Whitaker left us in felt too quiet, too still. The kind of stillness that doesn't belong to a safe place, but to a place holding its breath. Dale sat slumped in a wooden chair near the stove, his injured arm wrapped in a strip of cloth he'd torn from his shirt. His face was pale, his eyes unfocused, drifting in and out of consciousness. I paced the room, unable to sit still. Every creak of the floorboards made me flinch. Every gust of wind against the window made my heart jump. The lantern on the table flickered, casting long shadows across the walls. Dale finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. You think he's coming back? I stopped pacing. Whitaker? He said he would. Dale shook his head weakly. Not him. The boy. A cold shiver crawled up my spine. I looked toward the window. The forest outside was pitch black, the trees swaying gently in the wind. But I could feel it, like a pressure in the air, like a presence just beyond the glass. He's not here, I said, though I wasn't sure if I believed it. Dale let out a shaky breath. You don't get it, Mark. He don't need to be here. He's everywhere in these mountains. He's part of them now. I didn't answer. Because deep down, I knew he was right. Before I could say anything else, a sound echoed outside. A branch snapping. Then another. Slow. Deliberate. Dale tensed. They found us. I moved to the window and peeked through the curtain. At first, I saw nothing. Then a figure stepped into the clearing. Whitaker. He walked slowly, shoulders slumped, shotgun hanging loosely in his hand. His clothes were torn. Blood stained his sleeve. He looked exhausted, beaten, but alive. I exhaled in relief. It's Whitaker. Dale didn't relax. You sure? I hesitated. Whitaker reached the porch and climbed the steps. He paused at the door, breathing heavily, then knocked once, softly. Not the 3 slow knocks. Just one. I opened the door. He stepped inside and shut it behind him, leaning against the wall as if the weight of the mountains had finally caught up to him. What happened? I asked. He wiped blood from his brow. Ran into the wardens. They were waiting for me. Thought they could finish what they started years ago. Dale swallowed hard. You kill them? Whitaker shook his head. No. But I slowed them down. Bought us time. He looked at me, his eyes heavy with something I couldn't read. Mark, we need to talk. I nodded. About what? He took a deep breath. About why the Hollow chose you. My stomach tightened. Chose me? Whitaker nodded. Eli didn't show himself to you by accident. The Hollow doesn't work like that. It doesn't reveal itself unless it wants something. Dale whispered. He wants him to tell. Whitaker looked at Dale, then back at me. It's more than that. The Hollow's been holding on to those souls for decades. Maybe longer. It's been waiting for someone who could carry the truth out of these mountains. I shook my head. I'm not chosen. I'm not special. I was just doing my job. Whitaker stepped closer. That's exactly why. You ain't from here. You ain't tied to these families. You ain't afraid to see what's right in front of you." He paused. "And you ain't afraid to run." Before I could respond, the lantern flickered violently, then went out. The cabin plunged into darkness. Dale gasped. "No, no, no, no." Whitaker grabbed his shotgun. "Stay behind me." A sound drifted through the cabin. A whisper. Soft. Cold. Close. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. Whitaker raised the shotgun. "Show yourself." The whisper came again, this time from the corner of the room. I turned slowly. A small figure stood there. Bare feet. Dirty shirt. Hair hanging in his eyes. Eli. But something was different. His eyes weren't hollow anymore. They glowed faintly in the darkness. Whitaker stepped forward. "Eli, you don't need to do this." Eli tilted his head. Then he spoke. "You left us." Whitaker froze. Dale whispered, "Oh God." Eli stepped closer, his voice trembling with something that sounded like grief. "You left us in the dark." Whitaker lowered the shotgun slightly. "Eli, I tried. I swear to God I tried." "You ran," Eli whispered. "You ran and you let them take us." Whitaker's voice cracked. "I was a kid. I didn't know what to do." Eli's expression didn't change. "You knew." Whitaker's hands shook. "You knew," Eli repeated, his voice rising, echoing through the cabin like a cold wind. "You knew what they were doing. You knew what they were taking. And you did nothing." Whitaker fell to his knees. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so damn sorry." Eli stepped closer. Close enough to touch him. Close enough to end him. But he didn't. He turned to me. His eyes dimmed. "You have to tell." I swallowed hard. "Tell who?" "Everyone." Whitaker looked up, tears in his eyes. "Mark, don't listen to him. The Hollow don't want justice. It wants blood." Eli shook his head slowly. "No." He pointed at me. "It wants truth." The cabin shook. The windows rattled. The floorboards groaned. Outside voices rose, shouting, screaming, the wardens calling Eli's name in terror. Whitaker grabbed my arm. "Mark, we gotta go. Now." Eli stepped back into the shadows. His voice echoed through the cabin. "Tell them." The door blew open. Cold wind rushed in. And the mountains roared. The mountains roared. Not like thunder. Not like wind. It was deeper than that, an ancient, guttural vibration that seemed to rise from the earth itself, shaking the cabin walls, rattling the windows, making the lantern swing wildly on its hook. Dale clung to the table, his eyes wide with terror. Whitaker raised his shotgun, though even he looked unsure of what good it would do. I stood frozen, staring at the open doorway where the cold wind poured in like a living thing. Eli was gone. But his presence lingered, thick, heavy, suffocating. Whitaker shouted over the noise. "We need to move. Now." He grabbed Dale under the arm, hauling him to his feet. I rushed to help, slinging Dale's good arm over my shoulder. Together, we stumbled toward the back door as the cabin shook harder, dust falling from the rafters. Then, a scream tore through the night. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. Something broken. Something hungry. Whitaker froze. "They're here." Dale whimpered. "Oh God, oh God." I turned toward the front door. 3 figures stood in the clearing. The wardens. Their sackcloth masks fluttered in the wind, the stitched smiles twisting grotesquely. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stood there, staring into the cabin with hollow, empty eyes. Whitaker raised his shotgun. "Stay behind me." But before he could fire, the wardens stepped aside. And a 4th figure emerged from the trees. Taller. Broader. Wearing a mask unlike the others, older, darker, the stitching thicker, the smile wider. The leader. He stepped into the clearing, his boots sinking into the soft earth. He stopped at the edge of the porch, staring at us through the crooked eye holes. Whitaker whispered, "No, not him." The leader tilted his head. Then he spoke. "You brought this on yourselves." His voice was deep, muffled by the mask, but unmistakably human. Whitaker stepped forward. "It ends tonight." The leader laughed, a low, rumbling sound that made my skin crawl. "No," he said. "It ends when the hollow says it ends." He raised his hand. The wardens moved. Fast. Too fast. They rushed the cabin, slamming into the walls, clawing at the windows, pounding on the door. The whole structure shook under the assault. Dale screamed. Whitaker fired through the window, the blast lighting up the night, but it didn't slow them down. "Back door!" Whitaker shouted. "Go!" We stumbled toward it, but before we reached it, the door blew inward, ripped off its hinges by sheer force. A warden lunged inside, grabbing Whitaker by the throat and slamming him against the wall. Whitaker choked, struggling, dropping his shotgun. I grabbed a cast iron pan from the stove and swung it with everything I had. It connected with the warden's head with a sickening crack. He staggered, releasing Whitaker, who collapsed to the floor. "Run!" Whitaker gasped. We dragged Dale out the back door and into the trees. The forest swallowed us instantly, the darkness thick and suffocating. Branches tore at our clothes. Roots tripped our feet. Behind us, the wardens crashed through the underbrush, their footsteps pounding like drums. Whitaker stumbled beside me, gasping for breath. Downhill. Toward the river. We ran. The ground sloped sharply, and we half slid, half fell down the ridge. The roar of water grew louder. The river. A chance. Maybe our only one. We burst out of the trees onto a rocky bank. The river churned violently, swollen from recent rains, the current strong enough to sweep a man away. Dale collapsed, coughing blood. I can't. Whitaker knelt beside him. "You have to. They're right behind us." I turned. The wardens stood at the tree line. All four of them. Silent. Still. Watching. The leader stepped forward. "You can't run from the hollow," he said. "It knows you. It sees you. It keeps what belongs to it." Whitaker stood slowly, placing himself between us and the wardens. "No," he said. "Not anymore." The leader tilted his head. "You think you can stop us, old man?" Whitaker didn't answer. He looked at me, then at Dale, then at the river. "Get him across," he said. "Don't look back." I shook my head. "Whitaker, go!" The wardens advanced. Whitaker charged. He slammed into the leader with a roar, knocking him backward into the trees. The other wardens lunged at him, dragging him down, their fists and boots striking in a frenzy. Whitaker screamed. Dale sobbed. "Mark, please!" I grabbed him under the arms and dragged him toward the river. The current roared like a living thing. I stepped into the freezing water, pulling Dale with me. The current nearly knocked us off our feet, but I held on, fighting with everything I had. Behind us, Whitaker's screams stopped. The wardens turned. They saw us. They ran. I pushed deeper into the river, the water rising to my chest, then my neck. Dale clung to me, shaking violently. The wardens reached the bank. The leader stepped into the water. And then, a whisper. Soft. Cold. Close. Eli stood on the opposite bank. Watching. Waiting. He lifted his hand. And pointed. Not at me. Not at Dale. At the wardens. The river surged. A wave rose, impossibly high, impossibly fast, and crashed into the wardens, sweeping them off their feet, dragging them downstream into the darkness. The leader screamed as the water swallowed him. Then silence. The river calmed. Eli lowered his hand. I dragged Dale onto the far bank, collapsing beside him, gasping for air. Eli stood a few feet away. His eyes were dim now. Fading. He looked at me. "You have to tell," he whispered. I nodded, tears in my eyes. "I will." He blinked slowly. Then he stepped back and dissolved into the mist rising from the river. Gone. For good. Or for now. I held Dale as he sobbed, the mountains silent around us. We were alive. But Black Hollow would never leave us. Not really. Here's what happened after. We didn't stop walking until the sun rose over the far ridge, turning the sky a pale, washed-out blue. Dale leaned on me the whole way, his steps uneven, his breath ragged. The river ran beside us for miles, guiding us like a lifeline through the thinning trees. By the time we reached a gravel road, my legs felt like they were made of lead, and Dale could barely stand. A pickup truck approached from the bend, a county utility vehicle. The driver, a middle-aged man with a coffee thermos and a puzzled expression, slowed as he saw us stumbling along the roadside. "You boys all right?" he called out. I opened my mouth to answer, but nothing came out. My throat was raw, my mind numb. Dale collapsed before I could catch him. The driver jumped out, helped me lift him into the truck bed, and drove us straight to the nearest clinic. They kept Dale overnight. They kept me too, though I didn't need stitches or bandages, just rest, they said. Rest and fluids. But rest didn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the cavern. The bodies. The clearing. The masks. The river swallowing the warden's whole. And Eli. Always Eli. A doctor asked what had happened. A deputy asked too. Then another. I told them we'd gotten lost in the mountains. That we'd been attacked by animals. That we'd fallen into a ravine. I lied. Over and over. Because every time I tried to speak the truth, the words stuck in my throat like thorns. The deputy nodded slowly, like he'd heard the same lie 100 times before. He didn't push. He didn't ask more questions. He just said, "Mountains can be unforgiving," and left it at that. Dale was discharged 2 days later. He didn't say much. He didn't look at me much either. Something in him had broken out there, something that wouldn't heal. When I asked what he planned to do, he just shook his head. "Leavin'," he said. "Far as I can. Ain't never comin' back." I didn't blame him. I drove him to the bus station myself. He boarded without a goodbye. Without looking back. The bus pulled away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. I stood there long after it disappeared. That night, I checked out of the motel. Packed my things. Loaded my truck. I should have driven straight home. Should have put the mountains behind me and never looked back. But I didn't. Not yet. I drove to the edge of Red Hill, to the overlook where the valley stretched out below like a patchwork quilt of trees and shadows. The wind was cold. The sky was clear. The mountains were quiet. Too quiet. I stood there for a long time, staring into the hollers, listening to the silence. Then I heard it. A whisper. Soft. Faint. Carried on the wind. "Tell them." I turned. No one was there. Just the trees. Just the mountains. Just the hollow. I left Virginia the next morning. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not the sheriff. Not the company. Not my family. Not anyone. Because I knew, deep down, that the hollow wasn't done with me. That the truth wasn't something I could just hand over like a report or a confession. It was heavier than that. Older than that. It lived in the spaces between the trees, in the shadows of the ridges, in the cold breath of the river. And it lived in me now too. Weeks passed. Then months. I tried to forget. Tried to bury it. Tried to pretend the mountains were just mountains and the boy was just a memory. But some nights, when the wind is right, I still hear him. Eli. Whispering from somewhere just beyond the edge of sleep. Tell them. And maybe one day I will. Maybe one day I'll find the courage to speak the truth out loud. But not tonight. Tonight, I just sit in the dark, listening to the wind, remembering the mountains, and wondering how many other stories the hollow still holds. And how many more it's waiting to take. Story 2. I didn't plan on stopping in Briar Creek. It wasn't even on my route. I was supposed to be driving straight through the mountains to Asheville, but a rock slide shut down the highway, and the detour signs pushed me deeper into the backroads than I'd ever intended to go. By the time the sun dipped behind the ridge, I'd been driving for hours without seeing another car, and my gas gauge hovered just above empty. That's when I saw the sign. Briar Creek, 2 miles. Population 312. The sign looked old, the paint peeling, the numbers faded. But 2 miles was better than 30, so I followed the narrow road as it wound between the trees. The forest pressed close on both sides, branches scraping the roof of my car. The air felt heavy, like the mountains were holding their breath. When I finally reached the town, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No people on the sidewalks. No cars on the street. Just rows of old houses with sagging porches and dark windows. A single street lamp flickered near the center of town, casting a sickly yellow glow over the cracked pavement. I pulled into the only gas station I could find, a small, weathered building with a rusted sign that read Hawthorne's Fuel and Goods. The lights were on inside, but the place looked deserted. I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching under my boots, and walked toward the door. A bell jingled as I stepped inside. The store was dimly lit, the shelves half empty. A radio played softly behind the counter, some old country song I didn't recognize. And behind the counter stood a man in his late 60s, tall and thin, with a gray beard and deep lines etched into his face. He watched me with pale blue eyes that didn't blink nearly enough. "Evening," he said. "Evening," I replied. "You open?" He nodded slowly. "Always open." I tried to smile. "Good. I'm almost out of gas." He didn't move. Didn't speak. Just stared at me for a long moment before finally saying, "Pump's on. Pay after." I nodded and turned to leave, but he spoke again. "You're not from around here?" It wasn't a question. "No," I said. "Just passing through." He nodded once, like that confirmed something he already knew. "Best not stay long." I frowned. "Why's that?" He didn't answer. He just looked past me, toward the window, toward the dark street outside. "Night's comin'," he said quietly. "And folks here don't go out after dark." A chill crawled up my spine. "Why not?" He hesitated. Then he said, "Because of the Whistler." I almost laughed, thinking he was joking. But his expression didn't change. His eyes didn't blink. "The Whistler?" I repeated. He nodded. "You hear him, you don't answer. You see him, you don't run. You run, you don't get far." I stared at him, unsure if he was messing with me or if this was some local superstition he took too seriously. Before I could respond, the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied. The man's jaw tightened. "You should fill your tank and get moving. Road's rough at night, but better than staying here." I stepped outside, trying to shake off the unease settling in my chest. The air felt colder now, the wind sharper. I walked to the pump and started filling my tank. That's when I heard it. A faint sound drifting through the trees. A whistle. Soft. Slow. Almost playful. I froze. The wind died. The trees went still. The whistle came again. Closer this time. A simple melody, repeating itself, rising and falling like someone humming through pursed lips. I turned toward the tree line. Nothing. Just darkness. But the whistle didn't stop. It grew louder. Clearer. Like someone was standing just beyond the edge of the light. Watching. Waiting. I stepped back toward the store, my heart pounding. The man inside was already at the door, his face pale. "Don't look," he whispered. "Just get inside." I hesitated. The whistle shifted. It wasn't playful anymore. It was calling. Calling me. The man grabbed my arm and yanked me inside, slamming the door behind us. He locked it, then pulled down a metal shutter I hadn't noticed before. The whistle echoed outside, circling the building. Slow. Deliberate. Searching. The man turned to me, his voice barely a breath. You shouldn't have stopped here." The man's words hung in the air long after he said them. I stood there in the dim store, the metal shutter rattling softly as the wind pressed against it. The whistle outside drifted around the building like someone circling it slowly, dragging the sound behind them. The melody rose and fell, always the same pattern, always the same rhythm, like a child humming to themselves in an empty room. I swallowed hard. "What is that?" The man didn't look at me. He kept his eyes on the shutter, his jaw clenched tight. "You don't want to know." "That's not an answer." He finally turned, his pale blue eyes locking onto mine. "It's the whistler. And if he's out this early, then something stirred him." I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. "Stirred him how?" "You came down the mountain road," he said. "That's enough." I stared at him, trying to understand. "You're saying he followed me?" The man didn't blink. "He follows anyone who doesn't belong." The whistle grew louder, clearer, like whoever was making it had stopped right outside the door. The melody shifted slightly, the notes bending, stretching, like the whistler was trying to imitate something human but couldn't quite get it right. I stepped back from the door. "What does he want?" The man shook his head. "He don't want. He takes." The lights flickered again. The radio behind the counter crackled, the music warping into static. The man reached under the counter and pulled out a long wooden stick, looked like an old broom handle, but the end was wrapped in strips of cloth. "What are you planning to do with that?" I asked. "Keep him out," he said. "If he gets in, we're done." The whistle stopped. Just stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Much worse. The man held his breath. I did too. Then, a soft tap on the shutter. Once. Twice. 3 times. Slow. Deliberate. The man's face strained of color. "Don't move." I didn't. The tapping came again, this time higher up, like someone was dragging their fingers across the metal. Then a voice. Not a whistle. A voice. Soft. Thin. "Wrong. Let me in." My blood turned to ice. The man shook his head violently. "Don't answer. Don't speak. Don't even breathe loud." The voice came again, closer to the glass behind the shutter. "I'm cold." I pressed my back against the counter, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The man whispered. "He mimics. He tries to sound like folks. Don't listen." The voice shifted, higher, younger. "Please, help me." I clenched my fists. "That sounds like a kid." "It ain't," the man hissed. "He don't know what a kid sounds like. He just guesses." The voice changed again, older now, deeper. "Open the door." The man raised the stick. "He's testing us." The shutter rattled violently, like something slammed against it. The metal bent inward, just slightly, but enough to make the man curse under his breath. "He's stronger tonight," he whispered. I stepped closer to him. "What happens if he gets in?" The man didn't answer. He didn't need to. The shutter bent again. Then again. Then, silence. The man lowered the stick slowly. "He's moving on." I exhaled shakily. "So he's gone?" The man shook his head. "No. He's just looking for a way in." I stared at him. "Why me? Why is he after me?" "You're new," he said. "You're loud. You're alive. That's enough." I swallowed hard. "How long does he stay out there?" "Till dawn," the man said. "If we're lucky." "And if we're not?" He didn't answer. The whistle started again. Farther away this time. But not far enough. The man turned to me. "You can't leave tonight. You try to drive out, he'll follow you. He'll run beside your car. He'll whistle until you look. And once you look..." He stopped. I didn't ask him to finish. He pointed toward the back of the store. "There's a room in the back. No windows. You stay there. You don't come out. No matter what you hear." I hesitated. "What about you?" He gave a tired, hollow smile. I've been dealing with him longer than you've been alive. He motioned again. Go. I walked toward the back room. The whistle echoing faintly outside, weaving through the trees like a thread pulling tighter and tighter around the town. Just before I stepped inside, I turned back. What's your name? I asked. The man paused. Hawthorne, he said. Same as the sign. I nodded. He cut me off. Don't tell me. Names make it easier for him. I swallowed and stepped into the back room. Hawthorne shut the door behind me. Locked it. The room was small, dark, and cold. I sat on the floor, knees pulled to my chest, listening to the whistle drift through the night. Sometimes close. Sometimes far. Always there. And somewhere between the notes, I heard something else. Footsteps. Slow. Dragging. Circling the building. Then stopping right outside the door. A whisper seeped through the cracks. I know you're in there. I held my breath. The whisper came again. Let me in. I closed my eyes. And waited for dawn. I didn't sleep. I don't think I even blinked. I sat there in the dark, my back against the cold wall, listening to the whistle drift in and out like a tide. Sometimes it sounded far away, almost swallowed by the trees. Other times it was so close I could swear someone was standing right outside the door, leaning in, breathing through the cracks. At some point, the whispering started again. Soft. Thin. Wrong. Are you awake? I pressed my palms against my ears, but the voice seeped through anyway, like it wasn't coming from outside the room at all, but from the walls themselves. Let me in. I'm hurt. I squeezed my eyes shut. The voice shifted, higher, trembling. Please, it's cold. Then deeper. Open the door. Then a perfect imitation of Hawthorne's voice. It's safe now. Come out. That one almost got me. Almost. But the cadence was off. Too smooth. Too practiced. Hawthorne's voice had a gravelly hitch to it, like every word scraped his throat. This one didn't. I stayed silent. Eventually, the voice faded. The whistle returned. And then even that began to drift away, swallowed by the night. I don't know how long I sat there before the lock clicked. The door opened a crack. A sliver of light cut across the floor. It's me, Hawthorne whispered. He's gone. I stood slowly, my legs stiff, my back aching. When I stepped out of the room, the store looked different. Not physically, everything was where it had been, but the air felt heavier, like the building itself had aged overnight. Hawthorne looked exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands shaking slightly as he lowered the wooden stick. You made it, he said. Most don't. I swallowed. What the hell is that thing? He didn't answer right away. He walked to the front of the store, lifted the shutter, and peered outside. The sky was turning pale gray. Dawn. Only then did he speak. He's not a thing. He was a man once. I stared at him. A man? Hawthorne nodded. Long time ago. Before Briar Creek was even a town. Back when folks lived scattered through the mountains. He was a trapper. Lived alone. Didn't talk to nobody. People said he could mimic any sound he heard. Birds. Animals. Even voices. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. What happened to him? Hawthorne's jaw tightened. He went missing one winter. Storm hit hard. Folks figured he froze to death. But come spring, people started hearing him in the woods. Whistling. Calling their names. And they followed? Some did, Hawthorne said. And they never came back. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the cold. So he's, what? A ghost? Hawthorne shook his head. Ghosts don't leave tracks. I frowned. Tracks? He pointed to the door. Look. I stepped outside. The gravel in front of the store was disturbed, long, dragging footprints leading from the tree line to the door. Not boot prints. Not bare feet. Something in between. The shape was wrong. The stride uneven. like someone walking on legs that didn't belong to them. I stepped back inside quickly. Hawthorne locked the door behind me. "You need to leave," he said. "Now that it's daylight, you've got a chance." I nodded. "Yeah, I'm getting out of here." But Hawthorne didn't move. He just stared at me. "You won't make it alone." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "He marked you," Hawthorne said quietly. "He whistled at you. He spoke to you. That's enough. He'll follow you out of town. Follow you down the mountain. Follow you home." My stomach dropped. "So what do I do?" Hawthorne took a deep breath. "You need to go see her." "Who?" He hesitated. Then said, "Marla." The name meant nothing to me. "Who is she?" Hawthorne looked toward the mountains, his expression darkening. "She's the only one who ever survived him." I stared at him. "Where do I find her?" He pointed down the road. "Last house on the ridge. White porch. You'll know it when you see it." I grabbed my keys. "You're coming with me, right?" Hawthorne shook his head. "No. He knows me too well. If I go, he'll come early." I didn't like the sound of that, but I didn't argue. I stepped outside, the morning air cold and sharp. The town was still empty, still silent. The mountains loomed overhead, dark and watchful. As I walked toward my car, I heard something faint behind me. A whistle. Not close. Not far. Just enough to let me know he was still there. Still watching. Still waiting. I got in the car, started the engine, and drove toward the ridge. Toward Marla. Toward whatever came next. The road to the ridge was narrower than I expected, barely wide enough for one car. Trees leaned over it from both sides, their branches forming a tunnel that swallowed the morning light. The farther I drove, the more the town behind me seemed to disappear, like Briar Creek was sinking back into the mountains the moment I left it. The whistle followed me. Not loud. Not close. But always there, drifting through the trees like a thread pulling taut. Sometimes it sounded behind me. Sometimes ahead. Once, I could have sworn it came from the passenger seat. I kept my eyes on the road. Hawthorne's warning echoed in my head. "If you look, he'll know you're listening." The ridge rose steeply, the road twisting around it like a spine. At the top, the trees thinned, revealing a single house perched on the edge of the slope. White porch. Faded paint. Curtains drawn tight. Just like Hawthorne said. I pulled into the gravel driveway and killed the engine. The whistle faded into silence. For a moment, I just sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to steady my breathing. Then I stepped out of the car and walked toward the porch. Before I could knock, the door opened. A woman stood in the doorway. Late 50s, maybe early 60s. Gray hair pulled back. Sharp eyes that looked like they'd seen too much and forgotten nothing. She studied me for a long moment before speaking. "You're not from here." It wasn't a question. "No," I said. "Hawthorne sent me." Her expression tightened. "Of course he did." She stepped aside. "Come in." I hesitated. "Are you Marla?" She nodded once. "Last I checked." I stepped inside. The house was dim, the curtains blocking most of the light. The air smelled faintly of cedar and something older, dust, maybe, or time. Marla closed the door behind me and locked it. "You heard him," she said. I swallowed. "Yes." "Did he whistle first, or speak first?" "Whistle." She nodded. "Then you're lucky." I frowned. "Why?" "If he speaks first, it means he already knows your voice." A chill crawled up my spine. "What does that mean?" "It means he's close." She walked past me into the living room. The walls were covered in old photographs, mountain landscapes, family portraits, faded snapshots of people I didn't recognize. But one photo stood out. A man standing in the woods. Tall. Broad-shouldered. Head turned slightly, like he'd been caught mid-movement. His face was blurred. Not from motion. From something else. Something wrong. Marla noticed me staring. That's him. I stepped closer. The whistler? She nodded. Before he changed. I swallowed. What happened to him? Marla sat in an old rocking chair, the wood creaking softly beneath her. He lived alone. Didn't trust people. Didn't want company. But he had a gift. He could mimic anything he heard. Birds. Animals. Voices. Folks said he could call a deer out of the brush just by whistling the right tune. I sat across from her. Hawthorne said he went missing. He did, Marla said. But he didn't die. Not really. Something in the mountains took him. Or maybe he found something he shouldn't have. Either way, he came back wrong. I leaned forward. Wrong how? Marla's eyes darkened. He doesn't just mimic sounds anymore. He mimics people. Their voices. Their footsteps. Their cries for help. He uses whatever he hears to pull folks out into the dark. I felt my stomach twist. Why me? Why is he following me? Marla didn't answer right away. She stood, walked to the window, and pulled the curtain back just an inch. Because you heard him, she said. And once you hear him, he doesn't forget. I stood too. So what do I do? How do I stop him? Marla let the curtain fall. You don't stop him. You survive him. How? She turned to me, her expression grim. You stay inside after dark. You don't answer when he calls. You don't look when he whistles. And you don't trust any voice you hear unless you can see the person speaking. I swallowed hard. That's it. That's it, she said. Until he gets bored. I frowned. How long does that take? Marla's eyes softened, just slightly. For me? She said. 3 years. My breath caught. 3 years? She nodded. He followed me everywhere. Town. Church. Work. Didn't matter. I'd hear him in the trees. In the fields. Outside my window. Sometimes right behind me. I felt cold all over. How did you survive? Marla looked at me for a long moment. Then she said. I didn't answer. Before I could respond, something tapped on the window. Soft. Slow. Deliberate. Marla froze. I froze. The tapping came again. Then a whistle. Low. Drawn out. Right outside the glass. Marla whispered. He followed you here. The whistle shifted. Then a voice. My voice. Let me in. My blood turned to ice. Marla grabbed my arm. Don't move. Don't speak. Don't breathe. The voice came again, perfect this time. Please. It's me. I stared at the window. At the silhouette behind the curtain. Tall. Still. Waiting. Marla whispered. He knows your voice now. The silhouette leaned closer. And whispered through the glass. I know you're in there. For a moment neither of us moved. The silhouette behind the curtain stayed perfectly still, its outline sharp against the thin fabric. The voice, my voice, hung in the air like a cold breath that hadn't yet faded. Marla's grip on my arm tightened. Her fingers were ice cold. Don't look, she whispered. He wants you to look. I stared at the floor, forcing my eyes away from the window. My pulse hammered in my ears. The house felt smaller, the walls closing in, the air thick enough to choke on. The voice came again, softer this time. Please let me in. It wasn't just mimicking my tone now. It was mimicking my fear. My hesitation. My breath. Marla stepped back from the window, moving slowly, like any sudden motion might draw him closer. She motioned for me to follow her into the hallway. I did, keeping my eyes down, resisting the urge to glance back. The silhouette shifted. I heard the faint scrape of something dragging across the siding. Then a whistle. Low. Slow. Almost thoughtful. Marla closed the hallway door behind us and locked it. The house creaked around us, the old wood groaning under some unseen weight. He's testing the walls, she whispered. seeing where they're weakest. I swallowed hard. Can he get in? Marla hesitated. Not if we're careful. That wasn't the answer I wanted. She led me deeper into the house, past a narrow staircase and into a small room with no windows. A single lamp sat on a table, casting a warm circle of light that felt painfully fragile. This is where you'll stay, she said. He can't see you here. I sat down slowly. How long will he stay outside? Depends, she said. Sometimes minutes. Sometimes hours. And if he doesn't leave? Marla looked at me with tired eyes. He always leaves. Eventually. I didn't find that comforting. She sat across from me, folding her hands in her lap. Tell me exactly what happened. From the beginning. So I did. I told her about the rock slide. The detour. The empty town. Hawthorne's warning. The whistle at the gas station. The voice outside the door. The dragging footprints. The way the sound followed me up the ridge. Marla listened without interrupting, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair. He's curious about you. I frowned. Curious? He doesn't whistle at everyone, she said. Most folks he just watches. But if he whistles, it means he wants to know what you'll do. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. And if I do the wrong thing? Marla didn't answer. The house creaked again. Then footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Moving along the porch. Marla's eyes widened. He's on the steps. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, a knock. Soft. Rhythmic. 3 taps. Marla closed her eyes. Don't answer. The knock came again, louder this time. Then a voice. Not mine. Not Marla's. Someone else entirely. A woman. Marla, the voice said. It's me. Open the door. Marla's face went pale. I whispered, Who is that? She didn't answer. The voice came again, trembling. Marla, please, it's cold. Marla shook her head slowly. She's been dead 20 years. My breath caught. The voice outside shifted, lower now, rougher. Let me in. Marla stood, her hands shaking. He's getting impatient. I swallowed. What does he want? She looked at me with something like pity. He wants you to come outside. The footsteps moved again, circling the house. The whistle returned, weaving through the walls like smoke. Marla grabbed a lantern from the table and lit it. We need to go downstairs. Why? Because he's trying the windows. I followed her into the hallway. The floorboards creaked under our feet. The whistle grew louder, then softer, then louder again, like he was pacing around the house. We reached the stairs. Halfway down, something tapped on the glass behind us. Not a knock. A fingernail. Slow. Scraping. Marla didn't look back. Neither did I. We reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped into the kitchen. Marla set the lantern on the counter and grabbed a heavy iron skillet from a hook on the wall. I stared at it. You think that's going to help? She didn't smile. It's not for him. Before I could ask what she meant, the back door rattled violently. Then a voice, deep, guttural, wrong, growled. I know you're in there, Marla whispered. He's close. The door shook again. Harder. Then, the whistle stopped. Silence. Marla's eyes widened. Get down! I dropped to the floor just as something slammed against the door with enough force to crack the frame. Marla crouched beside me, gripping the skillet like a weapon. The door groaned. Splintered. Then, stopped. Silence again. Marla held her breath. So did I. Then, from the other side of the door, in a perfect imitation of my voice, he whispered, Let me in. For a long moment, neither of us breathed. The voice on the other side of the door, my voice, hung in the air like a blade suspended by a thread. Marla's hand tightened around the skillet until her knuckles turned white. I pressed myself against the floor, every muscle locked, waiting for the next sound. It came slowly. A long, dragging scrape across the wood, like someone running their fingernails down the door. The sound vibrated through the floorboards, through my ribs, through the back of my teeth. Then silence. Then another scrape, higher this time, as if he were tracing the outline of the doorframe. Marla leaned close to me, her voice barely a breath. "He's mapping the house." I swallowed hard. "Mapping? He's learning where we are." The scraping stopped. The whistle returned, soft, low, almost thoughtful. It drifted from the back door to the window, then to the far wall, then to the porch again. He was circling us, testing the perimeter, listening. Then the footsteps stopped. Right outside the kitchen window. Marla didn't look up. She stared at the floor, her breath shallow. "Don't move." The whistle faded. Then a new sound replaced it. Breathing. Slow. Wet. Too close. I felt it before I heard it. The faintest vibration in the glass, like someone pressing their face against it. The air in the room grew colder, heavy enough to sting my lungs. I kept my eyes down, but I could see the shadow on the floor, cast by the lantern's glow. Tall. Still. Wrong. The breathing grew louder, fogging the glass. Then a voice, low, guttural, like someone trying to speak with a throat full of gravel, murmured. "I see you." Marla's hand trembled. "He's not talking to you," she whispered. "He's talking to me." I turned my head just enough to see her face. She looked terrified, not the quiet, controlled fear she'd shown before, but something deeper. Something old. "Why?" I whispered. She didn't answer. The shadows shifted. The breathing stopped. Then the voice, still using that broken, ruined tone, said, "You left me." Marla's eyes filled with tears. I stared at her. "What does he mean?" She shook her head, wiping her face with the back of her hand. "Not now." The shadow moved away from the window. The whistle returned, drifting toward the front of the house. Marla stood slowly, her legs unsteady. "We need to go upstairs," she said. "He's trying the lower windows. He'll move higher next." I followed her up the stairs, each step creaking under our weight. The whistle echoed through the walls, sometimes close, sometimes far, always shifting. At the top of the stairs, Marla led me into a small bedroom with a slanted ceiling and a single narrow window. She closed the door behind us and locked it. I sat on the edge of the bed, my hands shaking. "Marla, what did he mean?" "You left me." She didn't answer right away. She walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to look out. The ridge stretched below us, the trees swaying gently in the early morning breeze. Nothing moved. Finally she spoke. "He was my brother." The room felt suddenly smaller. I stared at her. "Your brother?" She nodded. "His name was Caleb. He was older than me. Strong. Quiet. He spent more time in the woods than at home. Folks said he was born with the mountains in his blood." I swallowed. "What happened to him?" Marla's voice cracked. "He went missing when I was 16. Went out to check his traps and never came back. They searched for weeks. Found his cabin. Found his tools. Found blood on the snow. But not him." She closed the curtain and sat beside me. "I heard him first," she said. "A month after he disappeared. Whistling outside my window. The same tune he used to whistle when he was working. I thought he'd come home. I opened the door." My breath caught. "And? He wasn't Caleb anymore." She looked at me, her eyes hollow. "He was something wearing my brother's shape." A chill crawled up my spine. "What did he do?" "He tried to get me to follow him," she said. "Told me he was cold. Told me he was hurt. Told me he needed help. But his voice, it wasn't right. It was like he was trying to remember how to sound human." I felt sick. "How did you get away?" "My father pulled me back inside," she said. "Locked the door. Caleb stayed outside all night, whistling. calling my name, scratching at the walls. She wiped her eyes again. He never stopped. Not for years. The whistle drifted through the house again, closer now, rising up the walls like smoke. Marla stood. He's climbing. I felt my stomach drop. Climbing? She nodded. He can't come through the walls. But he can find weak spots. Cracks. Loose boards. Old frames. The whistle grew louder. Then, a soft tap on the window. Marla froze. The tap came again. Then a voice. Not mine. Not hers. A perfect imitation of a teenage boy. Marla, let me in. Her breath hitched. I whispered, Don't look. She didn't. But the voice came again, trembling, pleading. Please, it's cold. Marla's hands shook. The window rattled. Then, a crack. A thin line splintered across the glass. Marla grabbed my arm. We need to get to the attic. Why? Because he's breaking through. The crack spread. The whistle sharpened. The voice deepened. Let me in. Marla pulled me toward the hallway. Behind us, the window cracked again. Then again. Then, a hand pressed against the glass. Long. Pale. Wrong. And the whistle turned into a low, hungry growl. The hand pressed against the glass didn't look human. The fingers were too long, the joints too sharp, the skin stretched thin like wet paper. It lingered there for a moment, trembling slightly, as if testing the strength of the window. Then the whistle returned, low, hungry, vibrating through the walls like a pulse. Marla pulled me into the hallway, her grip iron tight. Don't look back, she whispered. He feeds on attention. I didn't. I kept my eyes on the floor, on the worn carpet runner that led toward the attic stairs. The whistle shifted behind us, rising in pitch, then dropping suddenly, like someone exhaling through broken teeth. The window cracked again. A thin line splintered across the glass. Marla cursed under her breath. He's stronger than he used to be. We reached the attic door. She pushed it open and motioned for me to climb. The stairs were narrow, steep, and cold. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with dust and the faint smell of cedar. Marla followed close behind, shutting the door just as something slammed against the bedroom window downstairs. The attic was dark except for a single lantern on a crate. The slanted ceiling pressed low, the wooden beams exposed and old enough to groan with every shift of the house. Marla set the lantern on the floor and knelt beside it. He can't reach this high, she said. Not easily. I swallowed hard. What does that mean? It means he'll try. The whistle drifted up the walls, faint but persistent. Then footsteps, slow, dragging, moved across the roof. Dust rained down from the rafters. Something scraped along the shingles, circling the house. I pressed my back against a beam. How does he climb like that? Marla shook her head. He doesn't climb. He clings. The footsteps stopped directly above us. Then a soft tapping. Not on the roof. On the attic window. I hadn't noticed it before. A small square window near the peak of the roof, half covered by a curtain. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. Then a voice, thin, trembling, almost childlike, whispered, Marla, please! Marla's breath hitched. She closed her eyes, her face tightening with pain. I whispered, Don't listen. She shook her head. It's not him. Not anymore. The voice shifted, deeper now, rougher. Let me in. The tapping turned into scratching. Long, slow strokes across the glass. The window pane rattled in its frame. Marla stood suddenly. He's trying to break through. I grabbed her arm. What do we do? She didn't answer. She walked to the far corner of the attic and pulled aside an old trunk. Behind it was a small wooden hatch built into the floor. What is that? I asked. Root cellar access, she said. Old houses used to have them. It leads under the house. I stared at her. You want us to go down there? It's the only place he can't reach. The scratching grew louder. The window creaked. A thin crack appeared in the glass. Marla pulled the hatch open. A cold draft rose from below, carrying the smell of earth and damp stone. She grabbed the lantern and climbed down the ladder. "Hurry," she whispered. I followed her, pulling the hatch shut behind me just as the attic window shattered. The cellar was colder than the attic, cold enough to sting my lungs. The walls were stone, the ceiling low, the floor packed dirt. Roots hung from the beams like veins. Marla set the lantern on the ground, its light flickering across the uneven walls. "He can't come underground," she said. "Not fully." I swallowed. "What does that mean?" "It means he'll try." Above us, the house groaned. Something heavy moved across the attic floor. Then the whistle, louder now, sharper, echoed through the beams. Marla knelt beside the lantern. "He's angry." I sat beside her, my hands shaking. "Why is he after me?" "I didn't do anything." Marla looked at me with tired eyes. "You heard him. That's enough." The whistle cut off abruptly. Silence. Then, a new sound. Soft. Wet. Like something crawling. Marla's face went pale. "He's in the walls." I stared at her. "I thought you said he couldn't." "I said he can't come underground," she whispered. "But he can reach." The crawling grew louder, moving through the stone like something burrowing. Dirt sifted from the ceiling. A root snapped. The lantern flickered. Then a voice, my voice, whispered from the darkness behind us. "Turn around." I froze. Marla grabbed my arm. "Don't." The voice came again, closer this time. "Turn around." I clenched my jaw. "He's behind us." "No," Marla whispered. "He's everywhere." The crawling stopped. Silence. Then, a hand burst through the dirt wall. Long. Pale. Wrong. Fingers grasping blindly, searching for us. Marla screamed. "Run!" We scrambled toward the ladder as more hands broke through the walls, 3, 4, 5, reaching, clawing, dragging themselves through the earth. The whistle returned, deafening now, echoing through the cellar like a scream. I climbed the ladder, dirt raining down around me. Marla pushed me upward, shouting for me to go. I shoved the hatch open and pulled myself into the attic just as something grabbed her ankle. She screamed. I grabbed her arms. "Marla! Hold on!" The whistle rose to a shriek. The hands pulled harder. Marla's fingers slipped. "Don't let go!" I shouted. She looked at me, eyes full of fear, pain, and something like resignation. Then she whispered, "He wants you!" And she let go. The hands dragged her into the darkness. The whistle stopped. The cellar went silent. I slammed the hatch shut and stumbled backward, shaking, breathless, covered in dirt. The house creaked. Something moved below. Then a voice, Marla's voice, whispered from beneath the floorboards. "Let me in." For a moment I couldn't move. The sound of Marla's voice rising from beneath the floorboards froze every muscle in my body. It wasn't just an imitation anymore. It wasn't just mimicry. It was perfect. Every tremor, every breath, every crack in her voice, exactly as she'd sounded seconds before she was dragged under. "Let me in," the voice whispered again, softer this time, almost pleading. I stumbled backward, my hands shaking, dirt still clinging to my clothes. The attic felt smaller than before, the slanted ceiling pressing down on me like a weight. The lantern flickered, casting long shadows across the floorboards. The voice came again, louder now. "Please, it's cold." I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't coming from the floor anymore. It was coming from everywhere, through the walls, through the beams, through the air itself. Then the whistle returned. Low. Slow. Hungry. It vibrated through the attic, rattling the lantern's glass. Dust drifted from the rafters. Something moved beneath the floorboards, slow, dragging, like fingers tracing the underside of the wood. I backed toward the far wall, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "Marla!" I whispered, even though I knew she couldn't hear me. "I'm sorry." The whistle cut off abruptly. Silence. Then, a knock. Soft. Rhythmic. 3 taps. Right behind me. I spun around, pressing my back to the wall. The knocking came again, this time from the opposite side of the attic. Then from the ceiling. Then from the floor. It moved too fast, too fluid, like he was everywhere at once. A voice, my voice, whispered from the rafters. "Come down!" Another voice, Marla's, whispered from the floor. "Help me!" Another voice, Hawthorne's, whispered from the wall. "He's waiting." I squeezed my eyes shut. "Stop." The voices fell silent. Then the whistle returned, sharp, piercing, inches from my ear. I bolted for the attic door. The house groaned beneath me as I ran down the stairs, skipping steps, nearly falling. The whistle followed, weaving through the walls like a thread pulling tight around my throat. I reached the second floor, sprinted down the hallway, and grabbed the banister to swing myself toward the main staircase. Halfway down, something moved in the corner of my eye. A shadow. Tall. Still. Wrong. Standing at the bottom of the stairs. I froze. The shadow didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. It just stood there, blocking the front door. The whistle stopped. The house fell silent. Then the shadow tilted its head. And in my voice it whispered, "Where are you going?" I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the steps. The shadow took one slow step forward. The air grew colder. The lights flickered. The floorboards creaked under its weight. I turned and ran toward the kitchen. The back door was splintered but still hanging on its hinges. I shoved it open and stumbled into the yard, the cold morning air hitting me like a slap. The trees loomed overhead, dark and dense. The ridge dropped steeply behind the house. The whistle rose behind me. Closer. Closer. I sprinted toward my car, slipping on the gravel, my lungs burning. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them. They hit the ground with a metallic clatter. The whistle sharpened. I grabbed the keys, threw myself into the driver's seat, and slammed the door shut. The whistle was right outside the window now, vibrating the glass. I jammed the key into the ignition and turned it. The engine sputtered. Coughed. Died. "No," I whispered. "Come on." I tried again. The engine turned over once. Twice. Then caught. The whistle rose to a shriek. I floored the gas. The car lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. I didn't look back. I didn't breathe. I just drove, down the ridge, through the trees, past the empty houses of Briar Creek. The whistle followed me for miles, fading in and out, sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind, sometimes right beside the car. Only when I reached the highway did it finally stop. The silence felt wrong. Heavy. Watching. I didn't stop driving until I reached Asheville. I checked into the first motel I found, locked the door, and sat on the bed, shaking. I told myself I was safe. That he couldn't follow me this far. That the mountains were behind me. But sometime after midnight, as I sat in the dark trying to steady my breathing, I heard it. Faint. Soft. Coming from the vent above the bed. A whistle. Low. Slow. Calling my name. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even lie down. I sat with my back against the motel wall, knees pulled to my chest, staring at the vent above the bed as the faint whistle drifted through it like a draft. Sometimes it sounded far away, like it was coming from the parking lot. Other times it was so close I could swear someone was inside the vent, inches from my face, whistling directly into the room. Around 3 in the morning, the whistle stopped. Silence settled over the room, thick, heavy, unnatural. I waited, holding my breath, listening for footsteps, for scratching, for anything. But nothing came. The quiet was worse than the sound. Just before dawn I left. I didn't check out. I didn't pack. I just grabbed my keys and walked out the door, leaving the lights on and the bed unmade. The parking lot was empty except for my car and a delivery truck idling near the office. The air was cold, the sky pale, the world still half asleep. I got in the car and drove. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I needed to put distance between myself and the mountains. Between myself and Briar Creek. Between myself and whatever had followed me out of those woods. For a while it worked. The whistle faded. The air warmed. The trees thinned. By the time I reached the interstate, the world felt normal again. Cars passed me. Billboards lined the road. The radio played static until it found a station. I almost convinced myself it was over. Almost. I stopped at a diner outside Knoxville. The kind of place with neon signs and chipped coffee mugs and waitresses who called everyone Han. I sat in a booth near the window, ordered eggs and toast, and tried to steady my hands enough to drink my coffee. The waitress noticed. "You okay, sweetheart? You look like you seen a ghost." I forced a smile. "Just tired." She nodded, unconvinced, and walked away. I stared out the window at the parking lot. Cars came and went. People walked in and out. Normal. Ordinary. Safe. Then I saw him. Standing at the edge of the lot. Tall. Still. Wrong. He wasn't close enough for me to see his face. But I didn't need to. The shape was enough. The way he stood, too straight, too still, like he was holding himself up with strings. The way his head tilted slightly, like he was listening. I blinked. He was gone. I stood up so fast my coffee spilled. The waitress called after me, but I didn't hear her. I ran outside, scanning the lot, the road, the trees. Nothing. No one. But the air felt colder. Heavier. Watching. I got back in the car and drove again. Hours passed. Towns blurred. The sun climbed high, then dipped low. I crossed state lines without noticing. Every time I stopped for gas, I felt eyes on me. Every time I checked into a motel, I heard faint tapping on the walls. Every time I tried to sleep, the whistle drifted through the vents. Low. Slow. Calling my name. By the third day, I realized something. He wasn't following me. He was ahead of me. Waiting. Everywhere I went, he was already there. Behind a tree, in a reflection, in the corner of my eye. I'd catch a glimpse of a shadow that didn't belong. A silhouette that vanished when I blinked. A figure standing too still in a crowd. I tried to ignore it. Tried to pretend I was imagining things. But then, on the fifth night, as I lay awake in yet another motel room, I heard something new. Not a whistle. Not a voice. Footsteps. Inside the room. Slow. Dragging. Moving from the door to the window. Then to the foot of the bed. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, a whisper inches from my ear. "You can't run." I bolted upright. The room was empty. The door was locked. The window was shut. But the air was freezing. My breath fogged in front of me. And on the mirror across the room, written in condensation, were 3 words. "I found you." I stumbled backward, knocking over the lamp. The room plunged into darkness. The whistle rose from the shadows, louder than ever, vibrating through the walls, through my bones, through the floor beneath my feet. I grabbed my keys and ran. I didn't pack. I didn't look back. I just ran. I drove through the night, the whistle chasing me down the highway like a siren. It didn't fade this time. It didn't drift. It stayed with me, steady, relentless, growing louder the farther I got from the mountains. By dawn, I understood something I hadn't wanted to admit. He wasn't tied to Briar Creek. He wasn't tied to the woods. He wasn't tied to the mountains. He was tied to me. And he wasn't going to stop. Not until I answered. Not until I looked. Not until I let him in. I drove until the sky turned the color of ash, and the sun bled through the horizon like a dying ember. My eyes burned. My hands shook on the wheel. Every mile felt heavier than the last, like the road itself was pulling me backward. I didn't know where I was going anymore. I just knew I couldn't stop. Stopping meant silence, and silence meant hearing him again. By noon, I crossed into Kentucky. By evening, I was somewhere in Indiana. I didn't check the map, didn't check the signs. I just kept driving, hoping distance meant safety. It didn't. At a rest stop outside Bloomington, I splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom sink. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A man in a trucker cap washed his hands beside me, humming some tune under his breath. For a moment I envied him, his normalcy, his ignorance, his peace. Then he stopped humming and whistled. Low, slow, the same melody. I froze. The man didn't look at me, didn't smile, didn't blink. He just stared straight ahead at the mirror, his reflection pale under the harsh lights. His lips moved again, shaping the whistle perfectly. I stepped back. Don't. He didn't react. He just kept whistling. Then he turned his head, not his body, just his head, toward me. The motion was too smooth, too fluid, like his neck wasn't built to move that way. His eyes were wrong. Too wide. Too empty. He opened his mouth. And in Marla's voice, he whispered, "You left me." I bolted out of the bathroom, nearly slipping on the tile. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he followed. I slammed the door shut and locked it. The whistle drifted through the parking lot. Closer. Closer. I started the engine and tore out of the rest stop, tires screeching. The whistle followed me down the ramp, echoing through the trees, bouncing off the concrete barriers. He wasn't just following me anymore. He was wearing people, using them, borrowing them. I drove until the sun set again, until the sky turned black and the road blurred into a tunnel of headlights and shadows. My mind felt frayed, stretched thin, like one wrong thought would snap it in half. I pulled into a motel outside Indianapolis. A nicer one this time. Bright lights. Security cameras. People. Noise. I told myself he couldn't get in here. Couldn't mimic everyone. Couldn't slip through the cracks of a place this alive. I checked in, took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and locked myself in the room. I turned on the TV, the fan, the shower, anything to drown out the silence. I sat on the bed, staring at the door, waiting for the whistle. It didn't come. Not for hours. Around midnight I started to believe maybe, just maybe, I'd outrun him. Maybe he'd lost my trail. Maybe he'd gone back to the mountains. Maybe. A soft knock on the door. 3 taps. Slow. Deliberate. My heart stopped. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The knock came again. Then a voice. My voice. Open the door. I pressed my back against the wall, shaking. No, I whispered. The voice came again, louder. Open the door. I covered my ears. The voice shifted, deeper now, rougher. Let me in. I squeezed my eyes shut. Then, the doorknob turned. Slowly. Silently. I hadn't heard footsteps in the hall. Hadn't heard anyone approach. But the knob kept turning, inch by inch, until it rattled against the lock. Then stopped. Silence. I waited. Seconds. Minutes. Nothing. I crawled toward the peephole, my hands trembling. I pressed my eye to the glass. The hallway was empty. Completely empty. But the air on the other side of the door was cold enough to fog the peephole. I stumbled back, my breath shaking. Then the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then went out. The room plunged into darkness. And from the far corner, where the shadows were thickest, I heard it. A whistle. Low. Slow. Inside the room. I backed toward the door, my hands scrambling for the lock. The whistle grew louder, rising from the darkness like a breath against my neck. Then a voice, Marla's voice, whispered behind me. You can't hide. I spun around. Nothing. Just darkness. Then another voice, Hawthorne's, whispered from the bathroom. "He's here." Then my own voice, right beside my ear. "Look at me." I squeezed my eyes shut. The whistle rose to a shriek. The shadows shifted. Something moved toward me. Slow. Dragging. I reached for the door. My fingers brushed the lock. Then, a hand closed around my wrist. Cold. Long. Wrong. And the whistle stopped. The hand around my wrist was ice cold. Not the cold of winter air or metal. This was deeper, older, the kind of cold that feels like it's pulling the heat out of your bones. The fingers were long, too long, wrapping around my arm with a slow, deliberate pressure that made my skin crawl. I didn't look. I couldn't. Every instinct screamed at me to turn, to see what was holding me, to confirm the shape behind the grip. But I knew, somewhere deep in the part of my mind that still understood survival, that looking was exactly what he wanted. The whistle didn't return. The room was silent, except for the breathing. Slow. Wet. Right behind me. I yanked my arm free and stumbled backward, slamming into the dresser. The lamp toppled, the shade rolling across the floor. I scrambled toward the door, my fingers shaking as I fumbled with the lock. The breathing moved closer. I twisted the lock. The breathing stopped. I pulled the door open and ran. The hallway was empty, lit by flickering fluorescent lights that buzzed overhead. I sprinted toward the elevator, then stopped. No. Too slow. Too enclosed. I turned and bolted for the stairwell instead, throwing the door open so hard it slammed against the wall. The stairwell echoed with my footsteps as I ran down flight after flight, gripping the railing to keep from falling. The whistle drifted through the concrete, faint at first, then louder, rising from below like he was climbing up toward me. I pushed myself harder. Second floor. First floor. Lobby. I burst through the stairwell door and into the lobby, startling the night clerk, who dropped his phone and stood up so fast his chair rolled backward. "Sir, are you okay?" I didn't answer. I ran past him, through the sliding doors, into the cold night air. The parking lot was empty except for my car and a few trucks. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows across the asphalt. I reached my car, unlocked it, and threw myself inside. The engine roared to life on the first try. I didn't look in the mirrors. Didn't check the back seat. I just drove. The whistle followed. Not behind me. Ahead of me. Like he was leading me somewhere. I drove for hours, the road stretching endlessly into the dark. Every time I passed under a streetlight, I expected to see him standing on the shoulder, waiting. Every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, I expected to see a shape sitting in the back seat. But the road stayed empty. The world stayed quiet. Too quiet. Just before dawn, exhaustion hit me like a wave. My eyes burned. My hands trembled. I pulled off the highway onto a rural road, the kind that cut through fields and forests, with no towns for miles. I parked on the shoulder, turned off the engine, and leaned back in the seat. Just for a moment, I told myself. Just to breathe. The silence settled around me like a blanket. Then, a tap on the window. Soft. Slow. Deliberate. I froze. Another tap. Then a voice. My voice. "Let me in." I squeezed my eyes shut. The voice came again, closer this time. "Please. It's cold." I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Then the voice shifted, deeper, rougher. "Look at me." I kept my eyes shut. The tapping grew louder. Harder. Then stopped. Silence. I opened my eyes. He was standing in front of the car. Tall. Still. Wrong. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could see the outline of his body. Too long, too thin, like someone had stretched him just a little too far. His head tilted slowly, unnaturally, like a puppet on a string. He raised one hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. And pointed at me. The whistle rose from the trees surrounding the car, vibrating through the glass. I slammed the car into reverse, tires screeching as I tore backward onto the road. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't react. He just stood there, pointing, the whistle echoing through the dawn. I shifted into drive and sped away, the road blurring beneath me. The whistle faded, but the pointing hand stayed burned into my mind. He wasn't trying to get in anymore. He was telling me something, showing me something, leading me somewhere. And I knew, deep down, that running wasn't going to work anymore. He wasn't chasing me. He was guiding me. And sooner or later, I was going to have to follow. The hand around my wrist tightened, not painfully, but with a slow, deliberate pressure, like it was testing the shape of my bones. I didn't look. I kept my eyes on the door, on the faint outline of the lock, on anything except the thing standing behind me. The room was silent. Too silent. Even the whistle had stopped. The hand slid up my arm, fingers cold enough to burn. My breath hitched. I forced myself not to move, not to react, not to acknowledge him. Every instinct screamed to run, to fight, to turn and see what was touching me. But I knew what would happen if I did. The fingers curled around my shoulder. Then, a voice, inches from my ear, whispered, "Follow." Not my voice. Not Marla's. Not Hawthorne's. Something older. Something hollow. The hand released me. The room shifted, air pressure dropping, temperature falling, shadows stretching across the walls like they were being pulled by invisible strings. I stumbled backward, hitting the dresser again. The lamp flickered, then steadied. He was gone. But the room wasn't empty. Not really. I could feel him in the walls, in the vents, in the floorboards. Watching. Waiting. Guiding. I grabbed my keys and ran. The hallway was empty. The elevator dinged softly as it opened on its own, doors sliding apart with a mechanical sigh. I didn't get in. I took the stairs. 2 at a time, heart pounding, breath sharp in my throat. Outside, the air was cold enough to sting. My car sat under a flickering streetlight, the only vehicle in the lot. I sprinted toward it, unlocked the door, and threw myself inside. The engine started immediately. The radio turned on by itself. Static. Then a faint whistle through the speakers. I slammed my hand against the power button. The radio went silent. I shifted into drive and sped out of the lot, tires screeching on the pavement. The whistle followed. Not through the speakers. Not through the vents. Through the air. Through the night. Through me. I drove until the motel disappeared behind me, until the road narrowed into a 2-lane stretch cutting through farmland and forest. The sky was still dark, but the horizon was beginning to pale. Dawn was coming. And with it, something else. A shape appeared on the road ahead. Tall. Still. Wrong. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded, tires screaming, stopping just feet from the figure. My hands shook on the wheel. My breath fogged the windshield. He didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't react. He just stood there, head tilted, watching me. The whistle drifted across the fields. I locked the doors. The figure took one slow step forward. Then another. Then stopped. He raised his hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. Pointing. Not at me. At the passenger seat. I turned my head slowly. The seat was empty. But the air beside me was cold. Colder than outside. Colder than the mountains. Colder than the cellar. A voice whispered from the empty seat. "Follow." I shook my head. "No." The voice came again, sharper. "Follow." The figure outside lowered his hand. Then he stepped backward. Into the ditch. Into the shadows. Into nothing. Gone. The whistle faded. The air warmed. The world went still. I sat there, shaking, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles ached. The sun crept over the horizon, washing the fields in pale gold. For the first time in days, I felt something like safety. Then I saw it. A sign on the side of the road. Briar Creek, 2 miles. Population 312. My stomach dropped. I slammed the gas pedal. The car lurched forward. The sign disappeared behind me. But the whistle didn't. It drifted through the morning air, soft and steady, guiding me down the road. Back toward the mountains. Back toward the ridge. Back toward him. And for the first time, I understood. I wasn't escaping. I was being brought back. I didn't remember turning the wheel. I didn't remember choosing the road. One moment I was speeding away from the sign, heart pounding, breath shaking, and the next I was already halfway down the narrow mountain pass that led back toward Briar Creek. The trees closed in around me, branches arching overhead like ribs. The sky dimmed, even though the sun had risen. The air grew colder with every mile. I tried to stop. I really did. My foot pressed the brake. The pedal didn't move. The car kept rolling forward, steady, slow, like it was being pulled by a rope tied to the front bumper. The whistle drifted through the vents, soft, steady, patient. Not chasing. Not hunting. Guiding. I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. "No," I whispered. "Not again." The whistle rose, just slightly, like a warning. The road curved sharply, and the trees parted just enough for me to see the valley below. Briar Creek sat in the center of it, small and still, like a painting left out in the rain. The houses were dark. The streets empty. The gas station sign flickered weakly in the distance. I pressed the brake again. Nothing. The car kept moving. The whistle grew louder. I reached the edge of town just as the sun disappeared behind the ridge, swallowed by a sudden, unnatural shadow. The air thickened. The world dimmed. The car slowed on its own, rolling to a stop in front of Hawthorne's gas station. The lights were off. The windows dark. The door slightly open. I stepped out of the car, legs shaking, breath shallow. The whistle faded into silence. The wind died. The trees stilled. The world held its breath. "Hawthorne?" I called out, my voice cracking. No answer. I pushed the door open. The bell above it didn't ring. The store was dark, the shelves empty, the radio silent. Dust coated the counter. The wooden stick Hawthorne had used to bar the door lay snapped in half on the floor. Something had broken it. Something strong. I stepped deeper into the store, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. The air smelled like old wood and cold earth. The back room door was open. The metal shutter was bent inward, as if something had pushed against it from the outside. "Hawthorne?" I whispered again. A soft sound answered me. Not a whistle. Not a voice. A drip. Water hitting the floor. I followed the sound to the back of the store. The floorboards were wet. A trail of muddy footprints led toward the storage room. Long, dragging prints, the same shape I'd seen before. I swallowed hard and pushed the door open. The room was empty. Except for one thing. Hawthorne's hat. Lying in the center of the floor. Soaked. I knelt beside it, my hands trembling. The water around it wasn't clear. It was dark. Thick. Like the runoff from deep underground. Something moved behind me. A soft shuffle. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't turn. I didn't breathe. A voice whispered from the doorway. Not Hawthorne's. Not mine. Not Marla's. Something older. Something hollow. "You came back." I closed my eyes. The voice moved closer, each word dripping with cold breath. "You followed." I shook my head. "No. You listened." I pressed my hands against the floor to keep them from shaking. "I didn't have a choice." The voice leaned close to my ear. "You do now." I opened my eyes. The footprints on the floor had changed direction. They led toward the back door. Into the woods. Into the dark. The voice whispered again, softer this time. "Follow." I stood slowly, my legs unsteady. The back door creaked open on its own. Cold air rushed in. The trees beyond the threshold swayed, though there was no wind. The whistle drifted through the forest. Low. Slow. Calling. I stepped outside. The door closed behind me. The whistle grew louder. And the woods swallowed me whole. The woods swallowed me the moment I stepped past the tree line. The air changed, colder, heavier, thick with the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves. The light dimmed, even though the sun had risen. The forest felt wrong, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. The whistle drifted between the trees. Low. Slow. Calling. I walked without meaning to. My legs moved on their own, following the sound deeper into the woods. The path beneath my feet wasn't a path at all, just patches of flattened grass, disturbed soil, and long, dragging footprints that sank deep into the mud. The same footprints I'd seen outside Hawthorne's store. The same shape. The same stride. He was leading me. I didn't know where. I didn't want to know. But I couldn't stop. The trees grew denser, their branches twisting overhead like tangled fingers. Shadows clung to the trunks, stretching and shrinking with every step I took. The whistle echoed through the forest, sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind, sometimes right beside my ear. I didn't look. I kept walking. After what felt like hours, the trees opened into a clearing. A small cabin stood in the center. Old. Rotting. Leaning to one side like it was trying to collapse in on itself. The windows were boarded. The door hung crooked on rusted hinges. Moss covered the roof. The air around it felt colder than the rest of the forest. I knew this place. I'd never seen it before, but I knew it. This was where Caleb had lived. Where he'd disappeared. Where he'd changed. The whistle stopped. Silence settled over the clearing. Then a voice, Marla's voice, whispered from inside the cabin. "Help me!" I froze. The voice came again, trembling. "Please, it's cold." I shook my head. "You're not her." The voice shifted, deeper now, rougher. "Let me in." I took a step back. The cabin door creaked open. Darkness spilled out. Not shadows. Darkness. Thick, heavy, alive. A shape stood in the doorway. Tall. Still. Wrong. I couldn't see its face. Couldn't see its eyes. But I felt them, cold, hollow, ancient, boring into me. The figure stepped forward. The ground trembled beneath its weight. The whistle rose from the trees, swirling around the clearing like a storm. I stumbled backward, my breath shaking. "What do you want?" The figure tilted its head. Then, in my voice, it whispered, "You." I turned and ran. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots caught my feet. The forest twisted around me, paths shifting, trees closing in. The whistle followed, rising and falling, guiding me deeper, pulling me back every time I tried to turn away. I didn't know how long I ran. Minutes. Hours. Time didn't matter. The forest didn't let me leave. Eventually, my legs gave out. I collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath, my vision blurring. The whistle faded into silence. Then, footsteps. Slow. Dragging. Coming toward me. I pressed my back against the tree, shaking. "Stay away." The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice, Hawthorne's voice, whispered from the darkness. "You can't run." Another voice, Marla's, whispered from the other side. "You can't hide." Then my own voice, right behind me. "Look at me." I squeezed my eyes shut. The forest went silent. Then, a hand touched my shoulder. Cold. Long. Wrong. And the whistle stopped. The hand on my shoulder didn't grip me. It didn't pull or push. It simply rested there, cold, impossibly cold, like a reminder that he was no longer behind me, or beside me, or somewhere in the trees. He was here. With me. I didn't look. I kept my eyes on the ground, on the roots twisting through the dirt, on the faint outline of the path I'd stumbled down. My breath came in shallow bursts. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might shake him loose. But he didn't move. The forest was silent. Then the hand slid down my arm, slow and deliberate, fingers tracing the shape of my elbow, my wrist, the back of my hand. The touch wasn't violent. It wasn't even forceful. It was exploratory, curious, like he was learning me. A voice rose from the darkness behind me. Not mine, not Marla's, not Hawthorne's. Something older, something hollow. You followed. I shook my head. No, you came back. I didn't want to. You listened. I swallowed hard. I didn't have a choice. The hand tightened, not painfully, but with a kind of finality, like a decision had been made. You do now. The forest shifted around us. The trees creaked. The air thickened. The ground beneath my feet felt softer, like the earth itself was loosening. The whistle drifted through the branches, low, slow, patient. Calling. Guiding. The hand released me. I stumbled forward, catching myself against a tree. The bark was damp and cold. I turned my head just enough to see the outline of him in the corner of my vision. Tall. Still. Wrong. He stood between the trees, his shape blending with the shadows, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. I couldn't see his face. I didn't want to. But I felt his eyes, cold, hollow, ancient, fixed on me. The whistle stopped. Silence. Then he stepped forward. One slow step. Then another. The ground trembled beneath his weight. The trees leaned away from him. The shadows stretched toward him like they were drawn to his presence. I backed away, my breath shaking. What do you want? He didn't answer. He just kept walking. I turned and ran. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots caught my feet. The forest twisted around me, paths shifting, trees closing in. The whistle rose behind me, sharp and urgent, echoing through the woods like a warning. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a patch of dead leaves. The forest spun around me. The air tasted like metal. My vision blurred. Then the whistle stopped. Silence. I forced myself to sit up. The trees around me were different, older, thicker, twisted into shapes that didn't look natural. The ground sloped downward into a narrow ravine. Fog clung to the earth like a living thing. And in the center of the ravine stood a stone well. Old. Cracked. Covered in moss. The air around it was colder than the rest of the forest. I knew this place. Even though I'd never seen it. This was where Caleb had disappeared. Where he'd changed. Where he'd become what he was now. The whistle drifted through the fog. Soft. Slow. Calling. I stood on shaking legs. The well seemed to breathe, fog rising from its mouth like exhaled air. The stones pulsed faintly, as if something beneath them was moving. A voice rose from the darkness inside. My voice. Help me! I stepped back. The voice came again, trembling. Please, it's cold. I shook my head. You're not me. The fog thickened. Then another voice rose from the well. Marla's. You left me. Then Hawthorne's. You followed. Then Caleb's. You belong here. The ground beneath my feet shifted. Softened. Sank. I stumbled forward, catching myself on the edge of the well. The stones were freezing, burning my palms. The fog rose higher, swirling around me, pulling me closer. A hand reached out of the darkness. Long. Pale. Wrong. It brushed my wrist. Then tightened. And the whistle rose to a scream. The hand didn't pull me into the well. It didn't drag or yank or force. It simply held my wrist with that same cold, deliberate pressure, as if waiting for me to understand something I'd been refusing to see. The fog rose higher, swirling around my legs, seeping into my clothes, my skin, my breath. The forest was silent. Even the birds had stopped. The hand tightened. Not painfully. Just enough to say, "You're not leaving." I tried to pull away. My muscles strained, my breath shaking, but the grip didn't budge. It wasn't strength holding me, it was inevitability. Like gravity. Like the tide. Like something older than the woods themselves. A voice rose from the well. Not mine. Not Marla's. Not Hawthorne's. Caleb's. You came back. I shook my head. I didn't want to. You followed. I didn't have a choice. You listened. I tried not to. The fog thickened, swirling around my waist now, cold enough to burn. The hand tugged gently, guiding me closer to the edge. The stones beneath my palms pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat deep underground. You belong here, Caleb whispered. No. You heard me. I didn't answer. You will. The fog surged upward, swallowing my chest, my shoulders. My breath turned to frost. My fingers went numb. The forest around me blurred, the trees bending inward like they were bowing to something unseen. The hand pulled again. I slid closer to the well. My feet lost their grip. My knees hit the stones. I felt the darkness below, deep, endless, alive. Something moved in it. Something vast. Something hungry. The whistle rose from the depths, vibrating through the stones, through my bones, through the air itself. Low. Slow. Calling. I dug my fingers into the moss-covered stones, trying to anchor myself. I'm not going down there. You already are. The voice wasn't Caleb's anymore. It wasn't anyone's. It was the well itself. The fog surged again, swallowing my neck, my jaw. My vision dimmed. My breath froze in my throat. The hand tightened around my wrist, pulling me forward inch by inch. Then, a sound. Soft. Familiar. A bell. The bell from Hawthorne's store. It rang once. Then again. Then a third time. Clear. Sharp. Real. The fog recoiled. The hand loosened. The whistle faltered. I gasped, sucking in air so cold it cut my lungs. The forest snapped back into focus. The trees straightened. The ground steadied. The fog thinned just enough for me to see the edge of the clearing. A figure stood there. Not tall. Not still. Not wrong. Hawthorne. Or what was left of him. He leaned heavily on the doorframe of the old cabin, his clothes torn, his face pale, his eyes sunken but alive. He held the broken bell from his store in one shaking hand. Get away from there, he rasped. The hand on my wrist tightened in anger. The whistle rose to a shriek. Hawthorne rang the bell again. The sound cut through the forest like a blade. The fog recoiled violently. The hand released me. I fell backward onto the ground, gasping, coughing, clawing at the dirt to get away from the well. The fog writhed like something wounded. The whistle twisted into a distorted howl. Hawthorne staggered toward me, each step labored. Get up, he said. Now. I scrambled to my feet. The fog surged upward, forming a shape, tall, thin, wrong, rising from the well like a shadow peeling itself off the darkness. Hawthorne grabbed my arm. Run! I didn't argue. We ran. Branches tore at us. Roots grabbed our ankles. The forest screamed with the whistle, the sound chasing us through the trees like a living thing. The ground shook. The fog surged behind us, reaching, clawing, pulling at our heels. Hawthorne stumbled. I grabbed him. He shoved me forward. Don't stop. The whistle rose to a roar. I turned back. The fog swallowed him whole. His scream was cut off instantly. The forest went silent. Then, a voice behind me whispered, "Follow." And the whistle started again. Closer. The hand didn't pull me back into the fog. It didn't drag me toward the well. It simply rested on my shoulder with a weight that felt less like touch and more like a verdict. The forest around me held its breath. Even the wind stopped. The whistle faded into a low, trembling hum that vibrated through the ground. I didn't look. I kept my eyes on the dirt, on the roots twisting beneath my feet, on the faint outline of the path I tried to follow. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. My heart hammered so violently I thought it might shake the hand loose. It didn't. The fingers tightened slightly, not enough to hurt, just enough to remind me that running was no longer an option. A voice rose behind me. Not Caleb's. Not Hawthorne's. Not Marla's. Something older. Something hollow. You belong here. I shook my head. No. You heard me. I didn't answer. You followed. I didn't want to. You came back. I didn't choose to. The hand slid down my arm, cold enough to burn, tracing the shape of my elbow, my wrist, the back of my hand. The touch was deliberate, almost gentle, like he was memorizing me. You listened. I swallowed hard. I didn't have a choice. You do now. The forest shifted. The trees leaned inward. The fog thickened, rising around my legs like water. The ground softened beneath me, the earth loosening, sinking, pulling me down inch by inch. I tried to step back. My foot sank deeper. The fog rose to my knees. The hand tightened. You belong here, the voice repeated. No. You heard me. I didn't answer. You will. The fog surged upward, swallowing my waist, my chest. My breath turned to frost. My fingers went numb. The world dimmed around the edges, the trees blurring into dark shapes. The hand pulled gently. I slid forward. My knees hit the ground. The fog rose to my shoulders. The whistle returned, low, slow, patient, vibrating through the forest like a heartbeat. Then, a sound. Soft. Familiar. A bell. It rang once. Then again. Then a third time. Clear. Sharp. Real. The fog recoiled. The hand loosened. The whistle faltered. I gasped, sucking in air so cold it cut my lungs. The forest snapped back into focus. The trees straightened. The ground steadied. The fog thinned just enough for me to see the edge of the clearing. A figure stood there. Not tall. Not still. Not wrong. Hawthorne. Or what was left of him. He leaned heavily against a tree, his clothes torn, his face pale, his eyes sunken but alive. He held the broken bell from his store in one shaking hand. Get up, he rasped. Move. The hand on my shoulder tightened in anger. The whistle rose to a shriek. Hawthorne rang the bell again. The sound cut through the forest like a blade. The fog recoiled violently. The hand released me. I fell backward, coughing, clawing at the dirt to get away from the well. The fog writhed like something wounded. The whistle twisted into a distorted howl. Hawthorne staggered toward me, each step labored. On your feet, he said. Now. I scrambled up, grabbing his arm to steady him. His skin was cold, his breath shallow. You're alive, I whispered. Not for long, he said. Move. We stumbled through the trees, the fog surging behind us like a living thing. The whistle rose and fell, echoing through the forest, shaking the branches, rattling the ground. He's angry, Hawthorne said. He took you, I said. He tried, Hawthorne rasped. Didn't finish. The fog surged again, reaching for our legs. Hawthorne rang the bell. The fog recoiled. But the bell cracked down the middle. A thin line. Spreading. Hawthorne cursed under his breath. Not much time. We pushed deeper into the forest, branches tearing at us, roots grabbing our feet. The whistle grew louder, sharper, closer. He's coming, I said. He's always coming, Hawthorne replied. The fog surged again. The bell cracked further. Hawthorne stumbled. I grabbed him. He shoved me forward. Don't stop. The whistle rose to a roar. I turned back. The fog swallowed him whole. His scream was cut off instantly. The forest went silent. Then, a voice behind me whispered, "Follow." And the whistle started again. Closer. The hand didn't pull me back. It didn't drag me into the fog or toward the well. It simply rested on my shoulder with a weight that felt like a verdict, like a cold palm pressed against the back of my neck by something that had already decided what I was. The whistle rose behind me, low, slow, patient. Not angry. Not frantic. Certain. I didn't look. I kept my eyes on the ground, on the roots twisting through the dirt, on the faint outline of the path I tried to follow. My breath came in shallow bursts. My pulse hammered in my throat. The forest around me leaned inward, branches creaking, leaves trembling without wind. The hand tightened. "You belong here," the voice whispered. I shook my head. "No. You heard me." I didn't answer. "You will." The fog surged around my legs, swirling like water, cold enough to burn. The ground softened beneath my feet, the earth loosening, sinking, pulling me down inch by inch. The trees bent closer, their branches reaching like fingers. I tried to step back. My foot sank deeper. The fog rose to my knees. The hand slid down my arm, tracing the shape of my elbow, my wrist, the back of my hand. The touch was deliberate, almost gentle, like he was memorizing me. "You followed. I didn't want to. You came back. I didn't choose to. You listened. I didn't have a choice. You do now." The fog surged upward, swallowing my waist, my chest. My breath turned to frost. My fingers went numb. The world dimmed around the edges, the trees blurring into dark shapes. The hand pulled gently. I slid forward. My knees hit the ground. The fog rose to my shoulders. The whistle vibrated through the forest like a heartbeat. Then, a sound. Soft. Familiar. A bell. It rang once. Then again. Then a third time. Clear. Sharp. Real. The fog recoiled. The hand loosened. The whistle faltered. I gasped, sucking in air so cold it cut my lungs. The forest snapped back into focus. The trees straightened. The ground steadied. The fog thinned just enough for me to see the edge of the clearing. A figure stood there. Hawthorne. Or what was left of him. He leaned against a tree, barely upright, his clothes torn, his face pale, his eyes sunken but alive. He held the cracked bell in one shaking hand. "Move!" he rasped. The hand on my shoulder tightened in fury. The whistle rose to a shriek. Hawthorne rang the bell again. The sound cut through the forest like a blade. The fog recoiled violently. The hand released me. I fell backward, coughing, clawing at the dirt to get away from the well. The fog writhed like something wounded. The whistle twisted into a distorted howl. Hawthorne staggered toward me. "On your feet." I grabbed his arm, helping him stand. His skin was cold, his breath shallow. "You shouldn't be alive," I whispered. He gave a weak, humorless smile. "Not for long." The fog surged again. The bell cracked further. Hawthorne stumbled. I grabbed him. He shoved me forward. "Don't stop." The whistle rose to a roar. I turned back. The fog swallowed him whole. His scream was cut off instantly. The forest went silent. Then, a voice behind me whispered, "Follow." And the whistle started again. Closer. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots grabbed my feet. The forest twisted around me, paths shifting, trees closing in. The whistle followed, rising and falling, echoing through the woods like a living thing. I didn't know how long I ran. Minutes. Hours. Time didn't matter. The forest didn't let me leave. Eventually, the trees thinned. The fog receded. The whistle softened. I stumbled into a clearing. And froze. Because I knew this place. Even though I'd never seen it. A small, crooked house stood at the center. White porch. Faded paint. Curtains drawn tight. Marla's house. But it wasn't abandoned. A light was on inside. Warm. Soft. Inviting. A silhouette moved behind the curtain. A woman's silhouette. Marla's voice drifted through the open window. "Come in." I took a step back. "No. Come in," she repeated, softer this time. "It's safe." The whistle drifted through the trees. Low. Slow. Patient. Waiting. Marla's silhouette moved closer to the window. Her voice trembled. "Please, it's cold." I shook my head. "You're not her." The silhouette tilted its head. Then, another silhouette appeared beside it. Tall. Still. Wrong. And in my own voice it whispered, "Come home." I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The clearing felt smaller than before, the trees leaning inward like they were listening. The house, Marla's house, glowed with a warm, soft light that didn't belong in these woods. It looked inviting. Safe. Familiar. But the silhouettes in the window were wrong. Marla's shape stood closest to the glass, her head tilted slightly, her shoulders trembling as if she were cold. But the way she moved, too smooth, too slow, made my skin crawl. And the second silhouette beside her. Tall. Still. Wrong. He didn't move at all. Not even to breathe. Marla's voice drifted through the open window again, soft and trembling. "Come in." I took a step back. "You're not her." The silhouette tilted its head. Then the tall one moved. Not a step. Not a shift. Just a tilt of the head, matching hers perfectly, like a puppet mirroring its master. My own voice whispered from the doorway. "Come home." The word echoed through the clearing, bouncing off the trees, sinking into the fog. I shook my head, my breath shaking. "No." The tall silhouette stepped forward. The porch creaked under its weight. Marla's silhouette followed, gliding rather than walking. "Please," she whispered. "It's cold." I backed away, my foot catching on a root. I stumbled but didn't fall. The whistle drifted through the trees, low, slow, patient. Not chasing. Not urging. Waiting. The tall silhouette stepped off the porch. Onto the grass. The fog curled around its legs like it was welcoming him home. I turned and ran. The forest closed around me instantly, branches clawing at my clothes, roots grabbing my ankles. The whistle rose behind me, weaving through the trees like a thread pulling tight around my throat. I didn't look back. I didn't breathe. I just ran. But the forest wasn't the same. The path twisted, shifted, moved. Every direction looked identical, dark trees, thick fog, no sky. The whistle grew louder, echoing from every side, circling me, closing in. I stumbled into another clearing. Not the same one. This one was smaller, darker. A single tree stood in the center, dead, twisted, its branches reaching upward like broken fingers. Something hung from one of the branches. A rope. Old. Frayed. Swaying gently even though there was no wind. I froze. A voice whispered behind me. "You followed." I turned. He stood at the edge of the clearing. Tall. Still. Wrong. His head tilted at that unnatural angle, his limbs too long, his silhouette blending with the shadows. I couldn't see his face. I didn't want to. The whistle stopped. Silence. Then he stepped forward. One slow step. Then another. The ground trembled beneath him. "You came back," he whispered. "I didn't want to. You listened. I didn't have a choice. You do now." He raised one hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. Pointing. Not at me. At the rope. My breath caught. "No. You belong here." "I don't." "You heard me." I didn't answer. "You will." The rope swayed. The tree groaned. The fog thickened around my legs. He stepped closer. Close enough that I could feel the cold radiating off him like a winter storm. Close enough that I could hear his breathing, slow, wet, wrong. Close enough that I could see the faint outline of a face beneath the shadows. Not Caleb's. Not anyone's. Something stretched. Something hollow. Something wearing a shape it didn't understand. He leaned closer. And in my voice he whispered, "Look at me." I squeezed my eyes shut. The ground shifted beneath my feet. The rope creaked. The whistle rose to a scream. Something touched my neck. Cold. Long. Wrong. And the forest went dark. Darkness didn't take me all at once. It seeped in slowly, like ink spreading through water. First the trees vanished, then the clearing, then the dead rope swaying from the twisted branch. The cold hand on my neck tightened, not enough to choke, just enough to remind me it was there, guiding me downward into a place where sound didn't travel and breath didn't matter. The whistle faded. The forest fell silent. Then something shifted. A faint glow appeared ahead of me, pale and sickly, like moonlight filtered through dirty glass. The darkness thinned just enough for me to see the outline of a narrow path beneath my feet, roots twisting like veins, stones slick with moisture, fog curling around my ankles. I wasn't in the clearing anymore. I wasn't anywhere I recognized. The hand released my neck. I stumbled forward, catching myself on a tree that felt too smooth, too warm, like skin stretched over bone. I pulled my hand back instantly. The tree pulsed once, faintly, as if reacting to my touch. A voice drifted through the fog. Not mine. Not Marla's. Not Hawthorne's. Caleb's. You're close. I swallowed hard. Close to what? To the truth. The fog parted. A shape emerged ahead of me. Tall. Still. Wrong. But this time, he wasn't alone. Silhouettes stood behind him. Dozens of them. Half-formed shapes with limbs too long. Heads tilted at unnatural angles. Bodies flickering like shadows caught between worlds. Some were small. Some were massive. Some crawled. Some hovered inches above the ground. All of them watched me. The tall one stepped forward. You followed. I didn't want to. You came back. I didn't choose to. You listened. I didn't have a choice. You do now. He raised one hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. Pointing. Not at me. At the ground. The fog thinned. And I saw it. A circle carved into the earth. Deep. Precise. Old. Symbols etched into the soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. The air above it shimmered, bending the light, warping the space around it. The ground inside the circle wasn't dirt. It was water. Black. Still. Reflective. A perfect mirror. I stepped closer despite myself. My reflection stared back at me. But it wasn't me. Its eyes were hollow. Its mouth hung open in a silent scream. Its skin was pale, stretched thin over sharp bones. Its head tilted slowly, matching the tall silhouette behind me. I stumbled back. No. You belong here, the tall one whispered. I don't. You heard me. I didn't answer. You will. The silhouettes behind him shifted, their bodies bending and twisting in ways that made my stomach turn. The fog thickened, swirling around my legs, pulling me toward the circle. I dug my heels into the ground. It didn't matter. The fog pulled harder. The tall one stepped closer. His breath, cold, wet, wrong, brushed the back of my neck. Look! I shook my head. No! Look! The fog surged. My feet slid forward. The circle pulsed. My reflection twisted, its mouth widening into an impossible grin. Look! I opened my eyes. And saw everything. Not the forest. Not the clearing. Not the well. A place beneath all of it. A place older than the mountains. Older than the trees. Older than the people who vanished into these woods. A place where shadows had weight and breath had shape. A place where something waited. Something vast. Something hungry. Something that had worn Caleb's shape. Something that had learned to whistle. Something that had followed me across states, across towns, across miles of road. Something that had chosen me. The circle pulsed again. The fog surged. The tall one leaned close. And in my own voice he whispered, "Come home." I didn't fall. I expected the darkness to swallow me whole, expected the cold hand on my neck to push me down into that circle of black water until I disappeared like Caleb, like Marla, like Hawthorne. But instead of falling, I hung there, suspended in a darkness that felt thick enough to touch, like tar clinging to my skin. The whistle faded. The silhouettes dissolved. The forest vanished. Only the circle remained. A faint glow pulsed beneath me, like a heartbeat deep underground. The black water rippled without wind, without movement, without anything touching it. My reflection stared up at me, pale, hollow-eyed, mouth open in a silent scream. Then the reflection blinked. Not me. It blinked first. I jerked back, but the darkness held me in place. The reflection tilted its head, matching the angle of the tall silhouette that had followed me across states, across towns, across miles of road. Its mouth stretched wider, too wide, splitting the skin at the corners. A voice rose from the water. My voice. You see now. I shook my head. No. You understand. I don't. You belong here. I don't. You heard me. I didn't answer. You will. The reflection's mouth widened further, splitting into something that wasn't a smile, wasn't a scream, something in between. The water rippled outward, the glow beneath it pulsing faster, brighter, like something enormous was waking up below. The darkness around me tightened. Not like a grip. Like a breath. Inhaling. Drawing me closer. The reflection whispered again, its voice layered with others, Marla's, Hawthorne's, Caleb's, voices I didn't recognize, voices that sounded like they'd been trapped for years. Come home. I squeezed my eyes shut. The darkness pressed closer. The water surged upward. Cold. Wet. Wrong. It touched my skin. And everything changed. I wasn't in the clearing. I wasn't in the forest. I wasn't anywhere I recognized. I stood in a narrow hallway, wooden walls, peeling wallpaper, a single dim bulb flickering overhead. The air smelled like damp earth and old smoke. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet. A door stood at the end of the hall. White. Closed. A faint light glowed beneath it. I took a step forward. The floor groaned. Another step. The bulb flickered. The whistle drifted through the hallway, soft, distant, echoing from behind the door. Low. Slow. Calling. I reached the door. My hand hovered over the knob. A voice whispered behind me. You followed. I turned. The hallway was empty. But the air behind me was cold. Colder than the well. Colder than the fog. Colder than the thing that had worn Caleb's shape. The voice came again, closer. You came back. I pressed my hand against the door. The knob was warm. Warm like skin. Warm like breath. Warm like something alive. The whistle rose. The door pulsed beneath my palm. A heartbeat. Slow. Steady. Waiting. You listened, the voice whispered. I swallowed hard. I didn't have a choice. You do now. The door clicked. Unlocked. The light beneath it brightened. The whistle sharpened. The heartbeat quickened. The voice leaned close to my ear. My own voice. Open it. I closed my eyes. The door creaked. Just slightly. Enough for warm air to spill out. Enough for the whistle to slip through. Enough for something on the other side to breathe. Slow. Wet. Wrong. I opened my eyes. And the door opened with them. The door didn't swing open all at once. It eased inward, slow and deliberate, as if something on the other side were savoring the moment. Warm air spilled out, too warm, like breath against my face. The light inside flickered, pulsing in time with a heartbeat I could feel in the floorboards. I didn't step forward. The door opened wider on its own. The hallway behind me groaned, wood shifting like ribs under pressure. The darkness pressed closer, urging me toward the light. The whistle drifted through the cracks in the walls, soft, coaxing, patient. I took one step. The floor creaked. Another step. The air grew warmer. The light brightened. The room beyond the door came into view, small, square, familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. A single chair sat in the center. A lantern hung from the ceiling, swaying gently even though there was no wind. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, the pattern warped and stretched like something underneath was pushing outward. A figure sat in the chair. Back to me. Still. Too still. Its shoulders rose and fell in slow, deliberate breaths. I stopped in the doorway. The whistle faded. Silence settled over the room. Then the figure spoke. My voice. You made it. I didn't move. Turn around. The figure didn't. You followed, it said. I didn't want to. You came back. I didn't choose to. You listened. I didn't have a choice. You do now. The lantern flickered. The figure's head tilted, not turning, just tilting, like it was listening to something behind me. The wallpaper rippled. The floorboards trembled. The air thickened. You saw, it whispered. I swallowed hard. Saw what? The truth. The figure stood. Slowly. Too slowly. Its limbs unfolded like they'd been folded wrong. Its spine straightened with a series of soft cracks. It didn't turn around. It just stood there, facing the wall, breathing in that slow, wet rhythm. You belong here, it said. No. You heard me. I didn't answer. You will. The lantern dimmed. The room darkened. The figure turned its head, not its body, just its head, rotating far past what a neck should allow. The motion was smooth, silent, wrong. Its face came into view. My face. But hollow. Eyes empty. Skin stretched thin. Mouth hanging open in a silent scream. It took one step toward me. The floor groaned. Another step. The whistle returned, low, slow, vibrating through the walls. The hollow version of me reached out a hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. Cold air spilling from its palm. Come home, it whispered. I stumbled back into the hallway. The door slammed shut behind me. The whistle rose to a shriek. The walls shook. The floor buckled. Something moved in the darkness behind me, fast, crawling, dragging itself along the ceiling, the walls, the floor. I ran. The hallway stretched, lengthening with every step, the door at the far end pulling away like a mirage. The whistle chased me, weaving through the walls, echoing inside my skull. The floor split open beneath me. I fell. Into darkness. Into cold. Into silence. Then, a voice whispered in the void. Not mine. Not Marla's. Not Hawthorne's. Not Caleb's. Something older. Something beneath all of them. You're almost here. A hand touched my back. Cold. Long. Wrong. And the darkness pulled me deeper. The darkness didn't feel empty anymore. It had weight, texture, temperature. It pressed against my skin like damp cloth, clinging to me, pulling me deeper with each breath I took. The hand on my back guided me downward, not shoving, not dragging, just nudging, as if it knew I would follow eventually. A faint glow appeared below. Not warm. Not cold. Something in between. The darkness thinned, and I found myself standing on a narrow wooden platform suspended over nothing. The boards creaked under my weight, old and soft, as if they'd been soaked in water for years. A lantern hung from a rope above me, swaying gently, casting long shadows that stretched into the void. I wasn't alone. A figure stood at the far end of the platform. Back turned. Still. Too still. Its silhouette was familiar, shoulders slightly hunched, head tilted, arms hanging at its sides. My breath caught in my throat. It was me. Or something wearing me. The figure didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't react. I took a step forward. The platform groaned. The lantern flickered. The figure spoke. My voice. You're almost here. I froze. Where is here? The figure didn't turn. Home. I don't belong here. You do. I'm not like you. You will be. The lantern dimmed. The platform trembled. Something moved in the darkness below, slow, heavy, like a massive body shifting in deep water. The boards beneath my feet bowed inward, as if something beneath them was rising. The figure finally turned. Its face was mine. But wrong. The eyes were hollow, black pits that swallowed the lantern light. The skin was stretched thin, translucent, veins pulsing beneath the surface. The mouth hung open in a silent scream, jaw unhinged too far. It stepped toward me. One slow step. Then another. "You followed," it whispered. "I didn't want to. You listened. I didn't have a choice. You do now." The platform shook violently. The lantern swung wildly. The darkness below surged upward, forming shapes, arms, hands, faces, reaching for the boards, pressing against them, straining to break through. The figure reached out a hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. Cold air spilling from its palm. "Take it," it whispered. I stumbled back. "No. You came back. I didn't choose to. You saw. I didn't want to. You understand. I don't. You do." The boards beneath me cracked. A hand burst through the wood, long, pale, wrong, grabbing my ankle. I fell to my knees, clawing at the platform, trying to pull free. The darkness surged upward, dozens of hands reaching, grasping, pulling. The figure knelt in front of me. Its face inches from mine. My face. But hollow. "You belong here," it whispered. "No. You heard me." I didn't answer. "You will." The hands pulled harder. The platform splintered. The lantern fell, spinning, its light flickering across the void. The figure leaned closer. And in my own voice it whispered, "Let go." The board snapped. I fell. Into darkness. Into cold. Into him. I didn't hit the bottom. I expected the fall to end in bone-shattering impact, in cold water, in the waiting hands of whatever lived beneath the circle. But instead of falling, I slowed. The darkness thickened around me, turning from empty space into something with weight and texture, like sinking through wet soil or heavy cloth. My breath didn't echo. My heartbeat didn't echo. But something else did. A second heartbeat. Not mine. Slow. Deep. Ancient. The darkness thinned, and I found myself standing on solid ground, if it could be called that. The surface beneath my feet was smooth and cold, like polished stone, but it pulsed faintly, as if something alive lay just beneath it. A faint glow illuminated the space. Not from above. From below. I was standing on a vast, circular platform suspended over an endless void. The stone beneath me was carved with symbols, spirals, lines, shapes that hurt to look at, shapes that felt familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. I wasn't alone. A figure stood at the far edge of the platform. Tall. Still. Wrong. Its silhouette was sharper here, clearer, as if the darkness itself outlined it. Its limbs were too long, its spine too straight, its head tilted at that unnatural angle that had followed me across states, across towns, across miles of road. It didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. I took a step forward. The platform pulsed. The figure spoke. My voice. "You're here." I swallowed hard. "Where is this?" "Home. I don't belong here." "You do. I'm not like you." "You will be." The glow beneath the platform brightened, revealing shapes moving in the depths, shadows with limbs, faces, mouths. They pressed against the underside of the stone, straining upward, reaching for me. The figure stepped closer. "You followed. I didn't want to. You listened. I didn't have a choice. You do now." The platform trembled. The glow brightened. The shadows surged upward, pressing harder, cracking the stone. The figure raised one hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. Cold air spilling from its palm. "Take it." I shook my head. "No. You came back. I didn't choose to. You saw. I didn't want to. You understand. I don't. You do." The stone beneath my feet cracked. A thin line. Spreading. The shadows below pressed harder, their hands breaking through the cracks, reaching for my ankles, my legs, my waist. The figure stepped closer. Its face came into view. My face. But hollow. Eyes empty. Skin stretched thin. Mouth open in a silent scream. It leaned close. You belong here. No. You heard me. I didn't answer. You will. The cracks widened. The platform shook. The shadows surged upward, grabbing my legs, pulling me down. The figure reached out its hand again. Let go. I grabbed the edge of the platform, fingers digging into the stone. The shadows pulled harder, cold hands wrapping around my ankles, my calves, my knees. The figure knelt beside me. Its face inches from mine. My face. But wrong. You can't run, it whispered. I'm not running. You can't hide. I'm not hiding. You can't escape. I'm not trying to. The figure tilted its head. The shadows froze. The platform stopped shaking. The glow dimmed. The figure leaned closer. Then what are you doing? I took a breath. A real one. Steady. Cold. I'm choosing. The figure's hollow eyes widened. Just slightly. Enough. I let go of the platform. But not to fall. I grabbed the figure's wrist. Cold. Long. Wrong. And pulled. The shadows surged upward. The platform cracked open. The glow exploded. The figure screamed, my voice, twisted and distorted, and the darkness swallowed us both. I expected oblivion. A final drop into the dark, a cold rush, the end of breath and thought and self. But the darkness didn't take me the way I feared. It didn't swallow me whole. It folded around me, slow, deliberate, almost careful, like a hand closing around something fragile. The figure I'd pulled with me didn't scream anymore. It didn't move. It didn't resist. It simply dissolved, its shape unraveling like smoke in water, its long fingers slipping through mine, its hollow face breaking apart into drifting fragments of shadow. The darkness absorbed it, piece by piece, until nothing remained. Then the darkness turned its attention to me. A pressure built around my chest, not crushing, not suffocating, probing, testing. The way someone might press a thumb into clay to see how soft it is. The way something might examine a new shape it wasn't sure how to hold. A voice rose from everywhere at once. Not mine. Not Caleb's. Not Hawthorne's. Not Marla's. Something beneath all of them. You chose. I forced my eyes open. There was no platform. No circle. No forest. I stood in a vast, open space, endless, horizonless, lit by a faint glow that came from nowhere and everywhere. The ground beneath my feet was smooth and pale, like polished bone. The air was still, heavy, expectant. You chose, the voice repeated. I swallowed hard. I chose not to become you. The glow pulsed. A shape formed in front of me. Not tall. Not thin. Not wrong. Human. A man. Young. Barefoot. Clothes torn. Eyes hollow. Caleb. Or what was left of him. He stepped forward, his movements slow, uncertain, like he was relearning how to use his body. You pulled him down, Caleb said, his voice thin, trembling. No one ever pulls him down. I didn't know what else to do. You chose, he said again, as if the word itself mattered more than the meaning. The glow brightened. Other shapes emerged from the haze, figures half-formed, flickering, shifting between human and shadow. Some I recognized. Some I didn't. All of them watched me with hollow eyes. You broke the pattern, Caleb whispered. What pattern? The taking. The glow pulsed again. The ground trembled. A low, distant whistle drifted through the air, weak, distorted, like something wounded. He's not gone, Caleb said. You didn't kill him. I know. You didn't escape. I know. You didn't win. I know. Caleb stepped closer. But you changed the rules. The whistle rose, sharper now, angrier, echoing across the endless space like a storm gathering strength. The figures around us shifted, retreating into the haze. Caleb grabbed my arm. His grip was weak. Human. "He's coming back," he whispered. "And he's not alone." The whistle grew louder. The ground cracked beneath us. A thin line, spreading. Caleb's eyes widened. "You need to run." "I thought there was no running." "There wasn't," he said, "until you made it possible." The crack widened. The whistle screamed. The glow shattered. And the darkness surged upward. Caleb shoved me backward. "Go." The ground gave way. I fell. Not into darkness. Into light. Blinding. Cold. Real. I hit the ground hard. Dirt, leaves, air rushing back into my lungs like a punch. The forest exploded into focus around me. The trees. The fog. The night. I was back. But not where I'd been. Not near the well. Not near the clearing. Not near Marla's house. I lay on the side of a road. My car sat 20 feet away. Driver's door open. Headlights on. Engine running. As if I'd just stepped out. As if no time had passed. As if the forest had spit me out exactly where I'd been taken. The whistle drifted through the trees behind me. Weak. Wounded. But alive. I stood on shaking legs. The forest went silent. Then, a voice whispered from the tree line. "Not mine. Not Caleb's. Not anyone's. You chose." The whistle sharpened. Closer. I stumbled toward the car. The forest exhaled. And something stepped out of the trees. He stepped out of the woods so quietly it was as if he wasn't touching the ground at all. At first, he was only a shadow between the trees, narrow, stretched, too tall to be human. Then came the outline of shoulders, a head, arms hanging just a little too low. And finally, he stood there fully, right at the edge of the headlight's glow, as if he feared, or couldn't, step into the light completely. I froze. So did he. Only his head moved, tilting slowly to the side, like he was studying me, comparing me to something, checking me against a memory I didn't want to understand. The forest was silent. Even the wind had stopped. Only a faint, broken whistle drifted through the trees, not confident, not commanding, but ragged, torn, like the sound of a wounded animal. I realized he was weaker, but not smaller. He took a step forward. His shadow stretched behind him, lagging, as if it couldn't keep up with his body. His feet didn't touch the ground the way they should, like he didn't remember how people walked and was trying to imitate the motion from memory. I backed toward the car. He stopped. His head tilted the other way. And in that moment I understood, he wasn't looking at me. He was looking through me. As if checking whether everything was still in place. Whether everything had returned. Whether everything matched what he'd seen down there, beneath the circle, beneath the platform, beneath that place where I made my choice. He raised his hand. Long fingers. Almost translucent skin. But the hand trembled. Not from weakness. From rage. From the fact that I had slipped away. From the fact that I had changed the rules. He lifted his hand higher, pointing at me. And that's when I heard the voice. Not his. Not mine. Not human. A voice that sounded like thousands of mouths speaking from underground. "You weren't meant to leave." The ground beneath my feet shuddered. The air grew heavier. The forest leaned forward, as if listening. He took another step. Now his face was in the headlights. And I saw it. Not emptiness. Not darkness. But cracks. As if his face was a mask stretched over something that couldn't hold its shape. The skin was pulled tight, but underneath, movement. Pulsing. Something trying to push through. He opened his mouth. And what came out wasn't a whistle. It was a breath. Deep. Hungry. As if he were inhaling air sent memory. Me. I stepped back again. He tilted his head. And in my own voice he said, "You took him." I froze. Took who? He didn't answer. He just raised his hand higher, and I realized he wasn't pointing at me. He was pointing behind me. I turned slowly. and saw that someone was sitting in the back seat of my car. Someone was sitting in the back seat. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The figure was just a silhouette at first, still, upright, head slightly bowed. The interior light wasn't on, and the headlights only caught the edge of the window, leaving most of the back seat in darkness. Behind me, the tall figure at the tree line didn't step closer. He didn't need to. He just lowered his hand, as if to say, "Look." I took one slow step toward the car. The silhouette didn't react. Another step. Still nothing. The forest behind me held its breath. Even the broken whistle had gone silent, as if he were waiting to see what I would do. I reached the open driver's door. My hand hovered over the frame. The figure in the back seat shifted. Just slightly. A small, subtle movement, like someone waking up, or someone pretending to be asleep and deciding the act was no longer necessary. My pulse hammered in my throat. "Who's there?" I whispered. The silhouette lifted its head. Not fast. Not slow. Just deliberate. The shape of the face came into view, soft, familiar, wrong in a way that made my stomach twist. The hair. The shoulders. The posture. I knew that shape. I knew it too well. "Marla!" I breathed. The figure didn't answer. It leaned forward, just enough for the faint spill of headlight to catch its face. And my blood went cold. It was Marla. But not the way I remembered her. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, like she'd been underwater for days. Her eyes were wide, glassy, unfocused. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she were trying to speak but couldn't remember how. She blinked. Once. Slowly. Then her mouth opened. Too wide. Far too wide. A sound came out. Not a scream. Not a word. A breath. Deep. Wet. Hungry. Behind me, the tall figure stepped closer. The gravel didn't crunch under his feet. He didn't make a sound. But the air grew colder. Marla leaned forward more, her face inches from the back of the driver's seat. Her eyes locked onto mine, empty, hollow, reflecting nothing. Then she whispered, in a voice that wasn't hers. "You took him." My throat tightened. "Who?" Her head tilted. The same angle as the tall figure behind me. Her voice cracked, splitting into layers. Hers, mine, his, others I didn't recognize. "You brought him back." I stumbled away from the car. The tall figure stepped into the edge of the headlights. His face was still cracked, still shifting, still barely holding its shape. "You chose," he whispered. Marla's voice echoed him from inside the car. "You chose." The forest answered with a low, trembling whistle. I backed away, breath shaking, eyes darting between the thing wearing Marla's face and the thing wearing mine. "What did I bring back?" I whispered. Marla's head twitched. The tall figure leaned forward. And both of them, perfectly in sync, said, "Not him." The whistle sharpened. The trees bent inward. The ground trembled. And from the darkness behind the tall figure, something else stepped out. Something bigger. Something older. Something that had never worn a human shape at all. The thing that stepped out of the trees behind him didn't have a shape at first. It was just movement, slow, deliberate, like something pushing through a membrane. The shadows bent around it, stretching, thinning, tearing. The tall figure in the headlights didn't turn to look at it. He didn't need to. He stood perfectly still, head tilted, as if presenting me to whatever was emerging. Marla's hollow voice drifted from the back seat. "You brought it back." I stumbled away from the car, my eyes locked on the shifting mass behind the tall figure. The shadows peeled away, revealing something that made my breath catch. It wasn't tall. It wasn't thin. It wasn't human. It crawled. Slowly. Its limbs were too many, bending at angles that made my stomach twist. Its skin, or what passed for skin, was pale and wet, like something that had never seen light. Its head hung low, dragging inches above the ground, long strands of something like hair trailing behind it. And it was humming. Not whistling. Humming. a low, vibrating sound that made the air tremble. The tall figure stepped aside, giving it room. Marla leaned forward in the back seat, her eyes wide and empty. "He followed you," she whispered. The crawling thing lifted its head, just enough for me to see its face, or what was left of one. A mouth stretched too wide, teeth too many, eyes that weren't eyes at all, just dark pits, wet and shifting, like something alive moved inside them. The humming grew louder. The tall figure finally spoke. Not in my voice. Not in anyone's voice. In a sound that felt like it came from the ground beneath my feet. "He wants what you took." My throat tightened. "I didn't take anything." The crawling thing stopped. Its head tilted. The same angle. The same unnatural motion. The same gesture that had followed me across states, across towns, across miles of road. Marla's voice cracked. "You didn't take him." The tall figure leaned forward. "You took his place." The humming stopped. The forest went silent. The crawling thing opened its mouth. And in a voice that sounded like mine, layered with dozens of others, it whispered, "Give it back." I stumbled backward, my heel catching on a rock. The tall figure stepped closer, the cracks in his face widening, something pulsing beneath the skin. "You chose," he said. Marla echoed him. "You chose." The crawling thing surged forward fast, impossibly fast, its limbs scraping the ground, its mouth opening wider, the humming turning into a low, hungry growl. I turned and ran. The headlights swung wildly as I sprinted past the car. Marla's face pressed against the window, her mouth open in a silent scream. The tall figure didn't chase me. He didn't need to. The crawling thing did. I heard it behind me, limbs slapping the ground, breath wet and ragged, humming rising into a frantic vibration that shook the trees. I didn't look back. I didn't breathe. I just ran. Branches tore at my arms. Roots grabbed my feet. The forest twisted around me, paths shifting, trees closing in. The humming grew louder, closer, vibrating through my bones. Then, the ground vanished beneath me. I fell. Down a slope. Through brush. Into darkness. I hit the ground hard, rolling until I slammed into a tree. Pain shot through my ribs. The humming echoed above me, frantic, searching. Then it stopped. Silence. I held my breath. The forest didn't move. The humming didn't return. For a moment I thought I'd lost it. Then a voice whispered right beside my ear. Not mine. Not Marla's. Not his. Something new. "You can't run from what you are." I froze. Because the voice wasn't coming from the forest. It was coming from inside me. The voice inside me wasn't loud. It didn't echo. It didn't growl or hiss or distort. It whispered. Soft. Calm. Certain. Like it had always been there, waiting for the right moment to speak. "You can't run from what you are." I pressed my back against the tree, breath shaking, eyes scanning the darkness above the slope. The crawling thing wasn't there. The tall figure wasn't there. Marla wasn't there. But the forest wasn't empty. It watched. It listened. It waited. The voice inside me spoke again. "You brought him back." My throat tightened. "I didn't bring anything back." "You did." "I didn't choose." "You did." The ground trembled beneath me, a faint vibration that traveled up the tree trunk and into my spine. The forest exhaled, a long, low breath that rustled the leaves without wind. "You chose," the voice whispered. I shook my head. "I chose not to become him." "That's not what you chose." The darkness above the slope shifted. Something moved. Slowly. Deliberately. I held my breath. A silhouette appeared at the top of the incline, tall, thin, head tilted. But it didn't step forward. It didn't descend. It just stood there, watching me with that cracked, shifting face. The voice inside me whispered, "He's not here for you." My pulse hammered. "Then who?" The voice cut me off. "He's here for what's inside you." The tall figure took one step down the slope. The ground shook. The trees bent inward. The air thickened. I pushed myself to my feet, gripping the tree for balance. My legs trembled, my vision blurred, my breath came in short, sharp bursts. The voice inside me didn't tremble. You took his place. No. You filled the space he left. I didn't. You did. The tall figure took another step. Closer. The cracks in his face widened, something pulsing beneath the skin, something trying to break through. He wants it back, the voice whispered. What? You. My stomach twisted. I'm not his. You're not his, the voice agreed. You're ours. The word hit me like a blow. Ours? The forest groaned. The ground split. A thin line. Spreading. The same way it had beneath the platform. The same way it had beneath the circle. The same way it had when I pulled him down. The tall figure stopped halfway down the slope. He lifted his head. And for the first time, I saw his eyes. Not hollow. Not empty. Not dark. But glowing. Faint. Pale. Like something inside him was burning through the cracks. The voice inside me whispered, "He's not the only one who followed you out." My breath caught. What does that mean? The voice didn't answer. Instead, something moved behind me. Close. Too close. A hand touched my shoulder. Not cold. Not long. Not wrong. Warm. Human. I turned. And froze. Because the person standing behind me was me. But not hollow. Not cracked. Not wrong. Me. Alive. Breathing. Eyes wide with terror. He grabbed my arm. We have to go, he whispered. Above us, the tall figure screamed. The forest screamed with him. And the ground split open beneath our feet. The ground split beneath us with a sound that wasn't quite a crack and wasn't quite a roar, something in between, something alive. The earth trembled, the trees bent inward, and the air thickened like it was turning to liquid. The other me, the one who looked like me, breathed like me, was me, tightened his grip on my arm. We have to move, he whispered. His voice was my voice, but strained, breathless, terrified in a way I hadn't heard from myself in years. He pulled me away from the widening fissure, his fingers digging into my skin with desperate strength. Behind us, the tall figure screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It wasn't even an animal sound. It was the sound of something ancient being torn open. The forest answered with a chorus of creaks and groans, branches twisting, roots ripping free of the soil. The crack in the ground widened, glowing faintly from within, pale, sickly light pulsing like a heartbeat. The other me dragged me toward the trees. Move, he said again. Before it, he didn't finish. Because something climbed out of the crack. Not the crawling thing. Not the tall figure. Something else. Something that didn't bother pretending to be human. A limb, long, pale, jointed in too many places, reached over the edge of the fissure, gripping the soil with fingers that sank deep into the earth. Another limb followed. Then another. The ground shook under its weight. The other me froze. His breath hitched. Oh God, he whispered. It's awake. The creature pulled itself higher. Its body was massive, shifting, its surface rippling like liquid muscle. It had no face, just a smooth expanse of pale flesh that bulged and contracted as if something inside it was trying to push outward. The tall figure staggered backward, cracks in his face widening, light spilling from them like leaking fire. He lifted his head toward the creature, arms trembling, as if begging or warning or pleading. The creature didn't care. It reached for him. Fast. The tall figure tried to move, but his limbs jerked, uncoordinated, like a puppet with tangled strings. The creature's limb wrapped around him, pulling him close, pressing him against its faceless mass. The tall figure screamed. Light burst from the cracks in his skin. The creature absorbed it, drank it, and the tall figure collapsed, empty, hollow, his body folding in on itself like a deflated shell. The other me yanked my arm. Run! We ran. Branches whipped our faces. Roots tore at our ankles. The forest twisted around us, paths shifting, trees leaning, the ground trembling with every movement of the thing behind us. The voice inside me whispered, "You can't outrun it." I ignored it. The other me didn't. He stumbled, clutching his head. "Stop talking," he hissed. But the voice wasn't talking to him. It was talking to me. "You brought it back," it whispered. "You opened the way." The ground shook violently. A limb slammed down behind us, crushing a fallen tree like it was paper. The shockwave knocked us both off our feet. I hit the ground hard, the breath punched out of my lungs. The other me rolled onto his back, staring up at the towering shape moving through the trees. His voice broke. "It's not after me." He turned to me. "It's after you." The creature's faceless head, or what passed for one, tilted toward us. The humming began again. Low. Deep. Hungry. The other me grabbed my shoulders. "You have to choose again." My throat tightened. "Choose what?" He shook his head. "No time." The creature surged forward. The ground split again. The forest screamed. And the other me shoved me into the crack. I didn't fall far. The crack swallowed me, but instead of dropping into some endless void, I slid, fast, scraping against damp earth and tangled roots, tumbling through a narrow passage that felt like it was closing around me. Dirt filled my mouth. Branches tore at my clothes. The air grew colder with every second. Then the ground vanished beneath me. I hit something soft. Not earth. Not leaves. Something that shifted under my weight, like a thick layer of moss or flesh. I scrambled to my feet, wiping mud from my eyes. I wasn't underground. Not exactly. I stood in a cavern, wide, low, lit by a faint, pulsing glow that came from the walls themselves. The air was humid, heavy, vibrating with a low hum that felt like it was coming from inside my bones. The other me wasn't there. Neither was the creature. Neither was the tall figure. But I wasn't alone. A shape stood at the far end of the cavern. Human. Still. Facing away from me. My breath caught. "Caleb!" The figure didn't move. Didn't turn. Didn't breathe. I stepped closer. The hum in the cavern grew louder, vibrating through the floor, through my legs, through my chest. The walls pulsed with pale light, expanding and contracting like lungs. The figure finally spoke. Not Caleb. Not me. Not anyone I knew. "You shouldn't have come back." I froze. The figure turned slowly, and I saw his face. It wasn't Caleb. It wasn't me. It wasn't anyone. It was a face made of shifting shadows, features forming and dissolving, eyes appearing and disappearing, a mouth stretching too wide before snapping back into place. He stepped toward me. "You opened the way," he said. "I didn't mean to. You chose. I didn't understand. You do now." The hum intensified. The cavern walls bulged inward, as if something massive pressed against them from the outside. The ground trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling. The shadow-faced figure tilted his head. "You brought him back." "I didn't bring anything back." "You did." He raised a hand. Long fingers. Pale skin. But the skin wasn't real. It flickered, glitching between shapes, between textures, between identities. "You brought us back." My stomach twisted. "Us?" The cavern answered. Not with words. With movement. The walls split open. Dozens of hands, long, pale, jointed wrong, reached through the cracks. Faces pressed against the stone, stretching it like thin fabric. Mouths opened in silent screams. Eyes blinked without lids. The hum became a roar. The shadow-faced figure stepped closer. "You took his place." "I didn't." "You filled the space he left." "I didn't choose that." "You did." The hands reached for me. The cavern shook violently. The shadow-faced figure leaned close, his shifting features inches from mine. "You can't run from what you are." The voice inside me whispered. He's right. I stumbled back. No. You're one of us now. I'm not. You are. The cavern walls split wider. The hands surged forward. The shadow-faced figure reached for my throat. And then, a voice echoed through the cavern. A voice I recognized. My own. Get away from him. I turned. The other me stood at the entrance of the cavern, breathing hard, covered in dirt, eyes wide with fear and fury. He held something in his hand. A lantern. The same lantern from the hallway. The same lantern that had pulsed like a heartbeat. He lifted it high. The light flared. The cavern screamed. The hands recoiled. The shadow-faced figure staggered back, his features glitching violently. The other me shouted, "Run!" The lantern exploded with light, and the cavern collapsed. The world didn't end when the cavern collapsed. It changed. The moment the lantern's light exploded, the ground beneath me gave way, not like a fall, not like a drop, but like the floor of reality itself folded inward. The roar of the collapsing cavern twisted into a low, vibrating hum, and the air thickened until it felt like I was sinking through warm water. Then everything snapped. I hit solid ground. Hard. The impact knocked the breath out of me. Dirt filled my mouth. Cold air rushed into my lungs like a knife. I rolled onto my back, coughing, blinking against the sudden brightness. Brightness. I wasn't underground anymore. I was outside. Night sky above me. Trees towering overhead. The forest. But not the same part of it. Not the same night. Not the same silence. The hum was gone. The whistle was gone. Even the wind felt different, lighter, colder, real. I pushed myself up onto my elbows and froze. The other me lay a few feet away, sprawled on the ground, chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. The lantern, what was left of it, lay shattered beside him, its glass scattered like ice. He groaned, rolling onto his side. "You're alive," he said, voice hoarse. "So are you." He gave a weak, humorless laugh. "Not for long if we stay here." A branch snapped in the distance. Not loud, not close, but deliberate. We both turned toward the sound. The forest was dark, but not empty. Something moved between the trees, slow, heavy, dragging itself across the ground. Not the crawling thing. Not the tall figure. Something else. Something that hadn't followed us out of the cavern. Something that had been waiting. The other me staggered to his feet, grabbing my arm and pulling me up. "We need to go," he whispered. "Where?" "Anywhere but here." He didn't wait for an answer. We ran. Branches whipped our faces. Roots grabbed at our feet. The forest twisted around us, but not the way it had before. It wasn't shifting to trap us. It wasn't bending to guide us. It was just a forest, dark, cold, indifferent. But something behind us wasn't indifferent. It followed. Slow at first. Then faster. The ground trembled with each step it took. The other me glanced back, eyes wide with panic. "It's not him," he said. "It's worse." I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. We broke through a line of trees and stumbled into a clearing, a wide, open space with a single dead tree in the center. The same tree. The same rope. The same clearing where the tall figure had first cornered me. But the rope was gone. The branch was broken. Snapped clean off. The other me stopped, chest heaving. "This isn't right," he whispered. "This isn't how it was." The ground shook. Harder this time. The thing in the trees was close. Too close. I grabbed his arm. "We can't stay here." He didn't move. He stared at the broken branch, eyes wide, as if seeing something I couldn't. "This place, it's changing," he said. "Because of you." The ground split. A thin line. Spreading. Not like before. Not glowing. Not pulsing. Just breaking. The other me grabbed my shoulders. "You have to choose again." My voice cracked. Choose what? He shook his head. You know. The thing in the trees stepped into the clearing. And for the first time, I saw it clearly. Not a shape. Not a shadow. Not a creature. A hole. A hole in the world. A tear in the air, edges frayed, darkness spilling out like smoke. It moved without limbs, without form, without rules. The ground around it withered. The air bent. The trees leaned away from it, as if afraid to touch it. The other me whispered, "It's what followed you out." The hole turned toward us. The air screamed. The ground split wider. And the other me shoved me backward. Straight into the crack. I didn't fall this time. I was pulled. The crack closed around me like a mouth, dragging me downward through a narrow tunnel of cold air and shifting earth. The world above vanished in an instant, the clearing, the dead tree, the hole in the world, the other me. All swallowed by darkness. Then the darkness changed. It thickened. It warmed. It breathed. I hit the ground hard enough to see sparks behind my eyes. Dirt filled my mouth. My ribs screamed. I rolled onto my back, gasping, blinking against a dim, pulsing glow that came from somewhere above me. I wasn't in the cavern. I wasn't in the forest. I wasn't anywhere I recognized. I lay in a long, narrow corridor carved from stone that looked too smooth, too polished, too alive. The walls pulsed faintly, expanding and contracting like lungs. The air hummed with a low vibration that made my teeth ache. I pushed myself to my knees. The hum grew louder. A voice whispered behind me, "You shouldn't have come alone." I spun around. The other me stood at the far end of the corridor, breathing hard, covered in dirt, eyes wide with fear and something else. Something like regret. "You shoved me," I said. "You weren't moving. You didn't give me a choice." He shook his head. "You don't understand. You never did." The hum intensified. The walls bulged inward. Something pressed against them from the outside, something massive, shifting, scraping along the stone like claws dragging across bone. The other me stepped closer. "You opened the way," he said. "And now it's open for everything. I didn't mean to. You did. I didn't choose. You did." The corridor trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling. A crack split the floor between us. The other me looked down at it, then back at me. "You're not supposed to be here." "Then where am I supposed to be?" He hesitated. And that hesitation terrified me more than anything else. "Not here," he whispered. The crack widened. A pale hand, long, jointed wrong, reached through it, grasping at the air. Another hand followed. Then another. The hum became a roar. The other me backed away. "They're coming through." "Who?" He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The hands pulled something up from the crack, something pale, faceless, shifting, its body rippling like liquid muscle. It dragged itself onto the corridor floor, limbs bending in impossible angles. The other me grabbed my arm. "We have to go." "Where?" "Forward." He pulled me down the corridor. The creature behind us screeched, a sound like metal tearing, like bones snapping, like 1,000 voices screaming at once. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The hum rose to a deafening pitch. We ran. The corridor twisted, turned, narrowed, widened. The walls pulsed faster, the glow brightening with every step. The air grew hotter, thicker, harder to breathe. Behind us, the creature crawled faster. Closer. The other me stumbled, catching himself on the wall. "We're almost there," he gasped. "Where?" He didn't answer. He just pointed. The corridor opened into a vast chamber. And in the center of it, a circle, carved into the stone. Deep. Precise. Old. The same circle. The same symbols. The same black water. But this time, it wasn't still. It churned. Boiled. Glowed from within. The other me stopped at the edge. "This is where it started," he said. "No," I whispered. "This is where it ends." He shook his head. You still don't understand. The creature crawled into the chamber behind us, limbs scraping the stone, mouth opening into a wide, wet, hungry void. The other me turned to me. You have to choose. I already did. No, he said. You chose for him. He pointed at the water. Now you choose for yourself. The creature lunged. The chamber shook. The water glowed brighter. And the other me shoved me straight into the circle. I didn't hit water. I expected the circle to swallow me the way it had before, cold, silent, endless. But instead of sinking, I crashed onto a hard surface that knocked the air out of my lungs. Stone. Smooth, cold, pulsing faintly beneath my palms like a heartbeat. I pushed myself up, coughing, vision swimming. I was back in the chamber. But it wasn't the same. The symbols carved into the floor glowed brighter now, pulsing in rapid, frantic rhythm. The black water churned violently, sloshing against the edges of the circle like something inside it was trying to climb out. The hum was gone, replaced by a low, steady vibration that felt like it came from the stone itself. I staggered to my feet. The other me wasn't there. The creature wasn't there. The tall figure wasn't there. But I wasn't alone. A silhouette stood on the far side of the chamber. Human. Still. Facing me. My breath caught. It was me. Not the hollow version. Not the cracked one. Not the terrified one who dragged me through the corridor. Me. But older. Tired. Eyes dark, sunken, as if he hadn't slept in years. He stepped forward. You're late, he said. My throat tightened. What are you? He smiled. Not kindly. Not cruelly. Just knowingly. I'm what you become if you keep running. The chamber trembled. The water surged upward, splashing over the edge of the circle. The symbols flared, burning bright enough to hurt my eyes. The older me didn't look at it. He looked only at me. You opened the way, he said. And now everything that lives on the other side wants to come through. I didn't mean to. You did. I didn't choose. You did. He stepped closer. You chose when you followed the whistle. You chose when you looked into the water. You chose when you pulled him down. You chose when you came back. The chamber shook violently. Cracks split the walls. The water surged higher. Something massive moved beneath the surface, shifting, rising, pressing against the thin membrane between worlds. The older me reached out and touched my shoulder. His hand was warm. Human. You can't close the way, he said. Not anymore. Then what do I do? You choose. I already did. No, he said softly. You chose for him. You chose for them. You chose for everyone but yourself. The water erupted. A massive limb, pale, jointed wrong, burst from the circle, slamming onto the stone floor. The chamber shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. The air filled with a low, vibrating hum that made my bones ache. The older me didn't flinch. He pointed at the circle. At the end of this, he said, there are only two choices. What are they? He stepped back, and his face changed. Not cracking, not shifting, not hollowing. A look of sorrow. You already know. The creature pulled itself higher. The chamber screamed. The symbols burned. And the older me whispered, choose. The creature lunged. And the world went white. I didn't hit stone this time. I didn't hit anything. The moment I crossed the threshold of the circle, the world dissolved. Light, sound, gravity, all peeling away like layers of skin. I floated in a weightless void, suspended in something that wasn't air and wasn't water, something that felt like the space between thoughts. Then the void breathed. A slow, deep inhale that pulled at me from every direction. I tried to move. I couldn't. I tried to speak. My voice didn't exist here. The void exhaled. And I fell. Not down. Forward. Into a corridor of shifting light and shadow, walls bending and twisting like they were alive. The floor pulsed beneath my feet with a faint, rhythmic throb, like a heartbeat, but not mine. A voice drifted through the corridor. Not the other me. Not the older me. Not the creature. Something else. Something that had been waiting. You're almost ready. I turned toward the sound. A figure stood at the far end of the corridor. Human. Still. Facing me. But not me. Not exactly. He looked like me, same face, same eyes, same posture, but younger. Cleaner. Unscarred by the forest, untouched by the circle, untouched by everything that had followed me across states and towns and miles of road. He smiled. You finally made it. My throat tightened. What are you? He stepped closer. I'm who you were supposed to be. The corridor trembled. The walls bulged inward. Something massive scraped along the outside, dragging claws across the stone, or whatever passed for stone here. The younger version of me didn't look at it. He didn't flinch. You opened the way, he said. And now you have to close it. I can't. You can. I don't know how. He stopped a few feet away. You choose. I already did. No, he said softly. You chose for everyone else. You chose for him. You chose for them. You chose for the ones who followed you. You chose for the ones who never made it out. He reached out and touched my chest. His hand was warm. Human. You never chose for yourself. The corridor shook violently. A crack split the floor. A pale limb, long, jointed wrong, reached through it, grasping at the air. The younger me didn't move. He didn't react. He just watched me with calm, steady eyes. You can't run from what you are, he said. I'm not one of them. You're not, he agreed. You're something else. What? He smiled again. Someone who can choose. The crack widened. The creature pulled itself higher. The corridor screamed. The younger me stepped back. This is the last time, he said. The last choice. What are the options? He pointed behind me. I turned. The corridor had split into two paths. One glowed with pale, steady light. Warm. Human. The other pulsed with darkness. Cold. Hungry. Alive. The younger me's voice echoed behind me. One path closes the way. And the other? Opens it forever. The creature lunged through the crack. The corridor shook. The walls split. The younger me whispered, Choose. And the world held its breath. I didn't fall into the circle. I became part of it. The moment the other me shoved me backward, the world folded inward like a collapsing lung. The chamber, the creature, the younger version of me, the older version of me, all of it twisted into a single point of blinding white. Then the white turned black. Not darkness. Absence. A void so complete it felt like it erased the idea of sight. I floated. Weightless. Breathless. Thoughtless. Then, a heartbeat. Not mine. Not human. Slow. Deep. Ancient. The void pulsed with it, expanding and contracting like a massive chest, inhaling and exhaling around me. I tried to move, but the void held me in place, cradling me like a hand made of nothing. A voice rose from everywhere at once. Not the creature. Not the tall figure. Not the other me. Something older. Something beneath all of them. You finally understand. I tried to speak. My voice didn't exist here. You opened the way, the voice said. And now you must decide what comes through. The void shifted. Shapes formed around me, shadows, silhouettes, memories. The forest. The well. The clearing. Marla's face. Caleb's voice. The tall figure's cracked mask. The crawling things humming. The hole in the world. All of it circling me like vultures. You chose for them, the voice said. Now choose for yourself. The void split. Two paths opened before me. One glowed with pale, steady light, warm, familiar, human. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat I recognized but couldn't place. The other path writhed with darkness, alive, hungry, shifting like a living wound. It pulsed too, but with a rhythm that made my bones ache. The voice whispered, "One path closes the way." The light brightened. "The other opens it forever." The darkness surged. I tried to step toward the light. My foot didn't move. I tried to step toward the darkness. My foot didn't move. The void tightened around me. "You can't choose with your feet," the voice said. "You choose with what you are." The heartbeat grew louder. Faster. The void trembled. The shadows around me twisted into faces. Mine, Marla's, Caleb's, the tall figures, the other me's. All staring. All waiting. "You are the way," the voice said. The light pulsed. The darkness pulsed. Both paths reached for me. Both paths wanted me. Both paths were me. The void whispered, "Choose." And for the first time, I understood what the choice really was. It wasn't between light and dark. It wasn't between closing and opening. It wasn't between saving and damning. It was between becoming and being consumed. The void held its breath. I opened my mouth. And I chose. The moment I chose, the void reacted. Not with light. Not with darkness. With pressure, a sudden, crushing force that wrapped around me like a fist closing around a fragile object. The two paths, light and dark, shattered like glass, dissolving into drifting shards that spun around me in slow, weightless spirals. The voice that had guided me, taunted me, followed me, fell silent. The heartbeat stopped. The void held its breath. Then, a single sound. A drip. Water. I opened my eyes. I was standing in the circle. The real one. The stone chamber was gone. The cavern was gone. The corridor was gone. The void was gone. I stood in the clearing, the same clearing where the rope had hung, where the tall figure had stepped out of the trees, where the forest had first whispered my name. But the clearing wasn't the same. The trees leaned inward, their branches twisted into unnatural shapes, bark peeling in long strips like shedding skin. The ground pulsed beneath my feet, faintly glowing with the same symbols carved into the stone circle underground. The air was cold. Still. Waiting. A figure stood across from me. Not the tall one. Not the crawling one. Not the shadow-faced one. The other me. The one who had dragged me through the corridor. The one who had shoved me into the crack. The one who had told me to choose. He looked exhausted. Pale. Fading. Like a photograph left too long in the sun. "You did it," he said. His voice was thin, trembling. "What did I do?" I asked. "You chose." "What does that mean?" He smiled. A small, sad smile. "It means you're not him." The forest exhaled. A long, low breath that rustled the dead leaves at our feet. The other me staggered. His outline flickered. "You closed the way," he whispered. The ground trembled. The symbols beneath my feet dimmed. The trees straightened. The air warmed. The clearing began to look like a clearing again. But the other me. He was fading. Literally. His body dissolved at the edges, drifting away like smoke caught in a breeze. I stepped toward him. "Wait." He shook his head. "You don't need me anymore." "That's not true." "It is." His voice cracked. "You were never supposed to split." That was him. That was the way trying to make you into something you're not. He reached out. His hand passed through mine like mist. "You chose to stay human." The clearing brightened. The last of the symbols faded. The ground stopped pulsing. The forest fell silent. The other me smiled one last time. "Don't follow the whistle again." Then he was gone. Completely. No smoke. No shadow. No echo. Just gone. I stood alone in the clearing. The forest was quiet. Still. Normal. For the first time since this began, I felt the weight of my own breath. My own heartbeat. My own body. Then, A sound. Soft. Faint. From somewhere deep in the trees. A whistle. Not broken. Not hungry. Not his. A child's whistle. Playful. Curious. Calling. I closed my eyes. And the forest whispered, "It's not over." The whistle faded. Not abruptly. Not like a sound ending. More like someone slowly lowering a finger from the mouthpiece of a toy flute, letting the last note stretch thin, then thinner, until it dissolved into the cold night air. I stood in the clearing, alone. The forest around me was still. Not dead, not hostile, just watching. The way a room watches after someone has left it, holding the shape of their presence in the air. My breath came slow. Uneven. Human. For the first time in what felt like days, I felt the weight of my own body settle into itself. My heartbeat wasn't echoing against anything. My thoughts weren't being pulled sideways. The ground beneath my feet didn't pulse. It was just dirt. Just leaves. Just a forest. But the silence wasn't empty. It was waiting. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Every shadow looked like it could move. Every branch looked like it could bend. Every patch of darkness looked like it could open into something deeper. But nothing did. Not yet. I took a step toward the edge of the clearing. The forest didn't react. Another step. Still nothing. It felt wrong. Not dangerous, wrong. Like walking through a house after someone has rearranged the furniture while you were asleep. Everything familiar, everything slightly off. I reached the first line of trees. The bark was cold beneath my fingertips. Real. Solid. I exhaled. Then a voice spoke behind me. Soft. Close. Human. You shouldn't be here. I turned. Slowly. A figure stood at the center of the clearing. Not tall. Not thin. Not wrong. A man. Middle-aged. Wearing a heavy jacket, jeans, boots caked with mud. His hair was gray at the temples. His face was lined, tired but not hollow. He looked like someone who had been walking through the woods for a long time. He looked at me with something like recognition. "You're not supposed to be here," he said again. My throat tightened. "Who are you?" He didn't answer. He stepped closer, boots crunching softly on the dead leaves. "You closed it," he said. "But not all the way." The forest exhaled. A long, low breath that rustled the branches overhead. The man's eyes flicked toward the trees. "They're still listening." "Who?" He shook his head. "You don't want to know their names." He stopped a few feet away. Close enough for me to see the dirt under his nails, the exhaustion in his shoulders, the faint tremor in his hands. "You weren't the first to follow the whistle," he said. "And you won't be the last." My stomach twisted. "How do you know about?" "I've been here longer than you," he said. "Long enough to see what happens when someone chooses wrong." He looked at me. Really looked. "You didn't choose wrong," he said. "But you didn't choose right either." The clearing darkened. Not the sky. Not the trees. The clearing itself. As if the ground were remembering something. The man stepped back. "You need to leave," he said. "Before it remembers you too." "What is it?" He didn't answer. He didn't have to. The forest answered for him. A soft whistle drifted through the trees. Not a child's whistle. Not a broken one. A new one. A testing one. Like something learning how to make the sound for the first time. The man's face went pale. "Go," he whispered. "Now." I took a step backward. The whistle grew louder. Closer. The trees bent inward. The ground pulsed once. Just once. Enough. I turned and ran. Not blindly. Not frantically. Just fast enough to stay ahead of the sound. The forest didn't twist. Didn't shift. Didn't try to stop me. It just watched. The whistle followed. Soft. Curious. Learning. I didn't look back. Not until I reached the road. My car was still there. Door open. Engine off. Headlights dead. As if it had been waiting for me. I grabbed the door handle. The whistle drifted out of the trees behind me. Closer. Almost playful. I got in. Shut the door. Locked it. The whistle stopped. The forest fell silent. I sat there, hands shaking on the steering wheel, breath fogging the cold glass. Then, a soft tap on the rear window. Not a knock. Not a scratch. A tap. Like a fingertip. Testing. Learning. I didn't turn around. I didn't breathe. The tap came again. Then a whisper. Right behind my ear. You didn't choose alone. The engine started by itself. The headlights flickered on. And the forest exhaled. The engine hummed beneath my hands. Not loudly. Not urgently. Just enough to remind me it was running, even though I hadn't touched the key. The headlights cut a narrow path through the trees, illuminating only the first few feet of the forest before the darkness swallowed everything else. I didn't turn around. I didn't look at the rear window. I didn't want to see what had tapped the glass. The whisper still lingered in the air, brushing the back of my neck like a cold breath. You didn't choose alone. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel. The forest outside the windshield didn't move. Not a branch. Not a leaf. Not a shadow. It was the kind of stillness that felt staged, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for me to make the next mistake. I shifted into drive. The car didn't move. The engine hummed. The headlights flickered. Something behind me shifted its weight. A soft creak of leather. The sound of someone settling into a seat. My seat. The driver's seat. Except I was already in it. I froze. The air inside the car grew colder, the temperature dropping so fast my breath fogged the windshield. The rearview mirror trembled slightly, as if touched by a fingertip. I didn't look. I couldn't. A voice, my voice, spoke from the back seat. You didn't think it would end here, did you? My throat tightened. Get out. A soft laugh. Not mocking. Not cruel. Just disappointed. I can't get out, the voice said. You brought me with you. The headlights dimmed. The forest outside the car darkened. The engine sputtered. The voice leaned closer, warm breath brushing my ear. You chose, it whispered. But you didn't choose alone. I slammed my foot on the gas. The car lurched forward. The forest blurred past the windows, trees whipping by in streaks of black and gray. The road twisted beneath the tires, gravel spitting out behind me. The engine roared, louder than it ever had before. But the voice didn't fade. It stayed right behind my ear. You think you closed it, it said. But you only closed your part. I gripped the wheel tighter. Shut up. You didn't close mine. The road straightened. The forest thinned. The sky opened above me, dark, starless, heavy. The voice shifted, moving from behind me to beside me, as if someone were leaning over the center console. You didn't choose alone, it repeated. And you're not alone now. I risked a glance at the passenger seat. Empty. But the seatbelt was pulled tight, as if someone invisible were strapped in. Breathing. Watching. Waiting. The voice whispered. You brought me back. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded sideways, tires screaming against the gravel. The headlights swung wildly, slicing through the trees before the car came to a shuddering stop. Silence. Cold. Heavy. Then, a hand pressed against the inside of the windshield. Not mine. Not human. Long fingers. Pale skin. A familiar shape. The tall figure's hand. But thinner. Weaker. New. The voice beside me whispered. You didn't choose alone. The hand slid slowly down the glass, leaving a faint trail of frost. I stared at it, breath shaking. What are you? I whispered. The voice smiled through my own mouth. You. The hand on the glass curled into a fist. And not you. The forest exhaled. The windshield cracked. The windshield cracked in a single, delicate line. Not a shatter. Not a break. A hairline fracture, thin as a strand of hair, running from the point where the pale hand had pressed against the glass down toward the dashboard. The crack pulsed faintly, as if something beneath the surface were breathing. I didn't move. The car didn't move. The forest didn't move. Only the crack. Expanding. Slowly. A soft creak filled the cabin, the sound of glass under pressure, bending but not yet breaking. My breath fogged the air in front of me, each exhale trembling. The voice beside me, my voice, but not mine, spoke again. You brought me back. I swallowed hard. I didn't want to. That doesn't matter. The crack spread another inch. The pale hand on the glass withdrew, sliding down the windshield like a smear of frost melting in reverse. The fingers left faint trails of condensation, each one curving slightly, as if tracing symbols I couldn't understand. The voice leaned closer. You didn't choose alone. I forced myself to look at the rearview mirror. Just a glance. Just enough. A shape sat in the back seat. Not tall. Not thin. Not wrong. A silhouette. Human. Still. Head tilted slightly, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. My breath caught. Who are you? I whispered. The silhouette didn't answer. The voice beside me did. You know. The crack in the windshield pulsed again. A soft, rhythmic beat. Like a heartbeat. Not mine. Not human. The silhouette shifted. A slow, deliberate movement. Leaning forward. Closer to the mirror. Closer to me. I turned away. Stared straight ahead. The forest outside the windshield was impossibly still. The trees stood like statues, their branches frozen mid-sway. The air looked thick, heavy, as if the night itself were holding its breath. The voice spoke again. You closed the way. A pause. But you didn't close me. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. What do you want? The voice smiled through my own mouth. You. The crack spread again. A thin, sharp sound. The silhouette in the back seat leaned closer, its outline sharpening, becoming more defined. I could see the curve of a shoulder, the slope of a neck, the faint suggestion of a face. But no features. Just darkness. A hollow shape wearing my outline. The voice whispered. You didn't choose alone. The crack pulsed. The forest exhaled. And the silhouette finally spoke. Not in my voice. Not in his. In a voice I had never heard before. A voice that sounded like something learning how to speak for the first time. You chose me. My stomach twisted. No. Yes. The silhouette leaned closer. You chose the part of you that listened. The crack in the windshield split wider. A thin line of cold air seeped through. The silhouette's voice deepened. You chose the part of you that followed. The forest outside the car darkened. The headlights dimmed. The engine sputtered. The silhouette leaned so close its breath fogged the mirror. You chose the part of you that stayed. The crack reached the edge of the glass. The windshield groaned. The voice beside me whispered. And now you can't leave without me. The silhouette's hand rose slowly, reaching for my shoulder. The forest exhaled again, and the windshield shattered. The windshield didn't explode outward. It folded inward. The glass bent like a thin sheet of ice under a heavy boot, collapsing toward me in a slow, unnatural curve. Shards didn't scatter. They clung together, held by something I couldn't see, as if the air itself refused to let them fall. The silhouette in the back seat inhaled. A long, slow breath. Learning. Testing. Becoming. Cold air rushed into the car through the fractured glass, carrying the scent of wet leaves and something older, something metallic, like rusted iron soaked in rainwater. The forest outside the broken windshield didn't move. It watched. The voice beside me, my voice, but stretched thin, like it was being pulled through a narrow opening, spoke softly. You brought me back. I didn't look at it. I stared at the collapsing windshield, at the way the crack pulsed like a vein, at the way the glass bowed inward as if something on the other side were pressing its face against it. "What are you?" I whispered. The silhouette leaned forward. The seat creaked. Leather strained. "You," it said. "The part you left behind." The crack widened. A thin line of darkness seeped through, not shadow, not absence, but something with weight. It dripped down the glass like ink, pooling on the dashboard, sliding toward the vents. The silhouette's voice deepened. "You didn't choose alone." I forced myself to turn. Slowly. The shape in the back seat sharpened as my eyes adjusted. It wasn't hollow. It wasn't cracked. It wasn't wearing my face. It was wearing my outline. A human shape filled with darkness, like someone had cut a person-sized hole out of the night and placed it inside my car. No features. No eyes. No mouth. Just a shifting void shaped like me. It tilted its head. The same angle the tall figure had used. The same angle the crawling thing had used. The same angle the shadow-faced figure had used. But slower. More deliberate. More curious. "You chose me," it said. "I didn't." "You did." The darkness inside the shape rippled, like something beneath the surface was trying to push through. "You chose the part of you that listened," it said. "The part that followed. The part that stayed." The crack in the windshield split wider. A thin, sharp sound. The darkness on the glass pulsed. The silhouette leaned closer. "You closed the way," it whispered. "But you didn't close me." My breath shook. "What do you want?" The silhouette didn't answer. It didn't need to. The darkness on the windshield surged, spreading across the glass like frost in reverse. The forest outside blurred, swallowed by the creeping black. The headlights flickered, dimmed, died. The car went dark. Completely. Only the silhouette remained visible, its edges glowing faintly, as if lit from within by a pale, sickly light. It leaned forward until its face, its absence of a face, was inches from mine. "You can't leave without me," it whispered. The darkness on the windshield cracked again. A thin line. Spreading. The silhouette's hand rose. Slow. Deliberate. Reaching for my throat. The forest exhaled. And the darkness poured into the car. The darkness didn't rush into the car. It seeped. Slow, deliberate, like ink spreading through water. It slid across the dashboard, curling around the vents, slipping into the seams of the steering wheel. The air grew colder with every inch it claimed, the temperature dropping so fast my breath turned to frost. The silhouette in the back seat inhaled again. A long, slow breath. Learning. Testing. Becoming. The darkness wrapped around my ankles first, light as a spiderweb, cold as river ice. I jerked my legs back, but the darkness followed, clinging to my skin with a soft, sticky pull. The silhouette leaned forward. "You can't leave without me," it whispered. My voice. Not mine. The windshield was gone now, nothing but a jagged frame of glass teeth. Beyond it, the forest was a wall of black, the trees swallowed by the same darkness that now filled the car. I reached for the door handle. My fingers brushed metal. Cold. Real. I pulled. The door didn't move. The silhouette laughed softly. "You closed the way," it said. "But you didn't close me." The darkness climbed higher, curling around my knees, my thighs, my waist. It didn't hurt. It didn't burn. It felt like being submerged in cold water, numbing, heavy, inevitable. I pressed my back against the seat, breath shaking. "What do you want?" I whispered. The silhouette tilted its head. The same angle. Always the same angle. "You," it said. "The part of you that listened. The part that followed. The part that stayed." The darkness reached my chest. My heartbeat slowed. Not from fear. From something else. Something pulling. Something sinking. The silhouette leaned closer, its featureless face inches from mine. "You didn't choose alone," it whispered. "You chose with me." The darkness reached my throat. I gasped. Cold flooded my lungs. The silhouette raised a hand, my hand, but wrong, the fingers too long, the joints bending with a soft, wet crack. It touched my cheek with a gentleness that made my skin crawl. "You brought me back," it said. "And now I bring you." The darkness surged. My vision blurred. The forest outside the car pulsed, once, twice, like a heartbeat. Then, a sound. Soft. Familiar. A whistle. Not the broken one. Not the child's one. A new one. A perfect one. The silhouette froze. The darkness hesitated. The whistle drifted through the trees, weaving between the branches, curling around the shattered windshield, slipping into the car like a thin ribbon of sound. The silhouette's head snapped toward the forest. "No," it whispered. The whistle grew louder. Clearer. Closer. The darkness around my chest loosened. Just a little. Just enough. The silhouette leaned back, trembling. "They're calling you," it said. The whistle rose again. A second note. Then a third. A melody. Simple. Old. Recognizable. The silhouette recoiled. "You didn't close it," it whispered. "You opened something else." The darkness around me shivered. The whistle echoed through the trees. And the silhouette screamed. Not loud. Not violent. A thin, terrified sound. The darkness collapsed inward. The car filled with cold air. And the silhouette dissolved. Like smoke pulled through a crack in the world. I gasped, clutching the steering wheel, lungs burning as warmth rushed back into my chest. The whistle faded. The forest fell silent. I sat alone in the car. Breathing. Alive. Human. Then, a soft knock on the driver's window. Not a tap. Not a scratch. A knock. I turned. Slowly. A child stood outside the car. Barefoot. Pale. Eyes dark and wide. Holding a small wooden whistle in one hand. They lifted it to their lips. And smiled. The child's smile didn't look malicious. It didn't look innocent either. It looked aware, as if they understood something about me that I hadn't yet understood about myself. They held the wooden whistle loosely between their fingers, the way a kid might hold a stick they'd found on a trail. Casual. Thoughtless. Dangerous. I didn't open the door. I didn't move. The cold air seeped through the shattered windshield, brushing against my face like a hand testing my temperature. The forest behind the child was silent. The trees standing in perfect stillness, their branches angled toward us like they were leaning in to listen. The child tapped the whistle against their palm. Once. Twice. A soft, rhythmic beat. My heartbeat matched it. The child tilted their head. "You heard it," they said. Their voice was quiet, but not shy. More like someone speaking in a library, soft because the space demanded it. I swallowed. "Who are you?" The child shrugged. "Who are you?" The question hit harder than it should have. The cold air thickened, settling in my lungs. The darkness that had filled the car moments ago was gone, but its absence felt like a weight, like something had been pulled out of me too quickly, leaving a hollow space behind. The child lifted the whistle to their lips. I flinched. They didn't blow. Not yet. They watched me with those dark, wide eyes that didn't reflect the headlights, didn't catch the faint glow of the dashboard. Eyes that absorbed light instead of returning it. "You closed it," the child said. "But you didn't close you." My breath caught. The child stepped closer to the car. Bare feet on cold gravel. No sound. Not even the crunch of stone. "You brought something back," they said. "And something stayed with you." I shook my head. "I didn't want." "It doesn't matter what you wanted." The whistle touched their lips. A soft inhale. I pressed back into the seat, fingers digging into the steering wheel. "Don't," I whispered. The child lowered the whistle. "Then listen." They leaned closer to the broken window, their face inches from mine. Their breath fogged the cold air between us, forming a thin veil that drifted upward and vanished. You didn't choose alone, they said. And you're not done choosing. The forest behind them shifted. Not visibly. Not physically. But the air changed, thickened, darkened, as if something deeper in the woods had turned its attention toward us. The child looked over their shoulder. They're waiting. For what? For you. The child stepped back. One slow step. Then another. They raised the whistle again. This time they blew. A single note. Soft. Pure. Perfect. The sound didn't echo. It didn't fade. It spread, rippling through the trees, sinking into the ground, threading through the air like a needle pulling a new seam through the world. The forest responded. Branches bent. Leaves trembled. The darkness between the trees thickened, forming shapes that weren't shapes, silhouettes that weren't human but stood like they were learning how to be. The child lowered the whistle. You closed the way, they said. But you opened the path. My voice cracked. What path? The child smiled again. The one that leads back. The forest exhaled. The shape stepped forward. And the child whispered, Come see what followed you home. The child's smile didn't fade. It deepened. Not wider. Not brighter. Just deeper. As if the expression wasn't on their face but behind it. Something wearing the idea of a smile the way someone might wear a mask. They lowered the whistle, letting it hang loosely between their fingers. The forest behind them shifted again, subtle, almost imperceptible, like a ripple moving through tall grass. The shapes in the darkness didn't step forward, but they didn't step back either. They waited. The child tilted their head. You're breathing too fast, they said. I hadn't realized I was. My chest rose and fell in sharp, uneven bursts, each inhale scraping against my throat like cold metal. I forced myself to slow down, but the air felt thick, heavy, as if the forest were pressing against my lungs. The child watched me with calm, patient eyes. You're afraid of the wrong thing. My voice cracked. What's the right thing? The child blinked. You. The word hung in the air like a drop of water suspended before it falls. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles widening. The cold from the shattered windshield seeped deeper into the car, settling into my bones. The darkness that had filled the cabin moments ago was gone, but the space it left behind felt hollow, stretched thin. The child stepped closer. Bare feet on gravel. No sound. You didn't close the way, they said. You closed the door. I swallowed. What's the difference? A door keeps things out. They lifted the whistle. A way lets things through. The forest exhaled. A long, low breath that rustled the branches overhead, sending a shiver through the clearing. The shapes in the darkness shifted again, closer this time, though they didn't move. The air around them bent, warped, as if their presence alone distorted the space they occupied. The child raised the whistle to their lips. I flinched. They didn't blow. Not yet. They watched me. You chose, they said. But you didn't choose everything. My throat tightened. What's left? The child smiled again. You. They tapped the whistle against their palm. Once. Twice. A soft, rhythmic beat. My heartbeat matched it. The child's eyes flicked toward the forest. They're waiting for you to finish. Finish what? The child stepped back. The shapes in the trees leaned forward. The air thickened. The ground pulsed once beneath my feet. You brought something back, the child said. And something stayed with you. I shook my head. I didn't want. It doesn't matter what you wanted. The whistle touched their lips. A soft inhale. The shapes in the forest straightened. The air stilled. The child whispered, You're the last piece. And they blew. The note was soft. Pure. Perfect. The forest answered. Branches bent. Leaves trembled. The darkness between the trees deepened, forming a corridor of shadow that stretched into the woods like a mouth opening. The child lowered the whistle. Come, they said. See what you left behind. The shape stepped forward. Slow. Silent. waiting. And the forest exhaled. The child didn't move after they smiled. They just stood there, barefoot on the gravel, the wooden whistle dangling loosely from their fingers. The shapes in the forest held their positions too, silent, patient, as if the entire clearing were a stage waiting for me to step onto it. I didn't open the door. I didn't breathe. The cold air seeped through the shattered windshield, brushing against my face like a reminder that the world outside the car was no longer the same world I had driven into. The child lifted the whistle again. Not to blow it. Just to show it to me. A small, simple piece of carved wood. Something a parent might buy at a roadside stand. Something a kid might lose in the grass. Something harmless. But the air around it bent. Subtly. Like heat rising from asphalt. The child tilted their head. "You hear it even when it's quiet," they said. My throat tightened. "I don't want to. That's not how it works." The shapes in the forest shifted, just a fraction, just enough for me to feel the movement rather than see it. The darkness between the trees thickened, forming a narrow corridor that stretched deeper into the woods. The child stepped back toward it. One slow step. Then another. "You left something behind," they said. "And it's waiting." I shook my head. "I didn't leave anything." The child smiled again. "You left you." The words hit like cold water. The child pointed the whistle toward the forest. "You didn't close the way," they said. "You closed the door. But the way is still open. And the part of you that stayed is still walking." My breath caught. The shapes in the forest leaned forward. The child's voice softened. "You can't leave it there." The darkness in the trees pulsed once. A heartbeat. Not mine. Not human. The child stepped into the corridor of shadow. They didn't disappear. They didn't fade. They just belonged there. As if the forest had been waiting for them. They looked back at me. "Come," they said. "Before it forgets your face." The shapes stepped aside, creating a narrow path. The forest exhaled. The car felt suddenly too small, too warm, too human. The air inside it pressed against my skin like a hand trying to hold me in place. I reached for the door handle. My fingers trembled. The metal was cold. Real. I pulled. The door opened with a soft groan. The night air rushed in, colder than before, carrying the faint scent of wet leaves and something older. Something that had been waiting under the soil for a long time. The child watched me. The shapes waited. The forest held its breath. I stepped out of the car. The gravel crunched beneath my feet. The door swung shut behind me on its own. The headlights flickered once, then died. The child lifted the whistle. Not to blow it. Just to hold it. A reminder. A promise. A warning. They turned and walked into the forest. I followed. The shapes closed in behind me, and the darkness swallowed the clearing. The forest swallowed the last trace of the clearing behind me. Not abruptly. Not like a door closing. More like a slow inhalation, branches leaning inward, shadows thickening, the air tightening around my shoulders as if the woods were adjusting themselves to my presence. The child walked ahead of me, barefoot, unhurried, the wooden whistle swinging gently from their fingers. They didn't look back. They didn't need to. They knew I was following. The shapes moved with us. Not beside us. Not behind us. Around us, slipping between the trees, drifting through the undergrowth, their outlines dissolving and reforming like smoke caught in a shifting breeze. They made no sound. Not even the faintest rustle of leaves. The child spoke without turning. "You feel it now." I didn't answer. The ground beneath my feet pulsed once, soft, subtle, like a heartbeat buried deep under the soil. The air tasted metallic, cold, familiar. The same taste I'd felt in the cavern. In the circle. In the void. The child nodded, as if hearing my thoughts. "It remembers you." My voice came out thin. "What does?" The child stopped. Not abruptly. Just stopped. The shapes froze too, their outlines sharpening for a moment before softening again. The forest held its breath. The child turned to me. Their eyes were darker now. Deeper. Reflecting nothing. You left something behind, they said. And it kept walking. My stomach tightened. What did I leave? The child stepped closer. You. The word didn't echo. It didn't need to. It settled into the air like a weight. The child lifted the whistle. Not to blow it. Just to show it. You closed the door, they said. But the part of you that stayed behind didn't know that. It kept moving. It kept searching. It kept calling. A soft whistle drifted through the trees. Not from the child. From deeper in the forest. A long, low note. Familiar. Wrong. My breath caught. The child smiled. You hear it? I did. I hated that I did. The whistle came again, closer this time, threading through the branches like a thin ribbon of sound. The shapes around us shifted, leaning toward the direction of the call. The child pointed into the darkness. Go. I shook my head. I don't know what's there. You do. The whistle rose again. A second note. Then a third. A melody I knew. A melody I had followed. A melody that had followed me. The child stepped aside. The shapes parted. A narrow path opened between the trees, dark, silent, waiting. The child whispered, Go meet the part of you that never came back. The forest exhaled. And the whistle called my name. The forest closed behind me. Not with a sound. Not with movement. Just a subtle tightening of the air, a shift in pressure, like the woods were sealing themselves shut, making sure I couldn't turn back even if I tried. The path ahead was narrow, barely more than a dark seam between the trees, but the shapes moved with me, guiding me without touching me. The child walked a few steps ahead, the wooden whistles swinging gently from their fingers. They didn't look back. They didn't need to. They knew I was there. They knew I would follow. The whistle's last note still lingered in the air, stretched thin, woven into the branches overhead. It wasn't sound anymore. It was atmosphere. It was direction. It was memory. The ground pulsed again beneath my feet. A heartbeat. Not mine. Not human. The child slowed. You feel it, they said. I didn't answer. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping with each step. My breath fogged in front of me, drifting upward and dissolving into the darkness. The trees leaned inward, their branches arching overhead like ribs forming a cage. The child stopped. We stood at the edge of a clearing. A small one. Circular. Silent. The ground here was bare. No leaves, no grass, just dark soil packed tight, as if something heavy had been standing here for a long time. The child pointed. There. At first, I didn't see anything. Just the clearing. Just the darkness. Just the stillness. Then the air shifted. A shape stood at the far side of the clearing. Human. Still. Facing me. My breath caught. It was me. Not the older version. Not the hollow version. Not the shadow version. Me. Exactly as I had been the night I first heard the whistle. Same clothes. Same posture. Same expression. Except, he wasn't breathing. He wasn't blinking. He wasn't moving. He stood perfectly still, like a photograph pinned upright in the dark. The child stepped aside. You left him behind, they said. My throat tightened. That's not possible. The child shook their head. You split. You didn't mean to. But you did. Part of you stayed. Part of you walked. Part of you chose. The shapes around us leaned closer, their outlines trembling with anticipation. The other me didn't react. Didn't acknowledge me. Didn't even seem aware of the world around him. He just stood there. Frozen. Waiting. The child whispered. He followed the whistle. And he never stopped. I took a step forward. The ground pulsed. The other me twitched. Barely. A small, sharp movement, like a puppet string being pulled for the first time. The child's voice softened. He's been calling you. The whistle drifted through the trees again. Soft. Faint. Coming from everywhere. Coming from him. My breath shook. What happens if I go to him? The child didn't answer. They didn't need to. The shapes around the clearing leaned forward. The other me lifted his head. Slow. Stiff. Mechanical. His eyes met mine. Empty. Hungry. Recognizing. The child whispered. He wants to come back. The forest exhaled. And the other me took a step toward me. The other me took another step. Not smooth. Not natural. A stiff, dragging motion, like his joints remembered how to move but his muscles didn't. His foot scraped across the packed soil, leaving a faint groove behind. The shapes around the clearing leaned in, their outlines trembling with anticipation, as if they were holding their breath for him. The child didn't move. They watched. Calm. Patient. Certain. The whistle hung from their fingers like a pendulum, swaying gently with the faintest breeze. The air around it shimmered, bending in a way that made my eyes ache. The other me lifted his head fully now. His face was mine. Exactly mine. But wrong. The skin was too pale, stretched too tightly over the bones. The eyes were too wide, too dark, reflecting nothing. The mouth hung slightly open, as if he were trying to remember how to close it. He took another step. Then another. Each movement smoother than the last. Learning. Relearning. Becoming. My breath shook. The child spoke softly. He followed the whistle. He followed the way. He followed you. The other me stopped a few feet away. Close enough that I could see the faint tremor in his hands. Close enough that I could hear the shallow, uneven breaths he wasn't supposed to be taking. Close enough that I could feel the cold radiating off him like heat in reverse. He opened his mouth. A sound came out. Not a word. A whistle. Soft. Broken. Familiar. My stomach twisted. The child nodded. He's been calling you for a long time. The other me reached out a hand. My hand. But colder. Thinner. Wrong. His fingers trembled, hovering inches from my chest, as if he were afraid to touch me, or afraid of what would happen if he did. The child stepped closer. You split, they said. You left him behind. He kept walking. He kept searching. He kept calling. The other me's hand brushed my shirt. Cold shot through me. Not pain. Recognition. The child whispered. He wants to come back. The shapes around the clearing leaned forward, their outlines sharpening, their presence pressing against the air like a weight. The other me's fingers curled into my shirt. Not pulling. Holding. Kneading. His voice, my voice, finally formed a word. Please! The sound was thin. Fragile. Human. Too human. The child watched me. You can take him back, they said. If you want. My breath caught. And if I don't? The child's smile deepened. Then he'll take you. The forest exhaled. The shapes closed in. The other me tightened his grip. And the whistle drifted through the trees again. Soft. Familiar. Calling. The other me tightened his grip on my shirt. Not violently. Not desperately. Just firmly enough to make it clear he wasn't letting go until I did something. His fingers were cold, but not dead. They pulsed faintly, like something inside him was trying to remember how to be alive. The child watched us from the edge of the clearing, the wooden whistle hanging loosely from their hand. The shapes around them leaned forward, their outlines trembling with anticipation, as if they were waiting for a signal either of us had given yet. The other me took a breath. A shallow, uneven inhale. His chest rose. Fell. Rose again. He was learning. Relearning. Becoming. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine. They were too dark, too wide, too empty. But beneath the emptiness, something flickered. Recognition. Hunger. Need. He whispered. Please! The word cracked in the middle, like it had been broken and glued back together. I swallowed hard. What do you want? His fingers tightened. You. The child stepped closer, their bare feet silent on the packed soil. He's been waiting, they said. Longer than you think. The other me's head twitched, a small, sharp movement, like a puppet's string being pulled. His mouth opened again, but no sound came out this time, just a thin, trembling exhale that smelled like cold earth and something older. The child lifted the whistle. Not to blow it. Just to remind me it existed. You split, they said. You left him behind. He kept walking. He kept calling. He kept becoming what the forest needed. My breath shook. And what is that? The child smiled. An echo. The other me's grip tightened again. Not painful. Just insistent. You closed the door, the child said. But he didn't know that. He kept following the way. And the way kept shaping him. The shapes around the clearing leaned closer, their outlines sharpening, their presence pressing against the air like a weight. The other me whispered, "Take me back." The words were soft, fragile, human, too human. The child's voice softened. "You can take him back," they said. "If you want." My throat tightened. "And if I don't?" The child's smile deepened. "Then he'll take you." The forest exhaled. The ground pulsed. The other me's face twitched, once, twice, like something inside him was trying to break through the surface. He leaned closer, forehead almost touching mine, his breath cold against my lips. "You left me," he whispered. "Don't leave me again." The shapes around the clearing straightened. Waiting. The child lowered the whistle. "It's time." The other me pulled me closer. And for the first time, I saw something in his eyes. Not hunger. Not emptiness. Not the forest. Me. The part one had abandoned. The part that had followed the whistle. The part that had never stopped walking. He whispered, "Please." The forest held its breath. And I reached for him. The moment my hand touched his, the clearing changed. Not visibly. Not with sound. With pressure, a slow tightening of the air, as if the forests were drawing closer, leaning in, waiting to see what I would do. The other me, pale, trembling, wrong, stilled under my touch. His fingers twitched once, then curled around mine with a fragile, desperate certainty. His skin was cold. Not dead. Not alive. Cold like something that had been kept in the dark too long. He leaned forward, forehead brushing mine, breath shallow and uneven. His eyes, my eyes, searched my face with a kind of hunger that wasn't violent, but empty, like he was trying to remember what it felt like to be full. Behind us, the shapes straightened. The child lowered the whistle. The forest held its breath. The other me whispered, "Take me back." The words trembled, cracking in the middle, as if they'd been spoken 1,000 times in the dark with no one to hear them. My throat tightened. "I don't know how." His grip tightened. "You do." The ground pulsed beneath our feet. A heartbeat. Not mine. Not his. Something older. Something watching. The child stepped closer, their voice soft, almost kind. "You split," they said. "You left him behind." But he didn't stop. He kept walking. He kept calling. He kept becoming what the way needed. The other me's face twitched, once, twice, like something inside him was pushing against the surface, trying to break through. The child continued, "You can take him back. But you have to let go of the part of you that left him." The words sank into me like cold water. The part of me that left him. The part that ran. The part that chose. The part that survived. The other me leaned closer, his voice barely a breath. "Please." The shapes around the clearing leaned forward, their outlines trembling with anticipation, as if they were waiting for a signal only I could give. The child raised the whistle. Not to blow it. Just to hold it. A reminder. A warning. A promise. "You can take him back," they said. "But you can't both leave." My breath caught. "What does that mean?" The child smiled. "Not cruel. Not kind. Just true. One of you goes back. One of you stays. The forest exhaled. The other me's grip tightened, fingers digging into my skin with sudden strength. His voice, my voice, broke open. I don't want to stay here anymore. The clearing pulsed. The shapes leaned closer. The child lifted the whistle to their lips. You have to choose, they said. The other me pressed his forehead to mine. Please! The whistle touched the child's mouth. The forest went silent. And I didn't decide. Not in the way people talk about decisions. There was no moment of clarity, no sudden understanding, no revelation. Just a slow, heavy shift inside me, like something settling into place after being misaligned for too long. My hand tightened around his. His fingers tightened around mine. The clearing pulsed. A heartbeat. Not mine. Not his. Ours. The other me leaned closer, forehead pressed to mine, breath cold and trembling. His eyes, my eyes, widened, not with fear, but with recognition. With relief. With something like hunger finally being fed. The child watched us, the wooden whistle hanging loosely from their hand. The shapes around the clearing leaned forward, their outlines trembling, their presence pressing against the air like a weight. The child spoke softly. You're choosing. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The other me exhaled, a long, shuddering breath that carried years of wandering, calling, waiting. His grip tightened, pulling me closer, pulling himself closer, pulling the space between us into something thin and fragile. The ground pulsed again. The forest exhaled. The shapes straightened. The child lifted the whistle. Not to blow it. Just to mark the moment. The other me whispered. Take me back. His voice cracked. Please. I closed my eyes. And let go. Not of him. Of me. The part that had run. The part that had chosen survival over wholeness. The part that had left him behind. It slipped out of me like breath in winter air, visible for a moment, then gone. A weight lifted. A weight replaced. A weight shared. The other me inhaled sharply. His body jerked. His fingers dug into my skin. The clearing pulsed again, harder this time, a deep, resonant thud that shook the soil beneath our feet. The shapes around us shivered, their outlines blurring, dissolving, reforming. The child whispered, He's coming back. The other me's face twisted, pain, relief, terror, recognition, all at once. His eyes rolled back. His knees buckled. I held him upright as something inside him shifted, rearranged, filled. He gasped. A sound that wasn't human. A sound that wasn't the forest. A sound that was both. The shapes leaned closer. The child raised the whistle. The other me opened his eyes. They were mine. Exactly mine. Alive. Human. Whole. He whispered, Thank you. And then, he stepped into me. Not physically. Not violently. Just stepped. Like someone walking through a doorway. A cold rush flooded my chest. A warmth followed. A pressure. A release. A merging. A remembering. A returning. My breath caught. My vision blurred. The clearing tilted. The forest exhaled. And for a moment, I was two. Then one. The shapes dissolved. The child lowered the whistle. You're done, they said. Their voice was soft. Final. True. I opened my eyes. The clearing was empty. The shapes were gone. The child was gone. The forest was just a forest. Cold. Dark. Silent. I stood alone. Breathing. Whole. Human. Behind me, far away, deeper in the woods, a faint whistle drifted through the trees. Not calling. Not summoning. Just echoing. A reminder. A memory. A warning. I turned toward the sound. And walked out of the forest. Story 3. I left the trailhead later than I should have. The sun was already low, brushing the tops of the Appalachian ridges with that soft, coppery glow that always makes the mountains look older than they are. I'd spent the weekend hiking with a small group, nothing intense, just a couple of days away from work, away from screens, away from everything that had been grinding me down for months. By the time I reached my car, the parking lot was almost empty. A few dusty trucks. A Subaru with a cracked windshield. A Ranger's SUV. The kind of place that feels safe in daylight and vaguely unsettling once the shadows start stretching across the asphalt. I tossed my pack into the back seat, started the engine, and pulled out onto the narrow two-lane road that wound its way down toward the nearest town. I wasn't in a hurry. I wasn't tired. I wasn't even thinking about anything in particular. Just the road. Just the trees. Just the quiet. I'd planned to drive straight home, but about 20 minutes in, the fatigue hit me all at once, heavy, sudden, like someone had dropped a blanket over my shoulders. I hadn't slept well the night before. Too much wind. Too much cold. Too many unfamiliar sounds in the dark. So when I saw the faded sign for a roadside motel, Pine Bough Lodge, vacancy, I didn't think twice. The place looked like every small-town motel I'd ever seen. A long, low building with peeling paint, a flickering neon sign, and a parking lot that had seen better decades. A single vending machine hummed near the office door. A couple of trucks were parked near the far end, but otherwise the place was quiet. I checked in with a tired-looking woman who barely glanced up from her crossword puzzle. She handed me a key, an actual metal key, not a card, and pointed me toward room 12. The room was exactly what I expected. Thin carpet. Dim lamp. A bedspread with a pattern that had probably been fashionable sometime in the late 80s. A window facing the parking lot. I dropped my bag, kicked off my boots, and sat on the edge of the bed, letting the silence settle around me. That's when I noticed him. A man standing near the far end of the parking lot, half in shadow, half in the glow of the flickering neon sign. He wasn't doing anything. Just standing there, facing my direction. Not moving. At first, I thought he was smoking, or stretching his legs, or waiting for someone. But he didn't move. Not even a shift of weight. Just stood there, watching. I told myself I was imagining it. That I was tired. That the long drive and the long hike were messing with my perception. I got up, closed the curtains, and lay down on the bed. But even with the curtains drawn, I could still feel it. That faint, prickling awareness. That someone was out there. Standing in the dark. Facing my room. I tried to shake it off. Tried to breathe. Tried to sleep. But the quiet of the room wasn't comforting. It was too quiet. Too still. Too aware. And somewhere outside, in the parking lot, gravel shifted under a slow, deliberate step. The sound came again. A single shift of gravel, small, deliberate, unmistakable. Not the wind. Not an animal. Not the settling of an old building. A footstep. Slow. Careful. Too careful. I held my breath without meaning to. The room felt smaller than before, the air heavier, the silence thicker. I sat up on the bed, listening, every muscle tight, every sense sharpened by that sudden, instinctive awareness that something wasn't right. Another step. Closer this time. I moved to the window, hesitated, then pulled the curtain back just an inch, just enough to see the parking lot through the narrow slit of darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Just a neon sign flickering in uneven pulses. Just the empty spaces between the parked trucks. Just the vending machine humming under the office light. Then, near the far end of the lot, I saw him again. The same man. Standing in the same place. Facing my room. But now he was closer, maybe 10, 15 feet closer than before. Still half in shadow, still unmoving, still watching. His posture was strange, shoulders slightly hunched, head tilted just a little too far forward. Like he was trying to listen to something inside the room. I let the curtain fall shut. My heart was beating too fast. I told myself it was nothing. That he was just another guest. That he was waiting for someone. That he was drunk. Or tired. or lost, that I was overreacting. But the steps, the way he moved, the way he didn't move, none of it felt right. I checked the lock on the door, then the deadbolt, then the chain, all secure. I sat back on the bed, trying to calm myself, but the silence outside felt wrong now, too empty, too expectant, like the whole motel was holding its breath. Minutes passed. Or maybe it was longer. I couldn't tell. Then, softly, almost politely, someone tried the door handle. A gentle rattle. A pause. Another rattle. Slow. Testing. Not forcing. Not knocking. Just checking. I froze. The handle moved again, a little harder this time, as if whoever was outside wanted to see how much give the lock had. The metal clicked softly, the chain rattled, the doorframe creaked. Then silence. A long, heavy silence. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. I waited for footsteps walking away. But none came. The hallway outside was quiet. Too quiet. I stood up slowly, moved to the peephole, and pressed my eye to the glass. The hallway was empty. No one there. Just the dim yellow light buzzing overhead and the long stretch of carpet leading toward the office. But the handle had moved. Someone had been there. Someone still was. I stepped back from the door. And from the parking lot outside, through the thin motel walls, I heard the faintest scrape of gravel. As if someone had just shifted their weight. And was waiting. For me. To make the next move. I stepped back from the door, keeping my eyes on the peephole even though it showed nothing but the empty hallway. The silence outside felt wrong. Too complete. Too deliberate. Like someone was holding their breath on the other side of the wall. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. A minute. Nothing. I moved away from the door slowly, quietly, as if any sudden movement might draw attention. The room felt smaller now, the shadows thicker, the air heavier. I sat on the edge of the bed, listening, every muscle tight. Then, another sound. Not at the door this time. Outside. Near the window. A faint scrape, like a shoe shifting on gravel. Then another. Slow. Careful. Someone pacing just out of view. I stood up, moved to the window, and pulled the curtain back a fraction of an inch. The parking lot was dim, lit only by the flickering neon sign and a single overhead lamp near the office. The trucks at the far end cast long, uneven shadows across the asphalt. And there he was. The same man. Standing closer now, much closer, maybe 20 feet from my window. Not moving. Not smoking. Not pretending to do anything at all. Just watching. His posture was wrong. Too still. Too focused. His head tilted slightly forward, like he was trying to see through the thin gap in the curtain. His hands hung at his sides, fingers curled loosely, as if he didn't quite know what to do with them. I let the curtain fall shut. My pulse hammered in my ears. I tried to think rationally. Maybe he was staying in one of the rooms. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was lost. Maybe he was waiting for someone. But none of those explanations fit the way he moved, or didn't move. I checked the time on my phone. 9:47 p.m. Too early for the kind of silence the motel had settled into. Too early for the office lights to be off. Too early for the parking lot to feel abandoned. I considered calling the front desk, but the woman who checked me in didn't seem like the type to rush to help. And even if she did, what would I say? There's a man standing outside. People stand outside motels all the time. But not like this. Not watching one room. Not trying the door. Not pacing the gravel just out of sight. Another sound. This one closer. A soft, deliberate tap on the window frame. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just enough to let me know he was there. I froze. The tap came again. Then silence. I backed away from the window, step by slow step, until my legs hit the bed. I sat down, breathing shallowly, listening for anything, footsteps, gravel, the creak of the walkway outside. Nothing. Then, from the hallway, the faintest whisper of movement. A soft shift of weight. A careful step. Someone standing just outside my door again. I moved to the peephole, heart pounding, and pressed my eye to the glass. The hallway was empty. But the air felt different, warmer, disturbed, like someone had just been there a second before. I stepped back. And from the parking lot, through the thin motel walls, came a low, dragging sound. As if someone were slowly walking along the row of windows. Pausing at each one. Listening. Listening for me. The dragging sound stopped. Not abruptly. Not like someone freezing in place. More like a slow, deliberate settling of weight. As if whoever was outside had decided to stand still. Right beneath my window. I didn't move. The room felt too small now, the air too warm, the silence too thick. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and uneven, and I tried to quiet it, afraid the sound might carry through the thin motel walls. A minute passed. Then another. Nothing. I forced myself to stand, to move toward the window again, even though every instinct told me not to. I pulled the curtain back just enough to see the parking lot. Empty. The man was gone. The space where he'd been standing was just a patch of cracked asphalt under the flickering neon sign. The trucks at the far end were still. The vending machine hummed. The office light buzzed faintly. But he wasn't there. I scanned the lot, the walkway, the shadows between the cars. Nothing. I let the curtain fall shut. Maybe he'd gone back to his room. Maybe he'd left. Maybe he'd realized he'd scared me and decided to move on. But the thought didn't settle. It didn't feel true. It felt like something I was telling myself because the alternative was too unnerving. I checked the door again, lock, deadbolt, chain. All secure. I sat on the bed, back against the wall, facing the door. My phone lay on the nightstand. I picked it up, thumb hovering over the screen, considering calling the front desk. But what would I say? There's a man outside. And if she asked, "What's he doing?" I wouldn't have an answer that sounded sane. Standing. Watching. Moving closer. Trying the door. It sounded paranoid. It sounded like something a tired mind might invent. It sounded like something that could be dismissed with a sigh and a, "He's probably just another guest." I put the phone down. The silence stretched. Then, a soft creak from the walkway outside. Not footsteps. Not pacing. Just the faint groan of old wood under a slow shift of weight. Someone was standing there. Right outside my door. I moved to the peephole again, heart pounding, breath tight, and pressed my eye to the glass. The hallway was empty. But the sound had been real. Close. Too close. I stepped back, pulse hammering. Then, from the far end of the walkway, a soft, almost casual cough. A man's cough. Low. Dry. Deliberate. I froze. The cough came again, closer this time, echoing faintly off the thin motel walls. A slow, steady set of footsteps followed, moving along the walkway, approaching my room. Not hurried. Not hesitant. Measured. One step. Another. Another. I backed away from the door. The footsteps stopped. Right outside. Silence. Then, a slow, deliberate exhale. Not mine. Someone was standing inches away, separated from me by nothing but a thin slab of wood and a chain lock. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. And then, in a low, quiet voice. Too close, too calm, too intentional. A man whispered through the door. "I know you're awake." For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it. The whisper was so soft, so close, so deliberate that my mind tried to reject it. Tried to file it under fatigue, under nerves, under the kind of half-dream thoughts that come when you're too tired to trust your senses. But I hadn't imagined it. Someone had spoken through the door. Someone who knew I was awake. I stepped back from the peephole, pulse hammering, breath shallow. The silence outside felt different now, charged. Expectant, like the air itself was waiting for my reaction. I didn't move. Didn't answer. Didn't make a sound. The man outside didn't speak again. Didn't knock. Didn't try the handle. He just stood there. I could feel it. The weight of his presence. The stillness of his body. The quiet pressure of someone listening for the smallest sound inside the room. Seconds stretched. Then a minute. Then another. I forced myself to breathe quietly, slowly, trying not to let the panic show in the rhythm of my chest. I backed away from the door, step by careful step, until my legs hit the bed. I sat down. The silence held. Then, a soft shift of weight on the walkway. A single step. Then another. Slow. Measured. Moving away from my door. I stood up again, moved to the peephole, and pressed my eye to the glass. The hallway was empty. But the footsteps continued. Soft, steady, fading toward the far end of the building. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Maybe he was leaving. Maybe he'd given up. Maybe he'd realized I wasn't going to open the door. I waited until the footsteps were gone. Then waited longer. 5 minutes. 10. 15. Nothing. The motel was silent again. Too silent. I moved to the window, pulled the curtain back just an inch, and scanned the parking lot. Empty. The space where he'd been standing earlier was just cracked asphalt under the neon sign. The trucks were still. The vending machine hummed. The office light flickered. No sign of him. I let the curtain fall shut. Maybe he'd gone back to his room. Maybe he'd left the property entirely. Maybe he'd realized he'd scared the wrong person. I tried to convince myself of that. Tried to breathe normally. Tried to let the tension drain out of my shoulders. I lay down on the bed, fully clothed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the hum of the air conditioner and the faint buzz of the neon sign outside. Minutes passed. My breathing slowed. My eyes grew heavy. I was just starting to drift when a soft, deliberate scrape came from beneath the window. Not footsteps. Not pacing. A hand, dragging slowly across the siding. Up. Then down. Then up again. As if someone were feeling along the wall. Searching for something. Mapping the room from the outside. I sat up, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat. The scraping stopped. Silence. Then, a low, quiet voice, right beneath the window, almost conversational. "You should have opened the door." For a long moment I didn't move. The voice under the window wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It wasn't even threatening in the way you'd expect. It was calm. Too calm. Like the man wasn't trying to scare me. He was stating a fact. "You should have opened the door." The words hung in the air, soft and steady, as if he were standing right beneath the glass, looking up, waiting for a reaction. I stayed perfectly still. The room felt suffocating now, the air thick, the silence heavy. My pulse thudded in my ears, loud enough that I worried he might hear it through the wall. Another scrape. Not on the siding this time. On the window itself. A slow drag of a fingertip across the glass. Up. Then down. Then a tap. Light, almost playful. I backed away from the window, step by careful step, until my calves hit the bed. I sat down, gripping the edge of the mattress, trying to keep my breathing quiet. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then the faintest shift of gravel. Someone standing up. Straightening. Moving. I forced myself to stand and move to the peephole, even though I knew he wasn't in the hallway. I pressed my eye to the glass. Empty. The walkway was still. The overhead light buzzed. The carpet looked undisturbed. But outside, I heard footsteps. Slow. Measured. Moving along the row of windows. Not toward the office. Not toward the parking lot. Just along the building. As if he were checking each room. Listening. Waiting. I stepped back from the door. The footsteps stopped again. Then, a soft metallic click. Not from my door. From the room next to mine. A handle being tested. Gently. Slowly. The same way he tested mine. Another click. Another door. Another test. He was moving down the row, trying each one. I felt a cold wave of dread wash over me. He wasn't looking for a specific person. He wasn't following someone he knew. He wasn't here for revenge or a grudge. He was checking rooms. One by one. Patiently. Methodically. Looking for opportunity. The footsteps moved again. Slow, steady, unhurried. Another door handle. Another test. Another pause. Then silence. I waited, breath tight, listening for any sign of movement. Nothing. I moved back to the window, pulled the curtain back just an inch, and scanned the parking lot. Empty. The neon sign flickered. The vending machine hummed. The trucks sat in their spaces, unmoving. No sign of him. But the silence felt wrong again. Too complete. Too heavy. Too expectant. I let the curtain fall shut. Then, from somewhere outside, not close, not far, but unmistakably directed at me, a low voice drifted through the night air. I know which room you're in. For a moment, I thought the voice had come from farther away, somewhere out in the parking lot, maybe near the vending machine or the office. But the more I listened, the more certain I became. It hadn't come from far away. It had come from directly outside my window, close enough that the glass had carried the vibration of the words. I know which room you're in. Not shouted. Not whispered. Just spoken. Calm. Certain. Like he wasn't trying to scare me. He was letting me know something he thought I should already understand. I stayed perfectly still. The room felt like it was shrinking around me, the air thick and warm, the silence pressing in from all sides. My pulse thudded in my ears, loud enough that I worried he might hear it through the wall. Another shift of gravel. Not walking. Not pacing. Just a small adjustment of weight. As if he were standing still. Thinking. Deciding. I moved away from the window, step by careful step, until my back touched the far wall. I didn't sit. I didn't lie down. I just stood there, listening. The silence stretched. Then, a soft, deliberate exhale. Not mine. It came from outside, low and steady, the kind of breath someone takes when they're trying to calm themselves. Or prepare themselves. I forced myself to move, to do something, anything. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, hands shaking, and opened the keypad. I hovered over the numbers. 911. It would take 2 seconds. Maybe less. But something stopped me. Not fear. Not hesitation. Something colder. A thought. If I called the police, I'd have to talk. I'd have to explain. I'd have to make noise. And he was right outside. Listening. I lowered the phone. Another shift of gravel. Then footsteps. Slow, steady, moving away from the window. Not toward the parking lot. Not toward the office. Along the building. Toward the walkway. Toward my door. I moved to the peephole, heart pounding, breath tight, and pressed my eye to the glass. The hallway was empty. But the footsteps were getting closer. Soft. Measured. Unhurried. One step. Another. Another. Then, a shadow stretched across the carpet, long and thin, cast by the overhead light. He was just out of view, standing to the side of the door, waiting. I didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. Then, slowly, deliberately, a hand slid into view. Pale, thin, fingers slightly curled, and rested on the doorframe. Not knocking, not trying the handle, just touching the wood, feeling it. A moment passed, then another. Then, in that same calm, steady voice, he spoke again. Not loud, not soft, just close. You're alone in there. The hand withdrew. The shadows shifted. And the footsteps moved on. Slow, steady, unhurried. As if he were taking a quiet walk along the motel walkway. Thinking about something. Deciding something. planning something. I stayed at the peephole until the footsteps faded. But even after they were gone, even after the silence returned, even after the hallway looked empty again, I didn't move. Because the air still felt wrong. The room still felt watched. And somewhere outside, in the dark, I knew he hadn't gone far. I didn't move for a long time. The room felt like it had sealed itself shut around me. 4 thin walls, a flimsy door, a single window, and nothing between me and the man outside except a few inches of wood and glass. The silence pressed in from every direction, thick and heavy, as if the whole building were holding its breath. I stayed by the peephole, even though I knew he wasn't there anymore. The hallway looked empty, but the emptiness didn't feel safe. It felt staged, like a pause between movements. I stepped back from the door. My phone lay on the nightstand, screen dark. I picked it up again, thumb hovering over the emergency call button. My hand shook. My breathing felt too loud. I kept imagining the sound carrying through the walls, through the window, through the cracks in the door frame. I lowered the phone. I didn't know why. Maybe because calling the police felt like admitting something was happening. Maybe because I didn't trust my voice not to shake. Maybe because I didn't want him to hear me talking. I sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on my knees, hands clasped together so tightly my knuckles ached. I tried to listen for anything, footsteps, gravel, breathing, but the silence was absolute. Too absolute. Then, faintly, from somewhere outside, a car engine started. Not close. Not far. Just somewhere in the lot. I stood and moved to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to see. A pickup truck near the far end of the parking lot had its headlights on. The engine idled, rumbling softly. I watched for movement, someone getting in, someone getting out, but the driver's seat looked empty. The truck didn't move. It just sat there, engine running, lights cutting across the cracked asphalt. I scanned the lot. Still no sign of him. But the truck bothered me. Something about it felt wrong. Too sudden. Too convenient. Too perfectly timed. I let the curtain fall shut. A minute passed. Then another. The engine kept running. I moved back to the peephole. The hallway was still empty. I stepped away from the door, pacing the small room in slow, tight circles, trying to think. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't wait for him to come back. I needed to leave. But leaving meant stepping outside. Into the open. Into the dark. Into the same space he was in. I stopped pacing. The engine outside revved, just once, a short, sharp burst. I froze. Then the sound of a door opening. A truck door. A heavy one. I moved to the window again, heart pounding, and pulled the curtain back a fraction. The driver's door was open now. But no one was getting in. No one was getting out. The seat was empty. The truck idled. The door hung open. And then, from the darkness between the parked vehicles, a figure stepped into the headlights. Him. The same man. He walked slowly, calmly, as if he had all the time in the world. He didn't look at the truck. He didn't look around. He didn't look up at my window. He just walked toward the row of rooms. Toward mine. I let the curtain fall shut. My breath caught. The footsteps grew louder. Soft, steady, unhurried. Moving along the walkway. Approaching my door. I backed away, pulse hammering, hands shaking. The footsteps stopped. Right outside. Silence. Then, a soft, deliberate knock. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just 3 slow taps. Then his voice, calm and close. Open the door. The knock wasn't loud. 3 soft taps. Even. Measured. Almost polite. But the quietness of it made it worse. A loud knock is a demand. A quiet one is a decision. I didn't move. The room felt like it was holding its breath with me. The air was warm, stale, heavy. My heartbeat felt too loud, like it was echoing off the thin walls. Another 3 taps. Same rhythm. Same calmness. Same patience. Then his voice. Close, steady, almost conversational. Open the door. I stepped back from the peephole, pulse hammering, breath tight. I didn't answer. Didn't make a sound. Didn't even shift my weight. Silence. Then, a soft scrape of skin against wood. He was running his fingers along the doorframe. Slowly. Deliberately. Feeling the edges. Tracing the outline. The scrape moved downward, then up again, then paused near the lock. Another whisper. You're awake. I know you are. I backed away until my legs hit the bed. I sat down, gripping the mattress so tightly my hands ached. My phone lay on the nightstand. I reached for it, slowly, quietly, trying not to make the springs creak. Another scrape. This time lower. Near the bottom of the door. Then a soft, almost thoughtful hum. Not a tune. Not a melody. Just a sound someone makes when they're considering something. I froze. The hum stopped. Then, the handle moved. Not rattled. Not forced. Just pressed down slowly, testing the lock, testing the give, testing me. The deadbolt held. The chain held. The handle rose again. Then lowered. Then rose. Slow. Rhythmic. Patient. I stood up, heart pounding, and moved to the peephole. I pressed my eye to the glass. He wasn't there. The hallway was empty. But the handle was still moving. Up. Down. Up. Down. Someone was standing just out of view. Pressed against the wall. Leaning close. Moving the handle with one hand, while keeping their body hidden from the peephole. I stepped back. The handle stopped. Silence. Then, a soft exhale, inches from the door. You're not going to stay in there all night. My breath caught. He wasn't asking. He wasn't threatening. He was stating a fact. Another pause. Then footsteps. Slow, steady, unhurried. Moving away from the door. One step. Another. Another. I moved to the peephole again. The hallway was empty. But the footsteps didn't fade. They didn't head toward the office. They didn't go down the stairs. They stopped. Somewhere close. Then, a soft metallic sound. A key. Not to my room. Not to any room. A key turning in the lock of the maintenance closet across from mine. The door creaked open. A shadow moved inside. Then the door closed. Silence. He was still there. In the closet. Across from my room. Waiting. I stepped back from the door, pulse hammering, breath shallow. And then, through the thin wall, through the quiet, through the dark, I heard him settle in. A slow shift of weight. A quiet exhale. And then nothing. He wasn't leaving. He wasn't giving up. He wasn't done. He was waiting for me to come out. I didn't answer the knock. I didn't move. The room felt like it had turned into a sealed box. Thin walls, thin door, thin window, and nothing between me and the man outside except a few inches of wood and a chain lock that suddenly felt like a toy. 3 soft taps. Then silence. Then his voice again, calm and steady, as if he were talking through a crack in the world. Open the door. I stayed still. The quiet stretched, long and heavy, until it felt like the air itself was listening. Then, a shift of weight. A soft exhale. The faintest creak of the walkway. He was still there. Not leaving. Not pacing. Just standing outside my door, thinking. I moved to the peephole, slowly, carefully, trying not to make the floorboards creak. I pressed my eye to the glass. The hallway was empty. But I knew he was there. Pressed against the wall. Just out of view. Close enough that if I opened the door even an inch, he could push his way in. I stepped back. The silence outside changed. Not louder, not quieter. Just different. Like someone had shifted their stance. Leaned closer. Tilted their head. Then, a soft, deliberate scrape. Metal on metal. Not the handle. Not the lock. Lower. Near the bottom of the door. I crouched, heart pounding, and looked at the thin line of light beneath the door. A shadow moved across it. Slow. Smooth. Controlled. Then something slid under the door. A piece of paper. Folded once. Pushed through with 2 fingers. The shadow lingered for a moment, then withdrew. Silence. I didn't touch the paper. Didn't move toward it. Didn't even breathe too deeply. I just stared at it. A small, white rectangle lying on the carpet. Edges slightly dirty from the walkway outside. Another shift of weight outside. Then his voice again, softer this time, almost gentle. Read it. I didn't move. Didn't answer. Didn't touch the note. The silence stretched. Then footsteps. Slow, steady, unhurried. Moving away from my door. 1 step. Another. Another. I moved to the peephole again. The hallway was empty. But the footsteps didn't fade. They didn't head toward the office. They didn't go down the stairs. They stopped. Somewhere close. Then, the soft click of the maintenance closet door opening. A shadow slipped inside. The door closed. Silence. He was back in the closet. Across from my room. Waiting. I looked down at the paper again. It lay on the carpet like a small, quiet threat. I didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to know what was written on it. Didn't want to give him the satisfaction of hearing me move. But the silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating, until it felt like the room itself was leaning toward the note. I crouched slowly, quietly, and picked it up. The paper was warm, as if it had been held in someone's hand for a long time. I unfolded it. Just 1 line. Written in small, neat handwriting. I saw you arrive. I stared at the note for a long time. I saw you arrive. The handwriting was small, neat, almost careful. Not rushed. Not frantic. Not the scrawl of someone acting on impulse. Whoever wrote it had taken their time. Had thought about it. Had planned it. My hands shook. I folded the paper back up, slowly, quietly, as if the sound of the crease might carry through the walls. I set it on the nightstand, then immediately regretted putting it somewhere so close to me. I picked it up again, moved it to the desk, then regretted that too. There was no good place for it. No place in the room that didn't feel contaminated by it. I stood in the center of the room, breathing shallowly, listening. The maintenance closet across the hall was silent. Too silent. I moved to the peephole again, pressing my eye to the glass. The hallway looked empty. The overhead light buzzed faintly. The carpet was still. But the closet door was closed. And I knew he was inside. Waiting. Watching. Listening. I stepped back from the door. My phone lay on the nightstand. I picked it up again, thumb hovering over the emergency call button. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped it. I could call. I should call. I knew that. But the thought of speaking, of making noise, felt dangerous. The walls were too thin. The hallway too close. The closet too near. I lowered the phone. The silence pressed in. Then, a soft sound. Not from the hallway. Not from the window. From the wall. The wall behind the bed. A faint, rhythmic tapping. Slow. Deliberate. Measured. Tap. 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 I froze. The tapping continued. Steady, patient, like someone marking time with their fingertip. Tap. 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 I moved away from the bed, heart pounding, breath tight. The tapping followed me. Not louder, not faster. Just present. I pressed my ear to the wall. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then, a soft scrape. Like someone shifting their hand against the drywall. Then a low, quiet exhale. Not mine. I stepped back, pulse hammering. The wall was thin. Too thin. I could hear him breathing through it. I backed away until I hit the opposite wall. I stood there, staring at the bed, at the wall behind it, at the place where the sound had come from. Another scrape. Then, a whisper. So soft I almost thought I imagined it. "I can hear you." My breath caught. I didn't move. Didn't answer. Didn't even blink. The whisper came again, a little clearer this time, as if he'd leaned closer to the wall. "You're not sleeping." I stepped farther back, until I was pressed against the door. My hands shook. My breathing felt too loud. I tried to quiet it, but the panic made it impossible. Another whisper. "You're still awake." I pressed my back harder against the door, as if that could somehow put more distance between us. Then, a new sound. Not tapping. Not scraping. Not whispering. A soft, deliberate thud. From the closet. Across the hall. A shift of weight. A footstep. A hand brushing against the door. He was moving again. I pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty. But the closet door handle was turning. Slowly. Quietly. Deliberately. The door opened a crack. A shadow moved inside. Then a hand, thin, pale, fingers slightly curled, slid out and rested on the doorframe. Not knocking. Not reaching. Just touching. Feeling the wood. Feeling the space. Feeling the moment. Then the hand withdrew. The door closed. Silence. He was still there. Still waiting. Still listening. And he knew exactly where I was. I didn't sleep. I didn't sit. I didn't even lean against the wall. I just stood there in the center of the room, staring at the door, listening to the silence pressing in from every direction. The note lay on the desk like a small, white wound in the dim light. The words felt heavier now, as if they'd sunk into the air itself. "I saw you arrive." I kept replaying the moment in my head. The empty parking lot. The flickering neon sign. The quiet. The man standing in the shadows. He hadn't just noticed me. He'd been waiting. A soft sound broke the silence. Not from the hallway. Not from the window. From the wall again. A slow, deliberate scrape. Then another. Then a faint, rhythmic tapping. The same pattern as before. Steady, patient, almost thoughtful. Tap. 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 I backed away from the wall, pulse hammering, breath tight. The tapping followed me. Not louder, not faster. Just present. I pressed my ear to the opposite wall. Silence. Then, a whisper. So soft it barely existed. "You're still awake." I stepped back, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might shake the room. I moved toward the door, toward the peephole, even though I knew what I'd see. The hallway was empty. But the closet door across from my room, the one he'd slipped into, was cracked open now. Just an inch. Just enough. I froze. The crack didn't widen. The door didn't move. Nothing shifted in the shadows. But the air felt wrong again. Warmer, disturbed, like someone had just exhaled into the hallway. I stepped back from the peephole. Another sound. Not from the closet. Not from the wall. From the window. A soft, deliberate tap on the glass. Then another. Then a slow drag of a fingertip across the pane. Up. Down. Up again. I moved toward the window, each step slow and careful, as if the floor might betray me. I pulled the curtain back just an inch. He was standing inches from the glass. So close I could see the fog of his breath on the window. So close I could see the faint reflection of my own face in his eyes. So close I could see the small, neat smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't speak. He just stood there, staring at me through the narrow gap in the curtain, his face half lit by the flickering neon sign, half swallowed by the dark. I let the curtain fall shut. My breath caught. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then, a soft, deliberate knock on the window frame. Not loud. Not urgent. Just 3 slow taps. The same rhythm as before. Then his voice, calm and close. "You can't stay in there forever." I backed away from the window, step by step, until my back hit the door. My hands shook. My breathing felt too loud. I pressed myself against the wood, as if that could somehow put more distance between us. Another knock. Then silence. Then, the sound of footsteps. Slow. Measured. Moving away from the window. Not toward the parking lot. Not toward the office. Toward the walkway. Toward my door. I pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty. But the footsteps were getting closer. One step. Another. Another. Then, a shadow stretched across the carpet. He was standing just out of view again. Close enough to touch the door. Close enough to hear me breathe. Close enough to whisper. "Come out!" He didn't knock again. He didn't try the handle. He didn't whisper. He just stood there. I could feel it through the door. The stillness. The weight. The quiet pressure of someone who wasn't in a hurry. Who wasn't unsure. Who wasn't second-guessing anything. I pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty. But the shadow stretched across the carpet. Long and thin, cast by the overhead light. He was standing just out of view again, pressed against the wall, close enough that if I opened the door even an inch, he could be inside before I had time to react. I stepped back. The silence thickened. Then, a soft, deliberate shift of weight. He moved. Not away. Not toward the stairs. Not toward the office. Closer. I heard the faint brush of fabric against the doorframe. The quiet exhale of someone leaning in. The subtle creak of old wood under a slow, careful adjustment. Then his voice. Low, steady, almost patient. "You're going to come out eventually." I didn't answer. Didn't move. Didn't breathe. He waited. 10 seconds. 20. A minute. Then, a soft metallic sound. Not the handle. Lower. Near the lock. I crouched, heart pounding, and looked at the thin line of light beneath the door. A shadow moved across it. Then something slid into view. Thin. Metallic. Flat. A tool. He was trying to slip something between the door and the frame. Not to force it. Not to break it. But to test it. To see how much give it had. To see how the lock sat. To see how the chain hummed. The metal scraped softly against the wood. Slow. Careful. Patient. I stepped back, pulse hammering. The scraping stopped. Silence. Then, a soft, almost thoughtful hum. He was thinking. Planning. Deciding. I moved to the window, pulled the curtain back just an inch, and scanned the parking lot. The truck he'd come from was still idling, headlights on, driver's door open. The engine rumbled softly, steady and unbothered, like it had been running for hours. No one else was outside. No movement. No witnesses. No help. I let the curtain fall shut. Another sound. Not scraping. Not tapping. A soft, deliberate click. The chain. He was testing the chain from the outside. Pressing the door just enough to feel how it caught. How it held. How much pressure it could take. The door moved a fraction of an inch. Then stopped. Another click. Another test. Slow. Measured. Controlled. I backed away until my shoulders hit the far wall. The door moved again. Just a millimeter. Just enough to feel the tension in the chain. Then his voice, closer than before, almost gentle. "You can open it yourself, or I can open it for you." My breath caught. The door shifted again. The chain strained. Not enough to break. Not enough to open. Just enough to show me he could. Then, a sudden, sharp sound. Not from the door. From outside. A car pulling into the lot. Headlights swept across the window, bright and sudden, cutting through the room like a blade of white light. Tires crunched on gravel. An engine idled. A door slammed. The pressure on the door vanished. The chain relaxed. The shadow beneath the door disappeared. I moved to the peephole. The hallway was empty. The closet door was shut. He was gone. But not far. I pulled the curtain back just an inch. A sedan had parked near the office. A man in a windbreaker stepped out, stretching his back, rubbing his eyes, walking toward the lobby with the slow, tired gait of someone who'd been driving for hours. The truck at the far end of the lot still idled. Its door still hung open. But the man who'd been watching me was nowhere in sight. Not in the walkway. Not between the cars. Not near the vending machine. Not in the shadows. He had vanished into the dark. But the silence he left behind felt worse than his presence. Because now I didn't know where he was. Or what he was waiting for. Or when he would come back. The sedan's headlights swept across the lot again as the driver walked into the lobby. The door shut behind him with a soft thud, and for the first time in hours, the motel felt like a place where other people existed. I stayed at the window, barely breathing, watching the empty walkway, the idling truck, the shadows between the cars. Nothing moved. No footsteps. No shifting gravel. No silhouettes slipping between the vehicles. He was gone. But the silence he left behind felt wrong, like a room where someone had just been standing a moment ago, the air still holding the shape of them. I waited. A minute. 2. 5. Still nothing. The truck at the far end of the lot idled steadily, exhaust drifting in a thin, wavering line. The open driver's door hung there like a question no one wanted to answer. I forced myself to move. I grabbed my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and stepped toward the door. My hand hovered over the lock. I hesitated, listening one last time. Silence. I unlatched the chain, turned the deadbolt, opened the door an inch. The hallway was empty. The maintenance closet door was shut tight, no crack, no shadow, no sign anyone had ever been inside. I stepped out. The walkway creaked under my weight, loud, too loud, after hours of listening to someone else move across it. I kept my eyes on the corners, the shadows, the blind spots. Nothing. I moved quickly, quietly, down the walkway, past the rooms, past the vending machine, toward the stairs. The air outside felt cold and sharp, like stepping out of a suffocating room into winter. I reached the parking lot. The truck was still idling. I kept my distance. The open door faced away from me, the interior dark. I couldn't see inside. I didn't want to. I skirted the edge of the lot, keeping to the shadows, moving toward my car. My keys were already in my hand. I unlocked the door, slid inside, and shut it quietly. My hands shook as I started the engine. The headlights lit up the motel facade, peeling paint, flickering neon, empty walkway. No one. I pulled out of the lot. As I passed the truck, I glanced at it, just once, just enough to confirm what I already suspected. The driver's seat was empty. The passenger seat was empty. The back seat was empty. No one was inside. But the engine kept running. I didn't stop. I didn't look again. I drove until the motel disappeared behind the trees, until the road straightened, until the mountains opened up around me like a dark, quiet ocean. Only then did I breathe. Only then did I let the tension drain from my shoulders. Only then did I look at the passenger seat, where the folded note lay exactly where I dropped it when I grabbed my bag. I saw you arrive. I should have thrown it away. I should have left it in the room. But I didn't. I kept it. Not because I wanted to remember, but because I knew I wouldn't forget. Not the tapping. Not the whispering. Not the quiet patience of someone who had all the time in the world. Not the way he vanished the moment another car pulled in. Not the way the truck kept idling long after he was gone. I drove through the night, headlights cutting through the dark, the road stretching ahead in a long, empty line. I didn't look back. But for weeks afterward, in parking lots, in motel hallways, in the quiet moments before sleep, I kept feeling it. The sense that someone was standing just out of view. pressed against the wall, listening. And sometimes, when the room was too quiet, I thought I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. After everything that happened, I kept driving for hours, long after the mountains fell away behind me and the road straightened into a quiet, empty stretch of highway. The sky was still dark, the world still half asleep, but the farther I got from that motel, the more the night felt like itself again. For a while, I tried to convince myself that distance meant safety, that whatever had happened back there was over, that the silence around me was just silence. But the truth settled in slowly, the way cold does, quiet, steady, impossible to ignore. It wasn't the motel that had felt wrong. It wasn't the room. It wasn't even him. It was the way he moved. The patience. The calmness. The certainty. The sense that he wasn't improvising. He wasn't guessing. He wasn't hoping. He knew exactly what he was doing. And he'd done it before. For days afterward, I kept catching myself listening for sounds that weren't there. A soft scrape on a wall. A quiet tap on glass. The faint shift of weight outside a door. Nothing ever came. But the habit stayed. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is too still and the air feels too thin, I still think about that truck idling in the dark, door open, engine running, waiting for someone who never got back inside. I think about the note in my glove compartment. I think about the whisper through the wall. And I wonder, not with fear, but with a kind of cold, steady clarity, how long he stood there in the dark, before he realized I wasn't going to open the door.